All such efforts are humiliating, and no Muslim should ever undertake them in response to the ever-changing intellectual fashions of humankind under the guise of developing new means of calling people to God. Even more humiliating are the attempts by some to place upon Islam the masks of contemporary ideologies, describing it with terms currently popular among people such as socialism or democracy, believing that they are serving Islam by these disgraceful concessions. Socialism, after all, is a human-made socio-economic system, subject to error and correction, just as democracy is a human-made system of governance, likewise flawed and imperfect. Islam, by contrast, is a complete way of life encompassing belief, social and economic systems, and executive and legislative frameworks, all of which are divinely ordained and free from defect. How, then, can one who seeks to describe God's system with the attributes of human-made systems claim to understand Islam? Nay, how can one who seeks to present God's way to his own creation through the language of their flawed ideologies claim to honor the Creator? The polytheists of pre-Islamic Arabia were guilty of associating partners with God by seeking to draw closer to him through intermediaries among his creation. Those who take protectors besides him say, "We worship them only that they may bring us nearer to God in station." This, then, was their shirk. But what shall we say of those who do not seek intermediaries for themselves, but rather attempt, God forbid, to seek intermediaries for God himself, presenting his divine system to his creation, clothed in the garb of their own ideologies? Islam is Islam, socialism is socialism, democracy is democracy. God's way has no title or description other than what God himself has given it. These are human systems born of human experience, and those who choose them must choose them on that basis. But the one who calls to God's religion must not be seduced by the transient fashions of human thought, imagining that such compromises serve God's cause. We must ask those who have belittled their religion and failed to honor God as he deserves to be honored. If you present Islam today under the guise of socialism and democracy, because these are the trends of the time, what will you do tomorrow when the trends shift? At one point, capitalism was the favored system, embraced as an escape from feudalism. At another time, absolute monarchy was the preferred system, as seen in the national consolidation efforts of Germany and Italy under Bismarck and Mazzini. And tomorrow, who knows what system will be in vogue? What will you then say of Islam to present it in a guise that pleases the people? The Quranic directive addressed here and elsewhere encompasses all such matters. It commands the caller to God's religion to remain above the whims and proposals of the people, to refrain from adorning this religion with labels not its own, and to call to it solely by its own methodology. God is free of all need for his creation. Those who do not respond to his religion by worshipping him alone and renouncing all other forms of servitude are of no benefit to this religion. Indeed, God himself is in no need of anyone, whether obedient or rebellious. This religion is not only unique in its essence and characteristics, which God has ordained to be a source of guidance for humanity, but it is also unique in its methodology and approach to addressing human nature. The one who revealed this religion with all its components, its distinctive features, its dynamic methodology, and its profound style, is the same one who created man and knows what whispers within his soul. In this passage of the Surah, we are presented with an example of how the Quran addresses the human soul. Through this, it connects human nature to the vast cosmos, allowing the rhythms of the universe to resonate with the human heart and awakening its innate receptivity to these profound vibrations. For God knows that the human soul responds whenever it encounters such truths deeply and powerfully. Only those who listen respond. Consider the example given here. And they said, "Why has not a sign been sent down to him from his sustainer?" Say, God is indeed able to send down a sign, but most of them do not know. This verse recounts the deniers' demand for a miracle that their generation might witness and that would then pass away. But it touches their hearts by hinting at what would lie behind such a demand if it were to be fulfilled: destruction and annihilation. Indeed, God is capable of sending down a sign, but his mercy has decreed otherwise. His wisdom has determined that their demand should not be met. And suddenly he lifts them from this narrow corner of perception and thought, transporting them to the vast expanse of the universe, to the great signs surrounding them, signs far grander than the one they demand, signs that remain embedded in the very fabric of creation, enduring for all generations before them and after them to witness. And there is no creature that crawls upon the earth, nor bird that flies with its wings, but they are communities like yourselves. We have left nothing out of the book. Then to their sustainer shall they be gathered. This is a truth of immense magnitude, a truth that even their limited observation at the time when no organized knowledge was yet at their disposal could testify to. It is a truth that gathers the animals, the birds, and the insects around them into communities, each possessing its own characteristics, its own order, its own unique way of existence. And it is a truth that becomes increasingly evident as human knowledge advances, though no amount of human understanding can ever add to the essence of this truth. Alongside this observable reality stands the unseen reality it is bound to, the all-encompassing knowledge of God, the divine wisdom governing all that exists. It is this transcendent truth that those visible signs testify to, a truth that resonates throughout the heavens and the earth. So how does the material miracle they demand compare to the far greater miracle, a miracle they can witness, wherever their eyes, their reflections, and their hearts turn, whether in what has been or what shall be? Indeed, the Quranic method, as exemplified here, does nothing more than connect the human soul to the wider existence, opening windows between creation and the innate human nature, allowing the vast, wondrous universe to leave its deep and tremendous impressions upon the human spirit. It does not offer the human soul theological debates or abstract intellectual arguments, nor does it present the speculative reasoning of scholastic theology, alien to the essence of the Islamic way. It does not bombard the human soul with philosophical constructs, whether rational or sensory. Rather, it gifts humanity with this tangible reality, the dual worlds of the seen and the unseen, and leaves the soul to interact, respond, and receive from it, under the guidance of a divine method that ensures it does not stray into confusion or misguidance. And then the passage concludes with a reflection on the state of those who deny these grand signs. But those who deny our signs are deaf, dumb, and lost in darkness. Whomever God wills, he leaves to stray, and whomever he wills, he guides to a straight path. Thus, the Quran portrays the condition of the deniers. They are deaf, unable to hear the truth, dumb, unable to articulate it, and lost in the darkness of their own misguidance. It declares the divine law of guidance and misguidance, that it is bound to God's will, which operates in harmony with the innate disposition he has planted within his servants. In this way, the Islamic worldview is brought together in a cohesive whole. The clarity of the divine method in calling humanity to faith, the role of the messenger as he carries this message, and the way he faces human souls in every state and every generation. Perhaps these subtle touches, along with what was outlined in the prelude to this surah regarding the divine method, may illuminate the path for those seeking guidance, and God alone grants success. Think, if God's punishment were to come upon you, or if the hour were to arrive, would you then call upon any other than God if you are truthful? Nay, but him alone you would call, and he would remove that which you call upon him to remove if he so wills, and you would forget all those you associate with him in worship. Indeed, we sent messengers to communities before you, and we afflicted them with hardship and adversity, so that they might humble themselves. But why, when our punishment came upon them, did they not humble themselves? Instead, their hearts grew hardened, and Satan made their deeds appear fair to them. Then, when they forgot the warnings they had been given, we opened to them the gates of all things, until, when they rejoiced in what they were given, we struck them suddenly, and they were left in despair. Thus was the last remnant of the wrongdoers cut off, and all praise belongs to God, the sustainer of all worlds. Think, if God were to take away your hearing and your sight and seal your hearts, what deity other than God could restore them to you? Behold how we present the signs, yet they turn away. Think if God's punishment were to come upon you suddenly or openly, would any perish apart from the wrongdoers? We do not send messengers except as bearers of glad tidings and as warners. So whoever believes and reforms themselves, they shall have no fear, nor shall they grieve. But those who deny our signs shall be touched by punishment for their rebelliousness. Here in this passage, the Quranic discourse confronts the innate nature of the polytheists with the overwhelming might of God. It confronts them with their own nature, when faced with the overpowering reality of God's might, when all the layers of delusion are stripped away in the face of calamity, and when terror shakes their hearts so that all false gods are forgotten. In such moments, they instinctively turn to their true sustainer, whom they know deep within their hearts, and beseech him alone for deliverance and salvation. And then the discourse leads them by the hand, guiding them to witness the fate of past peoples who denied the truth. Along the way, it shows them how God's law unfolds, how his decree manifests itself in their lives. It unveils before their eyes and hearts the gradual way God draws them on how he tests them with hardship and adversity, then with ease and abundance, granting them chance after chance to awaken from their heedlessness. Yet, when they exhaust all opportunities and their blessings deceive them after their hardships fail to awaken them, God's law takes its course. His decree comes suddenly, and the wrongdoers are annihilated, leaving nothing behind but the praise of God, the sustainer of all worlds. No sooner does this heart-shaking scene fade than another follows, a scene where they are struck by God's might, their hearing, sight and heart sealed, leaving them unable to find any deity other than God to restore them. In the face of these two majestic, awe-inspiring scenes, the discourse turns to the role of the messengers. Their role is none other than to bear glad tidings and to warn. Nothing beyond this is required of them. They are not tasked with producing miracles, nor are they obliged to comply with the whims of those who demand them. Their mission is to deliver the message to bring good news to those who believe and act righteously, so they may be free from fear and sorrow, and to warn those who deny and turn away, who shall be touched by punishment for their rejection and rebellion. Think, if God's punishment were to come upon you, or if the hour were to arrive, would you then call upon any other than God if you are truthful? Nay, but him alone you would call, and he would remove that which you call upon him to remove, if he so wills, and you would forget all those you associate with him in worship. This is but one aspect of the divine method in addressing the human soul through this faith. It complements the earlier aspects explained in the previous passage and throughout this surah. There, the discourse addressed the signs of divine governance, manifest in the world of living beings and the all-encompassing knowledge of God. Here, it addresses the overwhelming might of God and the response of human nature when confronted with it in one of its awe-inspiring forms, a form that shakes hearts, stripping away all illusions of polytheism, and bearing the innate disposition that knows its sustainer and testifies to his oneness. Think if God's punishment were to come upon you, or if the hour were to arrive, would you then call upon any other than God, if you are truthful? It is a confrontation with human nature through the imagination of dread, whether it is the destruction and annihilation of God's punishment in this world, or the unexpected arrival of the hour. When human nature is touched by such imagery, it shakes, for this imagery speaks to a truth deeply ingrained within it, a truth its creator knows resides within its depths. And so he addresses human nature in this way. Would you then call upon any other than God if you are truthful? Then he hastens to affirm the truthful answer, the one that reflects the reality of human nature itself, even if their tongues do not articulate it. Nay, but him alone you would call, and he would remove that which you call upon him to remove, if he so wills, and you would forget all those you associate with him in worship. Yes, in such moments they call upon him alone, forgetting all their false associations. For in the face of terror, human nature is laid bare, turning instinctively to God alone for salvation, forgetting all the partners they had ascribed to him. Even the act of associating others with him is forgotten, For the innate recognition of the one true God is the most deeply rooted truth within the human soul. Polytheism, by contrast, is but a superficial layer, a transient crust formed by external influences. When terror shakes the soul, this crust crumbles, revealing the eternal truth within the soul's natural turning to its creator, pleading with him to lift the dread that it has no power or means to overcome. This is the nature of the human soul when faced with dread. It is with this imagery that the Quranic discourse confronts the polytheists. But as for God's will, it is affirmed within this confrontation. He removes what they call upon him to remove if he so wills. His will is unbounded, free from any constraint. If he wills, he responds to their plea, lifting from them all or part of what they fear. And if he wills, he does not respond, acting in accordance with his wisdom, his knowledge, and his decree. This is the natural disposition's stance toward polytheism, which it sometimes practices due to deviations arising from various factors that obscure the clarity of the truth inherent within it, the truth of its orientation toward its sustainer, and its innate recognition of his oneness. But what is its stance toward atheism and the outright denial of God's existence? We harbour deep skepticism, as we have stated before, about the sincerity of those who profess atheism in this form. We doubt that any being created by the hand of God can truly lose, to the depths of its essence, all trace of the hand that brought it into being. For that divine imprint is embedded in the very core of its existence, interwoven into every cell, into every atom. Indeed, it is the long, grim history of human suffering, the savage conflict with the Church, the repression and oppression, the denial by the Church of the natural human inclinations, all the while indulging itself in depraved pleasures, this dark history that Europe endured for centuries, that ultimately drove Europeans into this wave of atheism, fleeing into the wilderness to escape from that monstrous spectre. To this was added the exploitation of this historical reality by the Jews, who sought to drive Christians away from their religion so that they might more easily dominate them, spread moral decay and misery among them, and use them as mere beasts of burden, as the Talmud and the protocols of the elders of Zion explicitly state. The Jews could not have achieved any of this without exploiting Europe's bleak history, pushing its people toward atheism as an escape from the Church. Despite all this ceaseless effort represented most clearly by communism, one of the Jewish movements dedicated to spreading atheism for over half a century. With the full might of a totalitarian state at its disposal, even the Russian people, deep in their innate nature, still long for a faith in God. Indeed, Stalin himself, the brutal tyrant, as depicted by his successor Khrushchev, was forced during World War II to reconcile with the Church, to release the chief patriarch, for the pressures of war bent his iron will into acknowledging the deep-rootedness of faith in God within the human soul, no matter what he or the few atheists in his circle of power might have thought. The Jews also sought, with the help of the beasts of burden they manipulated among the Crusaders, to spread atheism among the nations that proclaimed Islam as their faith and way of life. Even though Islam had faded and withered in the hearts of these nations, the wave they unleashed through their hero Ataturk in Turkey receded, despite all the glorification and support they poured into him and his project, and despite the books they authored in praise of him and his pioneering experiment. Thus, in their subsequent experiments, they learned from the experience of Ataturk, choosing not to raise atheism as the banner of their pioneering endeavours. Instead, they raised the banner of Islam itself, so as not to provoke the innate disposition as Ataturk's experiment had done. Beneath this banner, however, they introduced the filth and corruption they desired: moral decay, the erosion of human dignity, and the systematic destruction of the spiritual and moral fabric of Islamic societies. Yet the lesson that remains from all of this is that the innate disposition knows its sustainer well and submits to his oneness. Even if it is buried under layers of corruption for a time, when shaken by calamity, all of that covering crumbles away, leaving it exposed, returning to its creator as it was created for the first time, believing, submissive, and humble. As for all the scheming and plotting, it takes but a cry of truth to shatter its foundations, to lead the innate disposition back to its creator. Glorified be he. Falsehood will never escape unscathed as long as there is someone on this earth to raise that cry, and this earth will never be devoid, no matter how hard they strive, of those who will raise it. And indeed we sent messengers to nations before you, and we afflicted them with hardship and adversity so that they might humble themselves. But why, when our punishment came upon them, did they not humble themselves? Instead their hearts grew hard, and Satan made their deeds seem fair to them. Then, when they forgot what they had been reminded of, we opened to them the gates of all things until, when they rejoiced in what they were given, we seized them suddenly and they were plunged into despair. Thus the last remnant of the wrongdoing people was cut off, and all praise is due to God, sustainer of all worlds. This is a confrontation with an example of God's might, an example drawn from historical reality. It illustrates how people are exposed to God's might, how they are granted opportunity after opportunity, reminded time and again, so that their hardships might turn them toward him in humility and supplication. But when they forget what they were reminded of, when neither hardship drives them toward God nor blessings inspire gratitude and caution, then their nature has become corrupted beyond repair, their lives unfit for continuation. Thus God's decree becomes inevitable, and destruction befalls them, sparing no dwelling. The Qur'an recounts stories of many such nations, whose accounts it has conveyed to humanity, nations that existed long before the birth of human history as recorded by man. For the history written by human hands is but a recent creation, young and immature, aware of only a fraction of the true history of humankind upon this earth. And even this humanly recorded history, brief as it is laden with falsehoods and errors, incapable of encompassing all the factors that shape and drive human events. Some of these factors lie hidden in the human soul, while others remain concealed behind the veil of the unseen. Human beings perceive only fragments of these realities, and even then they often err in observing, interpreting and distinguishing truth from falsehood, save for a few exceptions. Thus, any claim by a human being to fully comprehend history, to provide a scientific interpretation of it, or to predict its inevitable future course, is the greatest falsehood one could utter, and yet some dare to make such claims, and astonishingly others believe them. Were these claimants to speak of mere possibilities rather than certainties, such assertions might be tolerable. But as long as there are fools willing to believe them, why should the fabricators refrain from fabricating? God alone speaks the truth. He alone knows what was and why it was. And he, in his mercy and grace, reveals to his servants glimpses of his timeless laws and decrees, so they may be cautious, take heed, and grasp the hidden factors and apparent causes of historical realities. Through this understanding, they can better anticipate what is yet to come, based on God's immutable laws, those laws he has unveiled for them. In these verses, there is a depiction of a recurring pattern among many nations. Nations to whom messengers were sent, who then denied the truth. God afflicted them with hardship and adversity in their wealth, their souls, their conditions, and their circumstances. This hardship was not yet the punishment of destruction mentioned in the previous verse, which speaks of annihilation and obliteration. The Quran highlights specific examples of such nations and the hardships they endured, such as the story of Pharaoh and his people. And we afflicted Pharaoh's people with years of drought and a shortage of crops, so that they might take heed. But whenever good came to them, they said, "This is ours by right." And if misfortune befell them, they blamed Moses and those with him. Surely their misfortune was decreed by God, but most of them did not know. And they said, "Whatever sign you bring to bewitch us, we shall not believe in you." So we sent upon them floods, locusts, lice, frogs, and blood-distinct signs, yet they persisted in arrogance, for they were a wicked people. This is but one of many examples alluded to in the verse. God afflicted them with hardship and adversity, so they might reflect, search their consciences and their reality, that under the weight of suffering they might turn to him in humility and supplication, abandoning their stubborn pride. But they did not do what they ought to have done. They did not turn to God. They did not abandon their obstinacy. Hardship did not awaken their hearts, Nor did it open their eyes or soften their souls. Instead, Satan stood behind them, making their misguidance seem fair to them. But their hearts grew hard, and Satan made their deeds seem fair to them. A heart that hardship does not return to God is a heart that has turned to stone, a heart so hardened that no moisture remains to be drawn forth by suffering. It is a heart that has died, no longer stirred by even the most piercing trials. Its innate receptors have ceased to function, leaving it impervious to the sharp awakening touch that would rouse living hearts to respond. Hardship is a test from God, and for the living soul it brings awakening, unlocking the heart and guiding it back to its Creator. But for the dead soul, hardship offers no benefit, serving only to strip away its excuses and arguments. These nations, whose stories God recounts to his messenger and through him to his community, did not benefit from hardship. They did not turn to God, nor did they abandon the delusions Satan had adorned for them. Thus, God gave them respite, leading them through ease and abundance as a further test. Then, when they forgot what they had been reminded of, we opened to them the gates of all things until, when they rejoiced in what they were given, we seized them suddenly and they were plunged into despair. Thus the last remnant of the wrongdoing people was cut off, and all praise is due to God, sustainer of all worlds. Ease and abundance are another form of trial, even more severe than hardship. God tests both the obedient and the disobedient, with both ease and hardship, testing the believer through adversity to inspire patience and through blessings to inspire gratitude. For the believer, all of it is good. As the prophet, peace be upon him, said, "Wondrous is the affair of the believer, for there is good for him in every matter, and this is not the case for anyone except the believer. If he experiences prosperity, he is grateful, and that is good for him. And if he experiences adversity, he is patient, and that is good for him," reported by Muslim. As for those nations that rejected the messengers, whose tales God recounts here when they turned away from the reminders and admonitions sent to them, and when God, in his infinite knowledge, knew that they were destined for destruction, he tested them with adversity and hardship. Yet they did not humble themselves before him. And so, when they persisted in their waywardness, he opened unto them the gates of all things as a means of gradual enticement after trial. The Quranic expression, "We opened unto them the gates of all things," 644, paints a vivid picture of wealth and blessings, of abundance and power surging forth like a flood, unchecked, unbounded, unrestricted. These gifts come pouring upon them effortlessly, without toil or struggle, without even the need of asking or striving. It is a striking scene portraying a state in motion in the unique and wondrous style of Quranic imagery. Until they rejoiced in what they were given, 644, until they were engulfed in the torrents of wealth and blessings, consumed by its pleasures and intoxicated by its abundance, they revelled in it, heedless of gratitude, forgetful of the one who bestowed it upon them. Their hearts were emptied of any tremor of remembrance for the bestower of blessings, devoid of fear of him or mindfulness of his commands. Their concerns became confined to ephemeral pleasures, surrendered entirely to their desires. Their lives, as is often the case with those lost in heedlessness and indulgence, became devoid of any higher purpose or noble aspiration. This moral decay of hearts and souls inevitably led to the corruption of their systems and institutions, plunging their entire existence into moral and societal ruin. And when this stage of heedlessness was reached, the immutable law of God was set into motion. We seized them suddenly, and they were plunged into despair. 644. Their destruction came upon them all at once, catching them unawares as they were lost in their heedlessness and intoxication. They were struck dumb and hopeless, unable even to think of a way to save themselves, and utterly incapable of escape. Their annihilation was total, sparing not a single one of them. Thus, the last remnant of those who had been bent on evil-doing was cut off. 645. The phrase, "the last remnant of those who had been bent on evil-doing," refers to the very last among them, the one who brings up the rear, as though it paints a picture of a procession where the final individual is swept away. If the rear is cut off, how much more so the beginnings and the rest of the body? And here, Those who had been bent on evil-doing refers to the idolaters, as the Quranic expression often equates idolatry with wrongdoing, and the idolaters with wrongdoers. And all praise is due to God, the sustainer of all the worlds. 645. This is the Quranic commentary on the eradication of the oppressive idolaters after God's divine enticement and his perfect and subtle plan. For what greater blessing can there be than the purification of the earth from tyranny? What greater mercy can there be than sparing humanity from the corruption of such oppressors? God has seized the people of Noah, the people of Hud, the people of Salih, and the people of Lot, as he seized the Pharaohs, the Greeks, the Romans, and others in accordance with this very law. Behind the flourishing of their civilizations, followed by their destruction, lies that hidden secret of God's decree, that visible aspect of his law, and that divine explanation of this well-known historical reality. These nations enjoyed the heights of civilization, they were granted power and dominion upon the earth, and they revelled in ease and abundance. What they possessed was no less indeed, in some respects, it may have even surpassed what is enjoyed by today's nations, who are similarly immersed in authority, affluence, and worldly pleasures. They are deceived by their apparent prosperity, deluded by their external adornments, and in turn they deceive those who remain ignorant of God's laws regarding hardship and ease. These nations fail to recognize that there is a divine law governing their rise and fall. They remain unaware that God leads them on step by step according to this law, and those who orbit in their sphere are blinded by the dazzling glare of their fleeting brilliance. They are awed by their affluence and power, and they are deceived by God's allowance for these nations, despite their denial of him, their rebellion against his sovereignty, and their claims to divine attributes. These nations spread corruption upon the earth, oppress people, and usurp the sovereignty of God. And I, during my time in the United States of America, saw with my own eyes the very fulfillment of God's words. But when they forgot all that they had been reminded of, we opened unto them the gates of all things. 644. What I witnessed there was a living image of this verse, a scene of every kind of blessing and ease flowing forth without measure. Nowhere else on earth is this verse so tangibly represented as it is there. I saw the arrogance of this people, their delusion that this prosperity was permanently reserved for the white man. I observed their disdainful treatment of people of colour, their despicable haughtiness, their brutal savagery, and their disdainful pride toward the rest of the world, pride that even surpassed the infamous arrogance of the Nazis, which the Jews have made a universal symbol of racial conceit. Yet, the white Americans' attitude toward people of colour, particularly toward Muslims among them, is far more severe and extreme. I saw all of this, and I recalled this verse. I anticipated God's law unfolding before their heedless eyes, and I could almost perceive the footsteps of its approach. Until, when they exulted in what they were given, we seized them suddenly, and they were plunged into despair. And the last remnant of those who had been bent on evil-doing was cut off, and all praise is due to God, the sustainer of all the worlds. 644-45. Although God has lifted the punishment of total annihilation after the sending of the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, other forms of punishment remain. Humanity, particularly those nations upon whom the gates of all things have been opened, tastes much of this punishment today, despite their abundance of material production and their overflowing wealth. The psychological torment, spiritual deprivation, sexual perversion and moral decay that afflict these nations overshadow their material prosperity and pleasures. These afflictions stain their lives with misery, anxiety and distress. Added to this are the ominous signs revealed in their political scandals, where state secrets are sold and treason against the nation occurs for the sake of a fleeting desire or perverse craving. These are warnings that unmistakably point to the eventual downfall, and this is but the beginning of the road. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, spoke the truth when he said, "When you see God granting a servant of his the pleasures of this world despite their sins, know that it is only a gradual enticement." Then he recited, "But when they forgot all that they had been reminded of, we opened unto them the gates of all things, until, when they exulted in what they were given, we seized them suddenly, and they were plunged into despair." 644. Reported by Ibn Jarir and Ibn Abi Hatim. However, it must also be emphasized that God's law for the destruction of falsehood requires the establishment of truth upon the earth, embodied in a community. It is only then that God hurls the truth against falsehood, and it crushes it, leaving it demolished. Let not the people of truth sit idle, waiting for God's law to unfold without effort or striving on their part. For if they do so, they would no longer represent the truth, nor would they be its people. Truth is embodied only in a community that rises to establish God's sovereignty upon the earth and to repel those who usurp his authority, those who claim for themselves the attributes of divinity. This is the primary truth, the original truth. And were it not that God repels some people by means of others, the earth would indeed be corrupted. 251. The Quranic narrative then confronts the polytheists with God's overwhelming might against their very senses, their hearing, their sight, their hearts rendering them helpless before his power. They are left with no protector, no deity besides God who could restore these blessings to them if he were to take them away. Say, what do you think? If God were to take away your hearing and your sight and seal your hearts, what deity other than God could restore it to you? Behold how we expound our signs in diverse ways, yet still they turn away. 646. This vivid depiction shakes them to their core, exposing their utter impotence before God's might and the futility of associating partners with him. It is a scene that stirs the innermost depths of the human soul, for the creator of human nature knows the profound impact such imagery has on the heart. Amid this trembling portrayal, the Quran marvels at the obstinacy of those who turn away from the signs of God, comparing their stubbornness to that of a diseased camel that turns its hoof outward in pain. Behold how we expound our signs in diverse ways, yet still they turn away. 646. And before they can recover from the gravity of this scene, the Quran confronts them with another possibility that God's punishment might strike them suddenly, whether they are heedless or prepared, and that it will destroy the wrongdoers among them. Say, what do you think? If God's punishment were to come upon you suddenly or openly, would any be destroyed except the wrongdoing people? 647. And so, the Quranic discourse draws nearer to its conclusion, reminding humanity of the role of the messengers, to deliver glad tidings to the believers and warnings to the disbelievers. The choice remains theirs, and the consequences follow naturally. And we send not the messengers except as bearers of glad tidings and warners. So whoever believes and reforms, no fear shall come upon them, nor shall they grieve. But those who reject our signs' punishment will touch them for their defiance. 648-49. Thus, this divine revelation prepares humanity for intellectual maturity, guiding them to use the great faculty of reason bestowed upon them by God. It calls them to recognize the truth embedded in the fabric of existence, the unfolding cycles of life, and the mysteries of creation, truth that this Quran has come to unveil, illuminate, and direct their understanding toward. And all of this required humanity to transition from an era of tangible miracles, those which bent necks and forced the deniers into submission, through the overwhelming power of physical, visible wonders, to a new mode of directing human perception toward observing the marvels of divine creation throughout the entire universe. These, in themselves, are miraculous wonders, yet they are enduring miracles upon which the existence of all creation is founded and from which its essence is composed. And to addressing this human perception with a book from God, resplendent and miraculous in its expression, unparalleled in its methodology, and wondrous in the organic, dynamic, social structure, it seeks to establish a structure unlike anything that came before it, and unmatched ever since. This process required prolonged nurturing and guidance so that human consciousness could grow accustomed to this type of transition and ascend to this level of refinement. It necessitated that humankind be directed toward reading the great book of existence with their God-given intellect, under the illumination of divine guidance, the discipline of the Quran, and the prophetic instruction. Such a reading would combine the unseen with the tangible, the spiritual with the material, in one holistic and positive approach, departing from the abstract, speculative methods that dominated certain streams of Greek philosophy and Christian theology, as well as from the purely materialistic perceptions that prevailed in other aspects of Greek thought, and in some schools of Indian, Egyptian, Buddhist, and Zoroastrian philosophy. It also required breaking free from the simplistic materialism that characterized the polytheistic beliefs of pre-Islamic Arabia. Part of this nurturing and guidance is reflected in clarifying the role of the messenger and the truth of his mission, as presented in these two verses and as the following passages in the Surah will also elaborate. The messenger is but a human being whom God sends forth to deliver glad tidings and warnings. Here his role ends and the response of human beings begins. Through this response, God's decree and will unfold, and the ultimate outcome is determined by divine justice, according to the path each individual chooses to follow. Thus, those who believe and act righteously, embodying their belief in action, have no fear of what lies ahead, nor shall they grieve over what has passed. For them, there is forgiveness for what they have done and reward for what they have rectified. But as for those who deny the signs of God brought to them by the messenger, and which point to his wonders inscribed across the pages of existence, they shall be touched by torment for their disbelief, which the Qur'an often expresses as injustice and transgression, as is the case here, because they used to sin. This is a clear and simple depiction, neither convoluted nor obscure, of the messenger, his mission, and the bounds of his role within this faith. It is a concept that ascribes divinity exclusively to God along with all its attributes and returns all matters to his will and decree. At the same time, it grants humans the freedom to choose their path and assigns them the responsibility for the consequences of their choices. It outlines with decisive clarity the fates of those who obey God and those who defy him, dispelling every myth and ambiguous notion about the nature of the messenger and his mission ideas that had proliferated in pre-Islamic ignorance. Through this, humanity was lifted into an era of intellectual maturity, without being cast into the labyrinth of abstract philosophies and theological debates that had drained human intellect for generations upon generations. I do not say to you that I possess the treasures of God, nor do I know the unseen, nor do I say to you that I am an angel. I only follow what is revealed to me. Can the blind and the seeing be deemed equal? Will you not then reflect, and warn thereby those who fear that they will be gathered before their sustainer, for they shall have no protector or intercessor apart from him, so that they may remain conscious of him. And do not drive away those who call upon their sustainer morning and evening, seeking his countenance. You are not accountable for their reckoning in any way, nor are they accountable for your reckoning in any way. If you were to drive them away, you would then be among the wrongdoers. And thus we have tested some of them by means of others, so that they might say, "Are these the ones upon whom God has bestowed his favor from among us? Does not God know best who are the grateful?" And when those who believe in our signs come to you, say, "Peace be upon you. Your sustainer has prescribed mercy for himself, so that if any of you commits evil out of ignorance, and then repents thereafter, and mends his ways, then truly he is most forgiving, most merciful." Thus do we explain the signs, so that the way of the evildoers may become clear. This passage continues to address the polytheists, confronting them with the truth of the message and the nature of the messenger, particularly in light of their demands for miraculous signs, examples of which were given earlier in this context. It also continues to correct the misconceptions of pre-Islamic ignorance and of humanity in general regarding the nature of prophethood and the messengers, after these misconceptions had been distorted by the ignorance of the Arabs and other nations around them. These distortions led them far from the truth of prophethood, revelation, and the messenger himself, plunging them into myths, superstitions, delusions, and falsehoods. As a result, prophethood became entangled with sorcery and soothsaying, and revelation became confused with jinn possession and madness. Thus, the prophet was expected to foretell the future, to produce miracles, and to emulate what people had come to associate with soothsayers and sorcerers. The Islamic creed came, however, to cast truth against falsehood, obliterating it so that it vanishes, and to restore the clarity, simplicity, and sincerity of the concept of faith. It purified the image of prophethood and the prophet from the myths, superstitions, and delusions that had permeated the ignorance of all preceding eras. The closest of these ignorances to the polytheists of Arabia were the distortions of the people of the book Jews and Christians of various sects and doctrines, all of which shared in disfiguring the image of prophethood and the prophet in the most grotesque manner. After clarifying the essence of the message and the messenger, and presenting them to humanity free from all the distortions and deviations that had clung to the concept of prophethood, the Qur'an offers its creed to humanity, stripped of all external allurements and stripped of all embellishments beyond its essence. The prophet whom it presents is a human being. He does not possess the treasures of God, nor does he know the unseen, nor does he claim to be an angel. He receives only what is revealed to him by his sustainer and follows only his guidance. Those who respond to his call are the noblest of people in the sight of God, and the prophet is instructed to remain close to them, to welcome them warmly, and to convey to them the mercy and forgiveness that God has promised to those who repent and mend their ways. At the same time, the prophet is tasked with warning those whose hearts are moved by the fear of the hereafter, so that they might attain the rank of God consciousness. Thus, his role is confined to this dual task of delivering the message and issuing warnings. Likewise, his essence is confined to his humanity and his reception of divine revelation. This clarity firmly establishes the true nature of the prophet and his mission in the minds of his followers. Through this clarity and this warning, the path of the evildoers becomes distinct at the crossroads, and the truth and falsehood are separated. The veil of ambiguity is lifted regarding the nature of the prophet and the message, as well as regarding the essence of guidance and misguidance. Thus, the division between the believers and the disbelievers is made plain in a light that leaves no room for illusions or doubts. Amid this elucidation of these truths, the text also explores aspects of divinity, the prophet's relationship with God, and the relationship of all people, both the obedient and the rebellious, with their Creator. It speaks of the nature of guidance and the nature of misguidance, affirming that guidance is akin to sight and misguidance akin to blindness. God has decreed mercy upon himself, manifesting in his acceptance of repentance and forgiveness for sins committed in ignorance, provided that the sinner repents and amends their ways thereafter. In this way, the path of the evildoers becomes clear, so that those who believe may believe with full awareness, and those who disbelieve may disbelieve with full awareness, and so that humanity may take their respective stances in the light of clarity, unclouded by illusions or falsehoods. Say, I do not say to you that I possess the treasures of God, nor do I know the unseen, nor do I say to you that I am an angel. I only follow what is revealed to me. Say, can the blind and the seeing be deemed equal? Will you not then reflect? The obstinate deniers among the Quraysh would demand that the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, bring them miraculous signs to validate his truthfulness. Yet they already knew of his honesty and harbored no doubts about it. Sometimes they demanded that Mount Safa and Mount Marwa be transformed into gold. At other times they demanded that these mountains be removed to make way for fertile, lush lands filled with crops and fruits. Sometimes they demanded that he foretell future events, and at other times that an angel descend upon him, or that a book written on parchment descend from the heavens for them to witness. And so their demands continued, concealing their obstinacy and defiance beneath these requests. But all these demands stemmed from the myths and superstitions that had surrounded the concept of prophethood and the image of the prophet in the ignorance that pervaded their era and the eras before them. The closest of these ignorances to them were the myths of the people of the book and their distortions of the truth brought to them by their own messengers. Throughout the various forms of ignorance, there proliferated false prophecies claimed by so-called prophets and believed by the deluded. Among these were the false claims of sorcery, soothsaying, astrology, and madness. These claims included assertions of knowledge of the unseen, communication with spirits and jinn, and the manipulation of natural forces through incantations, spells, prayers, and other means. While differing in form and method, they all shared in their foundation of delusion and error. The prophecies of sorcery often centered on the invocation of malevolent spirits to uncover the unknown or to exert control over events and objects. The prophecies of soothsaying were often claimed to be reliant on sustainers who did not obey the soothsayer but responded to his invocations and prayers, unveiling hidden truths through signs and dreams. These sustainers were believed only to respond to specific invocations and not to others. However, both the sorcerer and the soothsayer differed from the claims of sacred madness, which was attributed to individuals overcome by ecstatic frenzy. Unlike the sorcerer or the soothsayer, who consciously sought their goals through spells and prayers, the one afflicted with sacred madness would speak incomprehensible phrases involuntarily, without intending or even understanding them. In societies where such notions of ecstatic prophecy were prevalent, there often arose interpreters who claimed to understand the cryptic utterances of the mad and to explain their symbolic meanings and gestures. Among the Greeks, for instance, the one in a state of frenzy was called the mantis, while the interpreter was known as the prophet, meaning the one who speaks on behalf of another. From this term, the Europeans derived their word for prophecy with all its connotations. It was rare for soothsayers and mad prophets to cooperate unless the soothsayer assumed the role of interpreter, claiming to decipher the cryptic symbols and gestures of the other. More often than not, they were in conflict, for their social roles and origins were fundamentally different. The mad prophet was a rebel, unbound by established customs and conventions, while the soothsayer was a conservative figure, often inheriting his knowledge and traditions from his forebears. Soothsaying depended on the institutions of temples and sanctuaries that attracted visitors from far and wide, whereas ecstatic prophecy could emerge spontaneously in the wilderness as much as in the heart of a bustling town. Prophets were numerous among the tribes of the children of Israel, so much so that their abundance suggests that, in their successive generations, they resembled among the people of modern times the practitioners of religious invocations and the wandering dervishes of the Sufi orders. For in certain ages, they numbered in the hundreds, adopting practices of asceticism within their groups, similar to those of these mystics, who seek states of spiritual rapture sometimes through self-mortification and at other times through listening to musical instruments. It is mentioned in the first book of Samuel that Saul sent messengers to capture David, and they saw a company of prophets prophesying, with Saul standing among them as their leader. The Spirit of God descended upon Saul's messengers, and they too began to prophesy. He sent others, and they also prophesied. Then Saul himself removed his garments and prophesied before Samuel, lying naked all that day and all that night. And it is also narrated in the same book. You will meet a group of prophets descending from the hill, preceded by lutes, tambourines, flutes, and harps, while they prophesy. And the Spirit of the Sustainer will descend upon you. You too will prophesy with them, and you will be transformed into another man. Prophecy had become a hereditary craft, passed down from father to son, as related in the second book of Kings. The sons of the prophets said to Elisha, "See now, the place where we dwell under your care is too small for us. Let us go to the Jordan." At times their service was even linked to the military, as described in the first book of Chronicles, where it is stated that David and the chiefs of the army set apart the sons of Asaph and others for service, those who prophesied with lyres, harps, and cymbals. Thus, the paganisms of antiquity, including those that deviated from the true understanding of prophecy brought by the divine revelations, were replete with such distorted notions about the nature of prophethood and the character of the prophet. People expected anyone claiming prophethood to fulfill such expectations, demanding either foretelling the unseen or influencing the cosmic order through sorcery or divination. It was from this wellspring of misconceptions that the polytheists made their demands of the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. To dispel all these delusions, the Qur'an repeatedly clarified the true nature of messengership and the messenger. Among these clarifications is the divine statement. Say, I do not say to you that I possess the treasures of God, nor do I know the unseen, nor do I say to you that I am an angel. I only follow what is revealed to me. Say, is the blind equal to the seeing? Will you not then reflect? Thus, he, peace and blessings be upon him, is commanded by his sustainer to present himself to them as a human being, stripped of all the illusions that pervaded the pagan understandings of prophets and prophethood. And he is to present to them this faith in its essence, devoid of any allurements, neither wealth nor pretense. It is a message borne by a messenger who possesses no treasure to bestow, no secrets of the unseen to disclose, and who is not an angel as they demand. He is but a human messenger, and it is this faith, pure, unembellished and clear, that he offers. A faith that speaks to the innate nature of humanity, sustains life, and serves as the guidepost to the hereafter and to God. It needs no adornment, for it is self-sufficient in its clarity and truth. Whoever seeks this faith for its essence is truly deserving of it, for it surpasses all other values in worth. But whoever seeks it as a commodity in the marketplace of benefits has failed to grasp its essence or recognize its worth. Such a person will find in it neither provision nor enrichment. For this reason, the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, is commanded to present it to people free of any embellishments, for it is above such trappings. And those who seek its shade should know that they are not coming to a treasury of wealth, nor a worldly status, nor a distinction above others, except through piety. They are coming to the guidance of God, which is richer and nobler than all else. Say, I do not say to you that I possess the treasures of God, nor do I know the unseen, nor do I say to you that I am an angel. I only follow what is revealed to me. And let them know that by doing so they are choosing light over darkness, clarity over blindness. Say, is the blind equal to the seeing? Will you not then reflect? Indeed, it is the following of divine revelation alone that leads to clarity and vision. Without this guide, one is left blind and astray. This is the unequivocal message of this verse, stated with clarity and firmness. What then is the role of human reason in this context? The answer, in the Islamic perspective, is straightforward and clear. This intellect granted by God to humankind is capable of receiving revelation and understanding its meanings. This is its role, and therein lies its opportunity to find light and guidance, adhering to the only framework that guarantees truth and does not admit falsehood. But when this intellect isolates itself from revelation, it becomes prone to error, deviation, and flawed judgment. It falters because of its very nature, perceiving existence in fragments rather than as a whole, one experiment after another, one incident after another, one image after another. It is unable to grasp existence in its entirety, to form judgments based on a comprehensive vision, or to establish systems that account for balance and inclusiveness. Thus, when it is severed from God's guidance, it wanders through experiments, constantly changing judgments and systems, oscillating between extremes, and stumbling from one error to another. In the process, it destroys precious human lives and noble faculties. If humanity were to adhere to revelation, it would be spared this chaos, confining its experiments and fluctuations to the realm of things, materials, objects, devices, and tools, the natural domain of human intellect. In such a case, losses would be material, not human or spiritual. Moreover, the human intellect is burdened by desires, whims, and inclinations that require a regulator to ensure that these forces serve the continuity and elevation of human life without exceeding safe boundaries, leading to destruction or decline. This regulator cannot be the intellect itself, for the intellect, under the pressure of competing desires, requires another regulator to protect it from imbalance and corruption. Those who claim that human reason is as infallible as divine revelation, arguing that both are creations of God and must therefore align, rely on philosophical assertions made by some thinkers and not on divine truth. Similarly, those who assert that reason alone can suffice for human guidance, even for the most intelligent among us, contradict what God has decreed. For God has made his proof upon humanity, the revelation and the message, not their intellects or even their innate dispositions, despite these being naturally inclined to recognize their Creator. This is because God knows that reason alone can err, and innate disposition can deviate. Only revelation as a guiding light and leader can safeguard both reason and innate nature. Those who claim that philosophy can replace religion, or that science being a product of reason can substitute for divine guidance, make claims unsupported by truth or reality. The reality is that human societies built upon philosophical doctrines or scientific principles alone have produced lives filled with misery. Despite material abundance, increased production and unprecedented advancements in comfort and technology, the human being remains in profound distress. This does not imply that life should be based on ignorance or blind spontaneity. Those who present the matter in such stark terms are being disingenuous. Islam offers a comprehensive way of life that provides human reason with safeguards against its inherent flaws and external pressures, while also establishing principles and foundations that ensure its uprightness in the pursuit of knowledge and experimentation. At the same time, it guarantees a just and balanced life under the shade of divine law, free from the distortions of reality that could impose deviations upon human thought and methodology. Reason, when accompanied by divine revelation, is illuminated and discerning, but when it abandons divine guidance, it becomes blind and lost. This is why the insistence on following revelation alone is coupled in the Quranic discourse with the metaphor of blindness and sight, and the exhortation to reflect, "I only follow what is revealed to me." Say, "Is the blind equal to the seeing? Will you not then reflect?" The consistent pairing of such imagery in the Quranic expression carries profound meaning. Reflection is indeed encouraged, and the Quran advocates it as a method, but it is reflection bound by the framework of revelation which illuminates and guides, rather than unrestrained reflection that stumbles blindly in the darkness, devoid of guidance, evidence, or enlightening scripture. When human reason operates within the bounds of revelation, it does not move in a constrained sphere. Rather, it operates in a vast and expansive realm, the entirety of existence, encompassing both the seen and the unseen, the depths of the soul, the unfolding events, and all aspects of life. Revelation does not restrict reason except from deviation in methodology, distortion of perception, or the sway of desires and whims. Beyond that, it propels it toward activity and creativity. This magnificent tool gifted by God, the human intellect, is meant to function and thrive under the protection of divine guidance, ensuring that it neither errs nor transgresses. And warn thereby those who fear that they will be gathered before their sustainer, who have no protector or intercessor besides him, so that they may become conscious of him, and do not drive away those who call upon their sustainer morning and evening, seeking his countenance. You are not accountable for them, nor are they accountable for you in any way. Were you to drive them away, you would indeed be among the wrongdoers. Thus, this faith stands in its dignity, transcending the false values of the earthly realm and freeing itself from petty human considerations. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, was commanded to present the message to the people without adornment or embellishment, without enticing them with any of the trappings of worldly value or earthly allurements. He was also commanded to direct his attention toward those who were most likely to benefit from the call, to extend his care to those who received it with sincerity and who turned their hearts toward God alone, seeking only his countenance. Furthermore, he was instructed not to give any weight to the false values of the pagan society, nor to the petty considerations of human vanity, and warn thereby those who fear that they shall be gathered before their sustainer, having no protector or intercessor besides him, so that they may become conscious of him. Warn then those whose hearts tremble at the thought of being gathered before their sustainer, where no protector will shield them and no intercessor will save them, except by his leave. For no intercession shall avail with God except for those whom he permits and for whom he has shown favor. These who feel the fear of that day when there is no helper or intercessor other than God are the ones most deserving of admonition, for they are more likely to listen and to benefit from it, so that they may refrain in this worldly life from whatever might expose them to the punishment of God in the hereafter. The warning, therefore, serves as a beacon of clarity and as an inspiration that stirs the heart. It reveals to them what they should avoid and fear, and it moves their hearts to vigilance and caution, so that they may not fall into that which they have been forbidden after the truth has been made clear to them. And do not drive away those who call upon their sustainer morning and evening, seeking his countenance. Do not turn away those who have dedicated themselves wholly to God, calling upon him in worship and supplication, morning and evening, seeking only his countenance and pleasure. This paints a picture of purity, love, and reverence. For one cannot turn to God alone in worship and supplication unless he has stripped himself of all other attachments, and he cannot seek only God's countenance unless his heart has been purified by love. And he cannot dedicate his worship and supplication exclusively to God, seeking none but his pleasure, unless he has learned the manners of servitude and reached the state of being wholly devoted to the divine living for God and through God. The origin of this command lies in an incident where a group of the nobles of the Quraysh refused to respond to the call of Islam because Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, welcomed into his company the poor and weak among his followers, such as Suhaib, Bilal, Ammar, Kabab, Salman, Ibn Masud, and others like them. These were people whose garments bore the scent of sweat due to their poverty, and whose social standing did not qualify them to sit alongside the leaders of Quraysh in the same gathering. These nobles requested that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, drive these individuals away, but he refused. They then proposed that he set aside separate gatherings, one for the nobles and another for the poor and weak, so that their distinction, privilege, and status in the pagan society would remain intact. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, considered this for a moment in the hope of guiding them to Islam. But then came the command of his sustainer. Do not drive away those who call upon their sustainer morning and evening, seeking his countenance. Muslim relates from Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, we were 6 men with the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, when the polytheists said to him, drive these people away from you, lest they become emboldened against us. I was among them, as were Ibn Mas'ud, a man from Hudhail, Bilal, and 2 others whose names I will not mention. Sa'd continued, a thought entered the heart of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, about what they said, and then God revealed this verse. Do not drive away those who call upon their sustainer morning and evening, seeking his countenance. The nobles of Quraysh had scorned these weak ones whom the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, honoured with his company and care. They mocked their poverty and lowly status, and they complained that their presence in the Prophet's circle discouraged the nobles from embracing Islam. But God, exalted is he, settled this matter decisively, rejecting their claims and refuting them entirely. You are not accountable for their reckoning in any way, nor are they accountable for your reckoning in any way. Were you to drive them away, you would indeed be among the wrongdoers. Their reckoning is their own, and your reckoning is your own. Their poverty and limited means are matters between them and God, just as your wealth and sustenance are matters between you and God. Such material values have no place in the equation of faith or in determining one's rank therein. If you were to drive them away on the basis of wealth or poverty, you would not be measuring by God's standard, nor would you be adhering to his values, and you would then be among the wrongdoers. Yet far be it from the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, to act unjustly. Thus, the poor in material wealth but rich in spirit remained in the Prophet's circle, peace and blessings be upon him. The weak in worldly status but strong in their connection to God retained their rightful place, a place earned by their devotion and sincerity in calling upon God, seeking only his countenance. The scales of Islam and its values were firmly established upon the foundation decreed by God. At this, the arrogant and disdainful nobles objected, saying, "How can it be that God singles out these poor and weak individuals for his favour among us? Surely if what Muhammad has brought were truly good, we would have preceded them to it, and God would have guided us before guiding them. It is inconceivable that these weak and impoverished ones should be the recipients of God's grace, while we, the people of station and dignity, are left out." This was the trial that God had ordained for these arrogant ones, those who prided themselves on wealth and lineage, yet failed to grasp the nature of this faith and the new world it sought to usher in. A world that would elevate humanity to lofty heights, heights that were unfamiliar to the Arabs and indeed to the entire world at the time, and heights that remain alien even to modern democracies, despite all their varied forms and names. Thus we have tried some of them by means of others, so that they might say, "Are these the ones whom God has favoured from among us?" The Quranic discourse answers this disdainful question with a profound and evocative response. Does not God know best those who are grateful? This response is rich with meaning and implication. It asserts, first of all, that guidance is a reward bestowed by God upon those whom he knows will be grateful for it. Even though the gratitude of a servant can never equal the magnitude of this blessing, God, out of his grace, accepts their effort and rewards them with this immense gift, a gift beyond comparison. Additionally, it clarifies that the blessing of faith is not tied to any of the petty values that prevail in human societies. God grants it to those whom he knows will be grateful, regardless of whether they are wealthy or poor, noble or humble. For in God's scales, the trivial distinctions of this world hold no weight. Finally, it affirms that the objections of the arrogant stem from ignorance of the true nature of things. For God distributes his grace based on his perfect knowledge of who is deserving. Their objections, then, are born of ignorance and a lack of proper reverence toward God. The narrative continues, instructing the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, to honor those who had been granted the blessing of being first to embrace Islam, despite the mockery of the arrogant nobles. He's commanded to greet them with peace and to give them glad tidings of the mercy that God has decreed upon himself. And when those who believe in our revelations come to you, say, "Peace be upon you," your sustainer has decreed upon himself mercy, so that whoever among you does wrong out of ignorance and then repents thereafter and mends his ways, verily, he is forgiving, merciful. This is a manifestation of honour following the gift of faith, a gracious ease in judgment and mercy in reward. God, in his infinite grace, makes mercy an obligation upon himself for those who believe in his revelations, commanding his messenger, peace and blessings be upon him, to convey this to them. His mercy even encompasses all sins, provided they repent and reform, for ignorance is an inherent cause of all wrongdoing. Thus this verse embraces all human error, so long as it is followed by sincere repentance and rectification. And before concluding the review of this section of the surah, let us return to some of the narrations that speak of the circumstances surrounding the revelation of these verses, and to the significance of these accounts in light of the Quranic text. These narrations reveal the tremendous transformation to which humanity was being called by this religion at that time, a transformation that even today remains a summit yet to be reclaimed by mankind, who has since regressed far below the heights once reached. Al-Tabari relates from Abu Jafar that Henad ibn al-Sari told us, as did Abu Zubayd on the authority of Ashath, from Qudus al-Talabi, who reported from Ibn Mas'ud, the leaders of Quraysh passed by the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, while he was sitting with Suhaib, Ammar, Bilal, Kabab, and others of the weaker Muslims. They said, "O Muhammad, do you approve of these people among your companions? Are these the ones whom God has favoured over us? Should we follow these people, remove them from your presence? Perhaps if you do so, we might follow you?" And so, this verse was revealed. "And do not drive away those who call upon their sustainer morning and evening, seeking his face." 652. And likewise, thus we have tried some of them through others, to the end of the verse. Similarly, another account from Al-Tabari states, Al-Husayn ibn Amr ibn Muhammad al-Ankazi told us, saying that his father narrated from Asbat, who narrated from Al-Sudi, from Abi Sa'id al-Azdi, who was a reciter from the tribe of Al-Azd, and from Abi al-Kunud, from Kebab, in relation to God's words, and do not drive away those who call upon their sustainer morning and evening, seeking his face, up to the words, so you become among the unjust. 652. It is reported that Al-Akra ibn Habis al-Tamimi and Uyayna ibn Hizn al-Fazari came to the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, while he was sitting with Bilal, Suhaib, Ammar, Kebab and others among the weaker believers. When they saw these companions, they looked down upon them. So they spoke to the Prophet, saying, "We wish that you would reserve for us a special gathering, where we might sit with you apart from these people. Let the Arabs see that we have a rank with you. For delegations from the Arabs come to you, and we feel ashamed that they see us sitting with these slaves. If we come to you, dismiss them from your presence, and when we leave, you may then sit with them if you so desire." The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, agreed, and they said, "Write this agreement for us." The Prophet called for a parchment and summoned Ali to write it. As they were seated, Gabriel descended with the divine revelation, "And do not drive away those who call upon their sustainer morning and evening, seeking his face. You are not accountable for them in any way, nor are they accountable for you in any way, that you should drive them away and become among the unjust." 652. Then came the continuation, "And thus we have tried some of them through others, so that they might say, 'Are these the ones whom God has favoured from among us? Does not God know best who are the grateful?' 653. And then, "And when those who believe in our signs come to you, say, 'Peace be upon you, your sustainer has prescribed mercy upon himself.'" 654. Upon receiving this revelation, the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, cast aside the parchment and summoned us, saying, "Peace be upon you, your sustainer has prescribed mercy upon himself." From that moment on, he would sit with us, and when he wished to leave, he would rise, leaving us behind. Then the verse was revealed, "And be patient with those who call upon their sustainer morning and evening, seeking his face, and do not turn your eyes away from them, seeking the adornments of worldly life." 1828. Thus the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, continued to sit with us. When the time came for him to leave, we would rise and leave him until he departed. Afterward, whenever he encountered us, he would greet us with peace, saying, "Praise be to God, who has placed among my people those whom my sustainer has commanded me to greet first." In Sahih Muslim, it is narrated from Aid ibn Amr that Abu Sufyan passed by Salman, Suhaib and Bilal, along with some companions. They said, "By God, the swords of God have not yet exacted their full vengeance upon the enemy of God." Abu Bakr responded, saying, "Do you speak in this manner to the leader and nobleman of Quraysh?" He then came to the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and informed him of what had transpired. The Prophet said, "O Abu Bakr, perhaps you have angered them. If you have angered them, then you have angered your sustainer." Abu Bakr immediately went to them, asking, "My brothers, did I anger you?" They replied, "No, may God forgive you, our brother." These accounts demand a long and contemplative pause, not only from us, but from all of humanity. For these verses are not merely principles, values, or theories about human rights. They represent something far greater. They are a vivid manifestation of a profound revolution that occurred in the life of humanity, a revolution that marked a luminous trajectory, a summit to which mankind once ascended under the guidance of this religion. And though humanity has since descended from this summit, the significance of that ascension remains undiminished. It is a testament to the heights once attained, and to the possibility of rising to them again. For if humanity once reached that summit, it must remain within its capacity to do so once more. The value of these verses lies not only in their historical realization, but also in their enduring presence as a guiding light for humanity, a roadmap tracing every step of the journey upward. From the base of the abyss, where Islam found the Arabs and indeed all of humanity in its state of ignorance, Jahiliyyah, to the towering heights of moral and spiritual refinement, these verses chart a path. The depths of that abyss are vividly captured in the words of the Quraysh elite. O Muhammad, do you approve of these people among your companions? Are these the ones whom God has favored over us? Should we follow these people, remove them from your presence? Perhaps if you do so, we might follow you. Or again, in the disdain of Al-Aqra and Uyayna for the early companions of the Prophet Bilal, Suhaib, Ammar, Kabab, and others among the weak, as they declared, "We wish that you would reserve for us a special gathering. Let the Arabs see that we have a rank with you." Here the ugliest face of ignorance, Jahiliyyah, reveals itself, its petty values, its shallow standards, its tribal, racial and class-based prejudices. Some of these companions were not Arabs. Others did not belong to the noble classes or possess wealth. These are the same hollow values that characterize every era of ignorance, and which remain alive in the nationalist, racial and class-based prejudices of the modern world. Against this backdrop of ignorance stands the towering summit of Islam, a religion that utterly rejects such hollow values and paltry considerations. Islam, which descended from the heavens and did not spring from the earth, for the earth was mired in this abyss of ignorance. Such a sublime and noble religion could not have emerged from the soil of such a degraded state. Islam, which commanded obedience even from Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, the messenger of God, who was himself of the noblest lineage in Quraysh, a descendant of Hashim and the most esteemed of his people. It is this Islam that instructed even Abu Bakr, may God be pleased with him, to humble himself before those whom the Quraysh elite derisively called slaves. These slaves had cast off the chains of servitude to anyone but God, becoming true servants of him alone and thus achieving what they achieved. The depths of ignorance, Jahiliyyah, are laid bare in the words and attitudes of the Quraysh elite, while the summit of Islam is epitomized in the commands of the Almighty to his messenger. And do not drive away those who call upon their sustainer morning and evening, seeking his face. You are not accountable for them in any way, nor are they accountable for you in any way, that you should drive them away and become among the unjust. 652. And thus we have tried some of them through others, so that they might say, "Are these the ones whom God has favored from among us? Does not God know best who are the grateful?" 653. And when those who believe in our signs come to you, say, "Peace be upon you. Your sustainer has prescribed mercy upon himself." 654. This summit is also reflected in the conduct of the Prophet. Peace and blessings be upon him toward these slaves, whom his sustainer commanded him to greet first with peace and to remain seated with until they themselves departed, despite his own noble lineage and his status as the messenger of God, the greatest of all creation and the most honored being to have ever walked the earth. And it is further reflected in the perspective of these servants regarding their standing with God, their view of their swords, which they consider to be the swords of God, and their perception of Abu Sufyan, the elder of Quraysh and its chief, whose rank in the Muslim ranks had been lowered because he was among the Tulaka, those who embraced Islam after the conquest of Mecca, and were set free by the Prophet's pardon. Meanwhile, they themselves had been elevated because they were among the Sabiqun, the first to embrace Islam, those who endured the trials and tribulations of faith. When Abu Bakr, may God be pleased with him, reproached them for the way they treated Abu Sufyan, the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, warned him against angering these servants, lest he anger God himself. Oh God, what words could possibly capture the magnitude of such an event? What commentary could ever do justice to this reality? We are left only to marvel at its significance. And so Abu Bakr, may God be pleased with him, hastened to seek their forgiveness, saying, "O my brothers, have I angered you?" They replied, "No, our brother, may God forgive you." What an astounding transformation this represents in the life of humanity. What an extraordinary shift it signifies in the values, structures, emotions and perceptions of society. And yet the earth remained the same, the environment remained the same, the people remained the same, and the economy remained the same. Everything was as it had been, except that a revelation had descended from the heavens upon a man chosen from among humankind, carrying with it God's authority. It addressed the innate nature of humanity beneath layers of ignorance, summoning those who dwelled at the foot of the mountain to ascend, step by step, toward the lofty summit. Higher and higher they climbed toward Islam, toward that sacred peak. But then humanity retreated from that exalted summit and descended once more to the base of the mountain. And there, in places like New York, Washington, Chicago, Johannesburg, and elsewhere in the so-called lands of civilization, the foul stench of tribalism and bigotry re-emerged, bigotry of race and colour, alongside new forms of nationalism, chauvinism and class division, no less rancid than the prejudices of old. And yet Islam remains steadfast upon that summit where once humanity had drawn its luminous line across the horizon. Islam remains there an enduring mercy from God to humankind, calling them to lift their feet from the mud, to raise their eyes from the mire, and to once again aspire toward that radiant line. It beckons them to hear once more the call of this faith, to ascend one more time to that lofty summit with Islam as their guide. Within the scope of this methodology, fi Zilal al-Qur'an, we cannot delve further into this profound reality. Nor can we, in this limited space, take the long pause that we urge all of humanity to take before these texts and their significance. But let humanity attempt to grasp the immense horizon that unfolds through these verses, the journey of humankind as it rises, guided by the call of Islam, from the depths of ignorance to the far-reaching heights of that sacred summit. And let it also contemplate the depths to which it has since fallen, lured by the howls of material civilization, stripped bare of spirit and faith. Let it ponder, too, the path that Islam still offers today, after all other paths have failed, after every ideology, every system, every political order, and every philosophy devised by man has proven incapable of lifting humanity back to that summit. All these experiments and systems have failed to guarantee humanity its noble rights in the luminous form that Islam once achieved. They have failed to bring serenity to the human heart, or to effect a transformation of such magnitude, one that elevates humanity without massacres, without persecution, without the destruction of fundamental freedoms, without fear, without terror, without torture, without hunger, without poverty, and without any of the devastating consequences that accompany humanity's attempts to restructure society through flawed and oppressive systems in which human beings enslave one another rather than serve God alone. For now, let this suffice. Let the profound and powerful implications of these verses, which flow directly into illuminated hearts, speak for themselves. Thus do we clearly spell out the signs, so that the path of the evildoers might become distinct. 655. This brings us to the conclusion of this section, which has presented the essence of the message and the character of the messenger in all its radiant clarity. It has stripped this creed of all embellishments, distinguishing between the values and considerations that this faith came to eradicate from human life and those that it came to affirm. Thus do we clearly spell out the signs. With this methodology, this approach, and this clarity, the Quran separates truth from error so that no doubt remains in the reality of this truth, leaving no ambiguity in its message and allowing no need for miraculous signs beyond the clarity of its argument. Truth stands manifest, and the matter is plain, as demonstrated by the model presented in the Quranic narrative. Indeed, all that has been elaborated upon in this surah, the proofs of guidance, the inspirations of faith, the exposition of truths, and the affirmation of realities, falls under the purview of God's statement. Thus do we clearly spell out the signs. 655. As for the conclusion of this short verse, so that the path of the evildoers might become distinct. 655. It is truly remarkable. It unveils the divine methodology underlying the Quranic approach to faith and its movement in the world. This methodology does not concern itself solely with clarifying and manifesting the truth so that the path of the righteous and the faithful becomes clear. It also concerns itself with exposing falsehood and unmasking it, so that the path of the transgressors and evildoers becomes equally clear. For the clarity of the evildoer's path is as essential as the clarity of the believer's path, like a dividing line drawn where the roads fork. This is the divine methodology decreed by God, for he knows that establishing firm conviction in the truth and in goodness requires a clear view of its opposite, falsehood and evil. One must see falsehood for what it is, utter falsehood, and evil for what it is, pure evil. Just as the strength of one's commitment to the truth arises not only from believing oneself to be on the right path, but also from the certainty that those who oppose and resist that path are entrenched in falsehood. The believer must know with confidence and clarity that those who oppose them are among the evildoers. Thus, the unveiling of disbelief, evil, and criminality is necessary for the illumination of faith, righteousness, and virtue. The distinctness of the evildoer's path is one of the objectives of God's detailed revelations. For any obscurity or doubt regarding the path of the evildoers inevitably casts shadows upon the path of the believers. The two paths are opposite pages, diverging roads. The lines and colours must be clear and unmistakable. Therefore, every Islamic movement must begin by defining the path of the believers and the path of the evildoers. It must clearly identify who the believers are, based on their actions, and who the evildoers are, based on their deeds, in the reality of life, not merely in theoretical terms. The advocates of the Islamic mission must know who among those around them are the believers and who are the evildoers. After defining the path, methodology, and signs of the believers, and distinguishing them from the path, methodology, and signs of the evildoers, no confusion must remain between the two. The features and characteristics of the two groups must not overlap or blur. In the era of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, this clarity was absolute. The believer's path was the path of the messenger and those who followed him, while the path of the evildoers was that of the polytheists who refused to join this faith. With this clarity, the Qur'an was revealed, and God detailed his verses in the manner demonstrated in earlier examples of this surah, culminating in the most recent example, so that the path of the evildoers might become distinct. Wherever Islam confronts polytheism, atheism, or the misguidance of degenerated faiths, those once of divine origin but later corrupted by human distortions, the path of the righteous believers remains clear, as does the path of the evildoers among the disbelievers. No concealment or confusion can obscure this distinction. But the greatest hardship faced by the true movements of Islam today does not lie in any of these external challenges. It lies rather in the presence of peoples descended from the lineage of Muslims, dwelling in lands that in days gone by were once abodes of peace, lands ruled by the law of God and governed by his Sharia. Yet now these lands and these peoples have abandoned the essence of Islam while clinging only to its name. They have disavowed the very foundations of Islam in both belief and practice, even as they imagine themselves to be adherents of Islam in faith. For Islam is the testimony that there is no deity but God, and the testimony that there is no deity but God manifests itself in the conviction that God alone is the creator of this universe and its sole sovereign. It is He alone to whom humanity must turn in devotion and worship, and it is He alone who is the source of all laws to which humanity must submit in every facet of life. And so, whoever does not bear witness to there is no deity but God, in this comprehensive sense, has not truly borne witness to it, nor has he entered into Islam regardless of his name, title, or lineage. Likewise, any land in which the testimony of there is no deity but God is not realized in this all-encompassing sense is a land that has not submitted to the religion of God, nor has it entered into Islam. Today there exist peoples whose names bear the mark of Islam and whose ancestry traces back to Muslim forebears. There exist lands that were once abodes of peace, but these peoples do not bear witness to there is no deity but God in its true sense, and these lands no longer submit to the divine requirements of that testimony. This, then, is the most arduous challenge confronting the true Islamic movements within such lands and among such peoples. The most difficult trial these movements endure is the haze, ambiguity, and confusion that have surrounded the meaning of there is no deity but God, and the meaning of Islam on one hand, and the meaning of shirk, associating partners with God, and Jahiliyyah, the state of ignorance, on the other. The greatest hardship lies in the lack of clarity between the path of the righteous believers and the path of the criminal polytheists, in the mingling of symbols and labels, in the confusion of names and attributes, and in the bewilderment that obscures the crossroads of divergence. The enemies of the Islamic movements are fully aware of this vulnerability. Thus, they labor to widen it, to dilute it, to cloud it, and to create even more confusion, so much so that even speaking the word of truth becomes a crime for which one is seized and condemned. It becomes a charge of declaring Muslims to be unbelievers. And the judgment of what constitutes Islam or disbelief is left to the customs and conventions of men, rather than to the word of God and the word of his messenger. This is the greatest hardship. And this is also the first obstacle that those who call to God must overcome in every generation. The call to God must begin with the clear delineation of the path of the believers and the path of the criminals. Those who call to God must not waver in proclaiming the truth and drawing clear distinctions. They must not yield to fear or hesitation, and they must not be deterred by the rebuke of any critic, nor by the clamour of those who cry out, "Look! They are declaring Muslims to be unbelievers." Islam is not the pliable, diluted concept that the deceived imagine it to be. Islam is clear and disbelief is clear. Islam is the testimony that there is no deity but God, in its full, comprehensive sense. Whoever does not bear this testimony in this manner and does not establish it in life in this manner is, according to the judgment of God and his messenger, among the unbelievers, the wrongdoers, the transgressors, the criminals. Thus do we make clear the signs so that the path of the criminals might become distinct. Qur'an 6:55. Indeed, those who call to God must surmount this obstacle, and this clarity must take root in their hearts, so that their energies may be fully unleashed in the path of God, unhindered by doubt, unclouded by confusion, and unwavering in conviction. Their energies will not be unleashed until they are absolutely certain that they are the true Muslims, and that those who stand in their way, obstructing them and turning people away from the path of God, are the criminals. Likewise, they will not endure the hardships of the path unless they are firmly convinced that it is a matter of belief and disbelief, that they and their people stand at a crossroads, that they are on one way and their people are on another, that they are of one faith and their people of another, that they are in one religion and their people in another. Thus do we make clear the signs, so that the path of the criminals might become distinct. Qur'an 6:55. And God, the most truthful, has spoken the truth. Say, I have been forbidden to worship those whom you invoke instead of God. Say, I will not follow your desires, for then I would go astray and cease to be of the rightly guided. Qur'an 6:56. Say, I am upon clear evidence from my sustainer, but you have denied it. That which you are seeking to hasten is not within my power. Judgment belongs to none but God. He declares the truth, and he is the best of judges. Qur'an 6:57. Say, if I had that which you seek to hasten, the matter would have been settled between me and you, but God knows best those who do wrong. Qur'an 6:58. And with him are the keys to the unseen. None knows them but he. He knows all that is in the land and the sea. Not a leaf falls, but he knows it, nor a grain in the darkness of the earth, nor anything fresh or dry. But it is recorded in a clear book. Qur'an 6:59. And it is he who takes your souls by night and knows what you have done by day. Then he revives you therein so that a fixed term may be fulfilled. Then to him is your return, and he will inform you of what you used to do. Qur'an 6:60. He is the subduer above his servants, and he sends guardians over you until when death comes to one of you, our messengers take his soul, and they do not fail in their duty. Then they are returned to God, their true master. Unquestionably, his is the judgment, and he is the swiftest of reckoners. Qur'an 6:61-62. Say, who saves you from the darkness of the land and the sea when you call upon him in humility and secrecy? If he saves us from this, we will surely be among the grateful. Qur'an 6:63. Say, God saves you from it and from every distress, yet you still associate others with him. Quran 6:64. Say, he is the one able to send upon you punishment from above you or from beneath your feet, or to divide you into factions and make you taste the violence of one another. See how we diversify the signs so that they might understand. Quran 6:65. This wave is a return to the essence of divine oneness, after the earlier wave in this coherent context, which elucidated the essence of prophethood and the essence of the messenger. And after the path of the criminals and the path of the believers has been made distinct, as we mentioned at the end of the previous passage, the essence of divine oneness in this wave is revealed in manifold dimensions, which we will summarize here before delving into the Quranic verses in detail. It is revealed in the heart of the messenger of God. Peace and blessings be upon him, as he finds within himself a clear evidence from his sustainer, a certainty unshaken by the denials of the deniers. Thus, he dedicates himself wholly to his sustainer and severs himself from his people with the clarity of one certain of their error and equally certain of his own guidance. Say, I have been forbidden to worship those whom you invoke instead of God. Say, I will not follow your desires, for then I would go astray and cease to be of the rightly guided. Quran 6:56. Say, I am upon clear evidence from my sustainer, but you have denied it. That which you are seeking to hasten is not within my power. Judgment belongs to none but God. He declares the truth, and he is the best of judges. Quran 6:57. It is revealed in God's forbearance toward the deniers, in his refusal to respond to their demands for material miracles, and in his withholding of immediate punishment for their rejection, as is his way, though he is fully capable of doing so. If the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, had possessed the power to bring about what they sought to hasten, he would not have withheld it from them, for his human nature would have been wearied by their rejection. This forbearance is a manifestation of God's mercy and patience, as well as a field in which his divinity is revealed. Say, if I had that which you seek to hasten, the matter would have been settled between me and you, but God knows best those who do wrong. Quran 6:58. It is revealed in God's knowledge of the unseen and his encompassing awareness of all that occurs in existence, in a way that belongs to none but him, and is described in terms that only he can articulate. And with him are the keys to the unseen. None knows them but he. He knows all that is in the land and the sea. Not a leaf falls, but he knows it, nor a grain in the darkness of the earth, nor anything fresh or dry, but it is recorded in a clear book. Quran 6:59. It is revealed in God's dominion over human beings, his subjugation of his servants in all their states, whether in sleep or wakefulness, in life or death, in this world or the next. And it is he who takes your souls by night and knows what you have done by day. Then he revives you therein, so that a fixed term may be fulfilled. Then to him is your return, and he will inform you of what you used to do. Quran 6:60. He is the subduer above his servants, and he sends guardians over you until when death comes to one of you, our messengers take his soul, and they do not fail in their duty. Then they are returned to God, their true master. Unquestionably, his is the judgment, and he is the swiftest of reckoners. Quran 6:61-62. And it's revealed even in the innate disposition of the deniers themselves when they are confronted with overwhelming distress. In such moments they call upon none but God to relieve them of their suffering. Yet despite this, they persist in their polytheism, forgetting that the very God they call upon for deliverance is fully capable of inflicting upon them all manner of punishment from which no one can save them. Say, who is it that delivers you from the darkness of land and sea, when you call upon him in humility and in secret, saying, if he delivers us from this, we shall surely be among the grateful. Say, it is God who delivers you from it and from every distress, yet you persist in associating others with him. Say, he is able to send punishment upon you from above you or from beneath your feet, or to divide you into factions and make you taste the violence of one another. Behold how we make the signs clear, so that they might understand. Quran 6:63-65. Say, I have been forbidden to worship those whom you invoke instead of God. Say, I shall not follow your whims, for then I would go astray and cease to be of the rightly guided. Say, I am on clear evidence from my sustainer, yet you deny him. That which you impatiently seek is not within my power. Judgment belongs to none but God. He declares the truth, and he is the best of judges. Say, if I had that which you are impatient for, the matter between me and you would have been settled, but God knows best who are the wrongdoers. Qur'an 6:56-58. This passage overflows with profound influences, expressed in a variety of rhythms that address the human heart with the truth of God's oneness in all its dimensions. Among these deep influences is the recurring command to the Prophet, peace be upon him. Say, a divine instruction to deliver to humanity the revelation from his sustainer. For he speaks only what is revealed to him, follows no other guidance, and seeks no source of inspiration besides God. Say, I have been forbidden to worship those whom you invoke instead of God. Say, I shall not follow your whims, for then I would go astray and cease to be of the rightly guided. God exalted is he, commands his prophet, peace be upon him, to confront the polytheists with the truth, that he has been forbidden by his sustainer to worship the entities they call upon besides God, or to take them as equals to God. For he has also been forbidden to follow their whims, since their invocations of those other than God arise from mere whims, devoid of knowledge or truth. Were he to follow their whims, he too would go astray and cease to be rightly guided. For their whims lead only to error, and they themselves are led only by error. God commands his prophet, peace be upon him, to stand firmly against the polytheists, confronting them with clarity, and separating himself from them decisively. This is consistent with what God commanded him earlier in the Surah, when he said, do you testify that there are other deities alongside God? Say, I do not testify. Say, he is but one God, and I am free of whatever you associate with him. Qur'an 6:19. The polytheists had sought to persuade the Prophet, peace be upon him, to compromise with them, to agree to their religion in exchange for their agreeing to his. They even suggested that he prostrate himself to their idols in return for their prostration to his God, as if such a compromise could ever be possible, as if polytheism and Islam could ever dwell in the same heart, as if servitude to God could coexist with servitude to others. Such a thing can never be. For God has no need of partners and rejects any form of association with him. He demands from his servants pure devotion, undiluted by any trace of servitude to other than him, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant. Although the verse commands the prophet, peace be upon him, to declare that he has been forbidden from worshipping any of the entities they invoke besides God, the wording of the verse deserves our attention. God says, say, I have been forbidden to worship those whom you invoke besides God. Here the use of those in Arabic al-Adina is striking. This term typically refers to beings endowed with reason. Were the verse referring solely to idols and inanimate objects, it would have used what instead of al-Adina, those. Therefore, the verse must also be referring to rational beings alongside idols and inanimate objects who are invoked as equals to God. The use of al-Adina encompasses both categories, treating them collectively as rational beings. This understanding aligns with both reality and the terminology of Islam. From the perspective of reality, the polytheists did not merely associate God with idols and inanimate objects. They also associated him with beings such as jinn, angels, and human beings. They associated humans with God by granting them the right to legislate for society and individuals, to establish traditions, and to judge in disputes according to custom and opinion. From the perspective of Islamic terminology, this too is regarded as shirk. Islam considers the act of granting humans the authority to rule over others as a form of deification, making them equals to God. God prohibits this just as he prohibits prostration to idols. For both are considered equal forms of shirk. Both are acts of associating others with God and invoking equals besides him. The next divine command follows seamlessly, completing the first. Say, I am on clear evidence from my sustainer, yet you deny him. That which you impatiently seek is not within my power. Judgment belongs to none but God. He declares the truth, and he is the best of judges. Here God commands his prophet, peace be upon him, to boldly proclaim to the polytheists that he is standing on clear evidence from his sustainer, with an unshakable certainty, an undeniable inner proof, and a deep spiritual awareness of his sustainer, his existence, his oneness, and his revelation. This is the profound inner certainty that all prophets felt in their hearts, which they expressed in words similar to these. Noah said, "O my people, have you considered, if I stand on clear evidence from my sustainer, and he has granted me mercy from himself, but it has been obscured from you, shall we compel you to accept it while you are averse to it?" Qur'an 11:28. Salih said, "O my people, have you considered, if I stand on clear evidence from my sustainer, and he has granted me mercy from himself, who could save me from God if I were to disobey him? You would only increase me in loss." Qur'an 11:63. Abraham said, "Do you dispute with me concerning God while he has guided me?" Qur'an 6:80. Jacob said to his sons, "Did I not tell you that I know from God what you do not know?" Qur'an 12:96. These are the manifestations of divine oneness in the hearts of his chosen servants, to whom God reveals himself. They feel his presence in their innermost being, where the truth of his oneness pours into their hearts, filling them with certainty. This is the truth that God commands his prophet, peace be upon him, to proclaim boldly to the polytheists who deny their sustainer and demand miraculous signs to confirm the truth of his message, a truth that the prophet already perceives with perfect clarity and depth in his own heart. Say, "I am on clear evidence from my sustainer, yet you deny him." They demanded that a miraculous sign descend upon them, or that punishment befall them as proof of his message. But the prophet was commanded to declare the reality of prophethood and the reality of the messenger, to make clear the distinction between his role as a messenger and the divine reality of God. He was to proclaim that he does not possess the power to bring about what they impatiently seek, for such power belongs to God alone. He is not a deity, but merely a messenger. That which you impatiently seek is not within my power. Judgment belongs to none but God. He declares the truth, and he is the best of judges. The infliction of punishment after the coming of a miraculous sign is an act of divine judgment, and judgment belongs solely to God. He alone declares the truth and informs humanity of it. He alone decides between the one who calls to the truth and those who deny it. None of this lies within the power of any of his creation. Thus, the messenger, peace be upon him, is stripped of any claim to authority or control over divine judgment. Such matters belong exclusively to God and are among his unique prerogatives. The messenger is but a human being to whom revelation has been sent, tasked with delivering the message and issuing warnings, not with decreeing judgment or punishment. Just as God alone declares the truth, he alone passes judgment and resolves matters. This is the ultimate affirmation of God's transcendence and the utter distinction between the Creator and his creation. Then he is commanded to touch their hearts and minds and to direct them toward a powerful indication that this matter is from God, left entirely to his will. For if the matter of miracles, including the bringing down of punishment, were within his power, as a mere human being, he would not have been able to restrain himself from responding to their insistence, so relentless and persistent is their demand. But because the matter is in God's hands alone, he shows them forbearance and patience. He does not bring forth a miracle that would be followed by annihilating punishment should they disbelieve in it, as happened to those before them. Say, if what you are hastening were within my power, the matter between me and you would have been settled, but God knows best those who are wrongdoers. Quran 6:58. Indeed, the capacity of human beings for patience, forbearance, and postponement has its limits. It is only God the forbearing, the mighty, the all-powerful, who can endure and grant reprieve to humankind despite their defiance, rebellion, and audacity. And truly, God has spoken the truth. For there are moments when a person witnesses the deeds of others and feels their chest tighten, as though their very soul has risen to their throat. And yet, when they look, they find that God glorious is. He continues to encompass these people in his dominion, providing them food and drink, even showering them with blessings, opening for them the gates of all things. At such moments one can only echo the words of Abu Bakr, may God be pleased with him, as the polytheists struck him with cruel and merciless blows until his face became unrecognizable. O Sustainer, how forbearing you are! O Sustainer, how forbearing you are! For indeed it is only the forbearance of God. He grants them respite while they know it not, drawing them ever closer to their undoing. And God knows best those who are wrongdoers. Thus he grants them reprieve in full knowledge, allows them time with profound wisdom, and is forbearing toward them, though he has the power to answer their demands and then bring upon them a grievous punishment. And with this reference to God's knowledge of the wrongdoers, and as a natural continuation of the exposition of divine attributes, the Qur'an unveils a profound and majestic dimension of God's uniqueness, his encompassing knowledge of the unseen, his all-encompassing awareness of the hidden mysteries of existence. In doing so, it paints a unique image of this divine knowledge, sending forth arrows of meaning that pierce through the horizons and depths of its vastness. And with him are the keys to the unseen. None knows them but he, and he knows what is on land and in the sea. Not a leaf falls without his knowledge, nor a grain in the darkness of the earth, nor anything moist or dry, but that it is in a clear record. Quran 6:59. This is a vision of God's comprehensive, all-encompassing knowledge, from which nothing escapes, neither in time nor in space, neither on earth nor in the heavens, neither on land nor in the sea, neither in the depths of the earth nor in the layers of the sky, whether it be living or dead, moist or dry. But how far removed are our human words from the miraculous rhythm of the Qur'an? And how distant is our analytical expression from the profound and suggestive imagery of the divine text? The human imagination soars behind this brief verse, exploring the horizons of the known and the unknown, the realm of the unseen and the realm of the witnessed, following the traces of God's knowledge through the vastness of the universe and beyond the boundaries of this visible world. The heart trembles as it perceives these images and scenes from every direction, attempting to probe the veils of the unseen past, present and future, vast in scope, profound in depth and infinite in dimension. All its keys are with God, none knows them but he. The imagination roams through the barren deserts and the hidden depths of the seas, all of which are laid bare before God's knowledge. It tracks every leaf that falls from the trees of the earth beyond human enumeration, while God's eye is upon every single one of them, here, there, and everywhere. It observes every grain hidden in the shadows of the earth, nothing escaping God's attention. It watches every moist and dry thing in this vast universe, none of it beyond God's all-encompassing awareness. This is a journey that overwhelms the mind and amazes the soul, a journey through the vastness of time, the expanse of space, and the depths of the visible and the hidden, the known and the unknown. It is a journey so far-reaching, so profound, and so all-encompassing that the imagination grows weary even trying to conceive its scope. Yet this all-encompassing reality is encapsulated in a few words, perfect in their precision and completeness. Indeed, this is the miracle of the Qur'an. No matter how one approaches this single verse, one finds oneself overwhelmed by its miraculous nature, its testimony to the divine origin of this Qur'an. When we consider it in terms of its subject matter, we are immediately struck by the realization that this is a statement no human could make. It bears no trace of human limitations. The human mind, when contemplating such a subject, the all-encompassing nature of knowledge, does not venture into such realms. The human intellect, even in its loftiest flights, is bound by certain patterns and limitations. It draws its ideas from its immediate concerns and preoccupations. What human mind, for instance, would concern itself with counting and accounting for every leaf that falls from every tree across the face of the earth? Such a notion does not even occur to the human mind in the first place. It is not within the scope of human preoccupations to take an interest in the falling leaves, let alone to use them as a metaphor for comprehensive knowledge. This is a matter that belongs solely to the Creator, who alone accounts for it and expresses it. What human mind would concern itself with every grain hidden in the depths of the earth? The utmost that human beings care about is the grain they themselves plant in the soil, awaiting its growth. But as for every grain hidden in the darkness of the earth, this is not something that even crosses their minds, nor do they pay it any heed, nor do they use it as a metaphor for all-encompassing knowledge. This too is a matter known only to the Creator, who alone accounts for it and expresses it. And what human mind would concern itself with the absolute universality of neither moist nor dry? The utmost that human beings concern themselves with are the moist and dry things they find useful in their immediate lives. But to speak of every moist and dry thing as a sign of comprehensive knowledge is not within the ordinary scope of human thought or expression. This too is a matter known only to the Creator, who alone accounts for it and expresses it. And mankind does not consider that every falling leaf, every buried grain, every moist and dry thing is recorded in a clear book, safeguarded in a preserved register. For what concern is it of theirs? What benefit does it bring to them? Why would they care to have it documented? It is only the owner of the dominion, to whom nothing in his kingdom is hidden, who records and preserves it all, the small as the great, the insignificant as the magnificent, the concealed as the manifest, the unknown as the known, and the distant as the near. This vast, comprehensive, profound and awe-inspiring scene, the scene of every leaf falling from the trees of the earth. Every grain hidden deep within the folds of the earth, and every moist and dry thing across all corners of the earth, is a scene that neither human thought nor human concern is drawn towards. Nor is it perceived by the human eye or comprehended by human observation. It is a vision that is fully and entirely revealed only to God's infinite knowledge. He who oversees all things, encompasses all things, and preserves all things. His will and decree are attached to everything, the small as the great, the insignificant as the magnificent, the concealed as the manifest, the unknown as the known, and the distant as the near. Those who experience human perception and expression recognize well the limits of human imagination and human articulation. From their own human experience, they understand that such a scene does not arise in the human heart, just as such an expression cannot be crafted by human speech. And those who doubt this claim should review the totality of human words to see if anyone has ever ventured into such realms of thought or expression. Indeed, this verse, and others like it in the Qur'an, is alone sufficient to reveal the divine source of this noble book. Moreover, when we consider the artistic mastery of the expression itself, we behold horizons of beauty and harmony that surpass anything known to human works at this sublime level. And with him are the keys to the unseen. None knows them but he. 659. Depths upon depths, horizons upon horizons, and mysteries upon mysteries of the absolute unseen in time and space, in the past, present and future, in the events of life, and in the stirrings of the soul. And he knows what is on land and in the sea. Depths upon depths, horizons upon horizons, and mysteries upon mysteries of the tangible and the visible, spread evenly in breadth, scope, and comprehensiveness. The vastness of the seen and witnessed corresponds to the vastness of the hidden and veiled. And not a leaf falls, but he knows it. The movement of death and decay, the motion of falling and decline from height to depth, from life to extinction, nor a grain in the darkness of the earth. The movement of emergence and growth, bursting forth from the depths to the surface, from concealment and stillness to momentum and expansion. Nor anything moist or dry, but it is in a clear record. An all-encompassing generalization that includes life and death, flourishing and withering in every living thing without exception. So who is it that creates such a direction and scope? Who is it that brings forth such harmony and beauty? Who is it that crafts all this and so much more in such a brief and succinct text? Who, if not God? Then we pause before his words. And with him are the keys to the unseen. None knows them but he. 659. We pause to reflect on the concept of the unseen and its keys, and on God's exclusive knowledge of them. For the reality of the unseen constitutes one of the foundational elements of Islamic thought, as it is one of the fundamental pillars of Islamic belief and a cornerstone of faith itself. In our time, the terms unseen and the unseen realm are frequently used, particularly in response to the rise of materialistic ideologies, and are often set in opposition to science and scientific thought. Yet the Quran unequivocally affirms that there is an unseen realm, the keys to which are known only to God. It asserts that what humanity has been given of knowledge is but a little, and that this little has only been granted to them because God, in his wisdom, has deemed it appropriate to their capacity and their need. Beyond the realm of knowledge that God has granted them, they know only conjecture, and conjecture avails nothing against truth. The Quran further declares that God has created this universe and established its immutable laws, and that he has taught mankind to investigate and understand some of these laws, enabling them to interact with the world within the limits of their ability and need. It also promises that God will reveal to humanity in their own selves and in the horizons around them signs that will increase their certainty that what has come to them from their sustainer is the truth. Yet this unveiling of God's laws in no way negates the reality of the unseen, which remains hidden from human understanding, nor does it contradict the absolute sovereignty of God's will, which decrees every event with a specific measure, bringing it into existence in perfect harmony with Islamic belief and the Muslim's view of existence. These interconnected truths, with their multifaceted and harmonious dimensions, demand from us here in the shade of the Quran a word that attempts as much as possible to be concise and to remain within the methodology we have adopted in this work. God Almighty describes the believers in many places in the Quran as those who believe in the unseen, 2:3, making this quality one of the essential foundations of faith. Alif Lam Mim. This is the book in which there is no doubt a guidance for the God-conscious, who believe in the unseen, establish prayer, and spend out of what we have provided for them, who believe in what has been revealed to you and what was revealed before you, and who are certain of the hereafter. It is they who are on true guidance from their sustainer, and it is they who will prosper. 2:1-5. Belief in God. Almighty is, in essence, belief in the unseen. For the essence of God is hidden from human perception. When people believe in him, they believe in the unseen, perceiving the signs of his actions, but unable to comprehend his essence or the manner of his deeds. Likewise, belief in the hereafter is belief in the unseen. The hour in relation to humanity is veiled, and everything that will occur within it, resurrection, judgment, reward, and punishment, is all part of the unseen that the believer affirms, trusting in God's revelation. The unseen, which is integral to faith, encompasses other realities described in the Quran as part of the believer's comprehensive creed. The messenger believes in what has been revealed to him from his sustainer, and so do the believers. Each one believes in God, his angels, his books, and his messengers. We make no distinction between any of his messengers, and they say, "We hear and obey. Your forgiveness, our sustainer, to you is the final return." 2:285. From this verse we see that the messenger of God, peace be upon him, and the believers alike affirm belief in God who is unseen and in what has been revealed to the messenger, which includes glimpses of the unseen as God has permitted. As he says in another verse, "Knower of the unseen, he does not disclose his unseen to anyone except to a messenger whom he has chosen." 72:26-27. Belief in the angels is also belief in the unseen. Mankind knows nothing about them except what God has informed them in accordance with their capacity and need. Remaining within the domain of the unseen that faith requires is belief in divine decree known as qadar, which remains hidden from human understanding until it unfolds. As the Prophet, peace be upon him, said in the Hadith, "And to believe in divine decree, it's good and it's evil," reported by Bukhari and Muslim. The unseen surrounds humanity on all sides, hidden in the past, concealed in the present, and veiled in the future. It is present within the very being of man and the entirety of creation around him. It permeates the origins of the universe and its trajectory, the nature of life and its movement, and even what mankind knows as much as what they do not. Man swims in an ocean of the unknown. He is ignorant even of what occurs within his own being in the present moment. let alone what transpires in the universe around him, or what awaits in the moments to come for himself, the cosmos, and every particle within it. This is the unseen. This is the unknown. And the human mind, this flickering lamp of limited reach, floats in a sea of the unknown, finding only scattered islands as landmarks in the vastness. Were it not for God's guidance, his subjugation of this universe for humanity, and his teaching of some of its laws, mankind would accomplish nothing. Yet mankind is ungrateful, and few of my servants are grateful. 34:13. Indeed, in these days mankind becomes arrogant over the little knowledge God has granted them, boasting of the laws he has unveiled to them, and the small amount of understanding they possess. They claim at times that man stands alone and no longer needs a God to assist him. They claim at times that science opposes the unseen and that scientific thinking contradicts unseen thought. And they assert that there is no meeting point between science and the unseen, just as they imagine no meeting point between the scientific mind and the mind of faith. Let us cast a glance at the stance of science before the realm of the unseen, as reflected in the research and words of human scientists. But before we delve into this, let us pause to reflect upon the decisive words spoken by the all-knowing, the all-aware, regarding the scant measure of human knowledge. And you have been given of knowledge but a little. Al-Isra 85. And they follow but conjecture, and that which their own souls desire, even though guidance had already come to them from their sustainer, An-Najm 29. And, most assuredly, the unseen belongs to God alone, and with him are the keys to the unseen, none knows them but he, Al-An'am 59. And does he possess knowledge of the unseen so that he sees? An-Najm 35. These divine words, in their clarity and profundity, speak for themselves and proclaim truths beyond the reach of human conjecture. Let us then observe how science stands before the unseen, as expressed in the research and statements of human scientists, not by any means to affirm the word of God through the words of man, for how could the believer seek validation of God's truth through human conjecture? But rather to confront those who ceaselessly chew over the notions of science and the unseen, of scientific and metaphysical, and judge all matters through the prism of human knowledge. Let them realize that it is they who must strive for true culture and understanding in order to live in their own time and not lag behind the intellectual advances and empirical findings of their era. Let them awaken to the realization that the unseen is the one and only scientifically certain reality, the sole truth that persists beyond all human experiments, research, and knowledge itself. In truth, scientific inquiry, in light of the latest experiments and conclusions, is utterly synonymous with metaphysical. What stands in true opposition to the metaphysical is not science, but Jahiliyyah, yes, the Jahiliyyah that belonged to the 17th, 18th, and perhaps even the 19th century, but has no place in the 20th century and beyond. A contemporary scholar from America speaks about the truths that science reaches in these words. Science consists of tested truths, yet even so it is influenced by human imagination, illusions, and the degree to which one is removed from precision in observation, description, and inference. The results of science are valid only within these limits. They are therefore restricted to quantitative fields of description and prediction. Science begins with probabilities and ends with probabilities as well, not certainties. Hence, scientific results are approximate and subject to potential errors in measurement and comparison. They are provisional, amendable through additions or deletions, and never final. When a scientist arrives at a law or theory, he declares that this is what has been reached so far, while leaving the door open for whatever modifications may arise in the future. These words encapsulate the reality of all scientific results, both those already achieved and those yet to come. For as long as man, with his finite tools and existence bounded as it is by the immensity of eternity, attempts to arrive at conclusions, it is inevitable that these conclusions will bear the marks of his limitations. They will possess the same characteristics as their originator. Limited in scope, susceptible to error, subject to revision and change. The method by which man reaches any conclusion is experimentation and measurement. He experiments, then generalizes the results through measurement. Yet, as science and its practitioners concede, measurement is a method that leads to probabilistic outcomes and can never yield absolute or final certainty. The other method, experimentation and exhaustive inquiry, whereby the same experiment is generalized across all entities of its kind, in all times and under all conditions, is a path inaccessible to humanity. It is one of the ways that might lead to absolute certainty, yet it lies beyond the human capacity. Thus, there is no way to reach definitive truth or absolute certainty except through the guidance of God, which He reveals to humankind. Consequently, all human knowledge, beyond what God has decreed, remains conjectural and can never attain the rank of certainty. Moreover, the unseen encompasses all that lies beyond the reach of human conjectural knowledge. This universe, which surrounds man concerning its origin, its nature, its movements, and its connections to space and time, remains a domain of hypotheses and theories. Science continues to grapple with questions about the time dimension, what it is, and how it correlates with space. It ponders the interrelation between phenomena occurring within the cosmos and these dimensions. As for life, its origin, its nature, its trajectory, its influences, and its relationship to this material existence, if indeed there exists matter in the universe with a nature distinct from thought or energy in general, these questions remain shrouded in mystery. And what of man? What distinguishes him from matter? What sets him apart from other living beings? How did he come to this earth, and how does he conduct himself upon it? What is intellect, the faculty that sets him apart and guides his actions? And what is his fate after death and dissolution? Even this very human entity, what processes of synthesis and decomposition occur within him at every moment? And how do they unfold? These are all realms of the unseen, standing on the edge of human understanding, where even science hesitates to venture, barely daring to approach them through speculation and supposition. They remain no more than conjectures and probabilities. Let us set aside for a moment those matters that science rarely concerns itself with, even in this century, such as the truth of divinity, the reality of other realms like angels, jinn, and beings known only to God, as well as the realities of death, the hereafter, and the day of judgment. Let us, for now, leave these profound mysteries aside and focus instead on the nearer unseen. Here, science itself stands in a posture of surrender, from which only those depart who prefer contentiousness to science and arrogance to sincerity. Let us offer some examples. 1. On the fundamental structure and behavior of the universe, the atom, as modern science tells us, is the basic building block of the universe, yet it is not the smallest unit of existence. Rather, it is composed of protons, bearing a positive electric charge, electrons, bearing a negative charge, and neutrons, neutral, consisting of balanced positive and negative charges at rest. When the atom is split, these electrons are released, but their behavior in the laboratory defies deterministic predictability. At times, they behave like light waves, and at other times like particles. Their future behavior cannot be determined in advance. Instead, they are governed by a different law, the law of probabilities. The atom itself, along with limited clusters of atoms forming molecules, behaves according to this same probabilistic law. Sir James Jeans, the English physicist and mathematician, says, "Classical science once declared with absolute confidence that nature could only follow a single predetermined path, a path laid out beforehand, stretching from the beginning of time to its end in an unbroken chain of cause and effect. It was believed that state A would inevitably be followed by state B, and there was no escape from this deterministic sequence. But modern science, as far as it has advanced, can only assert that state A might be followed by B or C or D, or any number of other states too numerous to count. True, science can state that the occurrence of state B is more probable than the occurrence of state C, and that C is more probable than D, and so on. It can even assign degrees of probability to each state in relation to the others. Yet it cannot predict with certainty which state will follow another, for it always operates within the realm of probabilities. As for what must happen, That is left to the workings of fate, whatever the true nature of fate may be. What, then, is the unseen? What is the divine decree hidden from human knowledge, if not precisely that which science itself encounters at the furthest reaches of human experimentation? Is it not that which science approaches but cannot penetrate, standing as it does at the threshold of the cosmic fabric and within the very atoms of existence? Sir James Jeans illustrates this with the example of the radiation of radium atoms and their transformation into lead and helium. These phenomena, he explains, are entirely subject to an unknown decree, an imperceptible unseen, beyond the grasp of human understanding. Let us clarify this with a tangible example, he writes. It is well known that atoms of radium and other radioactive substances decay over time, leaving behind atoms of lead and helium. For this reason, a mass of radium steadily diminishes in size, replaced by lead and helium. The general law governing the rate of this decay is exceedingly strange. It resembles in a way the manner in which a population decreases if no new births occur, with every individual facing an equal probability of death regardless of age. Or it resembles the diminishing of a platoon of soldiers exposed to random gunfire, where no single individual is specifically targeted. In short, the age of a radium atom is of no significance. It does not decay because it has exhausted its lifespan. Rather, it perishes as if struck by a random blow of fate, blind and indiscriminate. To illustrate this further, let us imagine a room containing 2,000 radium atoms. Science cannot predict how many of these atoms will remain intact after 1 year. The most it can do is offer probabilities. It might suggest that the likelihood of 2,000, 1999 or 1998 atoms remaining is such and such. In fact, the most probable outcome is that 1999 atoms will remain intact. That is, only one atom out of the 2,000 will decay over the course of the year. And yet we have no way of knowing how that specific atom is chosen. At first, we might be inclined to assume that the atom, subjected to the most collisions, or the greatest heat, or some other external factor, would be the one to decay. But this is not true. If collisions or heat were capable of disintegrating one atom, they would be capable of disintegrating all 1999 remaining atoms as well. Yes, we could theoretically accelerate the decay of radium by compressing or heating it, but every physicist will insist that this is impossible. They believe rather that each year one atom out of every 2,000 radium atoms succumbs to decay, as if compelled by some mysterious decree. This is the theory of spontaneous disintegration formulated by Rutherford and Soddy in 1903. What, then, is the unseen decree if not precisely this mysterious process by which atoms radiate without choice or awareness, governed by a law unknown to themselves or to anyone else? The man who makes these remarks does not seek to prove the divine decree hidden from humanity. On the contrary, he strives desperately to evade the implications of the very conclusions reached by human science. Yet the reality of the unseen imposes itself upon him, inescapable and undeniable as we have seen. Just as the reality of the unseen asserts itself in the fundamental structure and motion of the universe, so too does it impose itself upon the origins and dynamics of life with equal force, as evidenced by the conclusions of human science. The biologist and botanist Russell Charles Ernest, professor at the University of Frankfurt in Germany, states, "Many theories have been proposed to explain the emergence of life from the inanimate realm. Some researchers have suggested that life originated from protogen, or from viruses, or from the aggregation of large protein molecules. To some, these theories may appear to bridge the gap between the living and the non-living worlds. However, the truth that we must acknowledge is that all efforts to produce living matter from non-living matter have ended in complete and utter failure. Moreover, those who deny the existence of God are unable to provide direct evidence to convince the inquiring mind that mere chance through the accidental aggregation of atoms and molecules could lead to the emergence, maintenance and direction of life as we observe it in living cells. One may, of course, choose to accept this explanation for the origin of life. Such is everyone's prerogative. But in doing so, one is embracing something far more miraculous and incomprehensible than the belief in God, who created and ordered all things. For my part, I believe that every living cell is so complex that it defies our understanding. The countless millions of living cells on the surface of the earth bear witness to his power, a testimony rooted in reason and logic. Therefore, I hold a firm and unwavering belief in the existence of God. What matters to us in this testimony is that the mystery of life, its origin and essence, is a part of God's unseen, just as the origin and motion of the universe is. Humanity possesses nothing but probabilities regarding these matters. As the Almighty declares, I did not make them witnesses to the creation of the heavens and the earth, nor to their own creation. Al-Kahf 51. Let us take a great leap forward to consider humanity itself. A single emission of man's seminal fluid contains approximately 60 million sperm cells, all of which enter into a race to reach the ovum in the woman's womb. Yet no one knows which one will succeed. This is the unseen, or rather a divine decree, hidden from human knowledge, even from the man and woman directly involved in the process. From among 60 million, one sperm cell alone reaches the ovum, combining with it to form a single fertilized cell from which the embryo develops. Since all the chromosomes of the ovum are feminine, while the sperm cell contains both masculine and feminine chromosomes, it is the predominance of either the masculine or feminine chromosomes in the fertilizing sperm cell that determines the gender of the child, male or female. This too is subject to God's unseen decree, beyond human knowledge or intervention, including that of the parents themselves. God knows what every female bears and what the wombs diminish and what they increase. With him, everything is in perfect measure. He is the knower of the unseen and the seen, the great, the Most High. Arad 8:9. To God belongs the dominion of the heavens and the earth. He creates what he wills. He grants females to whomever he wills, and he grants males to whomever he wills, or he grants them both males and females, and he renders barren whomever he wills. Indeed, he is all-knowing, all-powerful. Surah 49:50. He creates you in the wombs of your mothers, creation after creation, in 3 veils of darkness. Such is God, your sustainer. To him belongs all dominion. There is no deity but he. How then are you turned away? Az-Zumar 6. This is the unseen, before which human science stands humbled even in the 20th century. Meanwhile, those who cling to the remnants of past centuries claim that metaphysics is incompatible with science, and that any society seeking to adopt a scientific mindset must abandon metaphysical thought. Yet, human science itself, modern science, the science of the 20th century, declares that all its conclusions are but probabilities. The only undeniable truth is that there exists an unseen beyond all doubt. However, before we leave this reflective pause before the reality of the unseen, we must say a word about the nature of the unseen in Islamic belief, in the Islamic worldview, and in the Islamic intellect. The Qur'an, being the primary source of Islamic creed, which establishes the Islamic worldview and shapes the Islamic intellect, declares that there exists a world of the unseen and a world of the seen. Not everything that surrounds man is from the realm of the unseen, nor are all the forces of the universe with which he interacts unknown to him. There are fixed laws governing this universe, and mankind has been given the power to understand as much of these laws as is necessary for him, according to his capacities and needs, to fulfill his role as steward upon this earth. God has endowed man with the ability to comprehend these universal laws to the extent needed to harness the forces of the cosmos in accordance with these laws, thereby enabling him to fulfill his vicegerency, develop the earth, uplift life and benefit from its sustenance, provisions and energies. Alongside these fixed laws, which are general in their application, there is the free will of God, unbound and unrestricted by these laws, even though these laws are of his own making. And there is the decree of God, which enacts these laws each time they come into operation. These laws, therefore, are not purely mechanical. Divine decree governs every movement within them, even as they operate according to the laws God has instilled within them. This divine decree, which enacts these laws each time they are fulfilled, belongs to the realm of the unseen, a reality no one knows with absolute certainty. The furthest human beings can attain in this regard are conjectures and probabilities, and this is something even acknowledged by human science. In fact, billions upon billions of processes occur within the human being at every moment, all of which are unseen from his perspective, even as they unfold within his very being. Similarly, billions upon billions of processes take place in the universe around him, processes of which he has no knowledge. The unseen encompasses man's past, the past of the universe, his present and the present of the universe, as well as his future and the future of the universe. This is despite the existence of fixed laws, some of which mankind has come to know, and from which he derives organized, scientific benefit in fulfilling the burdens of his stewardship. Indeed, man enters this world without his own volition, without knowledge of the time of his arrival, and he departs from this world against his will, without knowledge of the time of his departure. This is the case with every living being. No matter how much man learns or how much he comes to know, this reality remains unchanged. The Islamic intellect is one of scientific faith in the unseen, for belief in the unseen is itself scientific as testified by science and by reality. Denial of the unseen, on the other hand, is nothing but jahiliyyah, even as those who deny it parade their jahiliyyah as knowledge. The Islamic intellect combines belief in the hidden unseen, whose keys are known only to God, with belief in the fixed laws of the universe, laws that do not change, and whose aspects necessary for human life on earth can be understood and acted upon on the basis of established principles. Thus the Muslim does not miss out on human science within its proper domain, nor does he fail to perceive the actual truth of existence, that there is an unseen realm that no one can access, save for those whom God wills, and to the extent that he wills. Faith in the unseen is the threshold that the individual crosses to ascend beyond the level of the animal, which perceives only what its senses can apprehend, to the level of the human, who perceives that existence is far greater and more expansive than the narrow confined space apprehended by the senses or by instruments that extend the senses. It is a transformation of profound significance for man's understanding of the reality of all existence, for his perception of his own existence, and for his awareness of the forces at work within this vast cosmos. It also deeply affects his experience of life on Earth. For how can one who lives within the narrow confines of what his senses can perceive be compared to one who lives in the vastness of a universe apprehended by his intuition and insight, who hears its echoes and inspirations in its folds and depths, who feels that its expanse extends beyond time and space as perceived by his consciousness during his brief finite life, and who senses that beyond the universe, its visible and hidden aspects alike, there is a reality far greater than the universe itself. This is the reality from which the universe has sprung and from which its existence is derived, the reality of the divine essence, which no eye can perceive and no mind can encompass. It was faith in the unseen that marked the turning point in man's ascent beyond the realm of the beast. Yet the materialists of this age, like the materialists of every age, seek to drag man back, to regress him to the level of the beast, a realm where only the tangible exists, and they call this progress. But it is a regression against which God has protected the believers, making their distinguishing characteristic their faith in the unseen. And all praise belongs to God for his bounties, while regression is the lot of the degenerate and those who've fallen into ruin. Those who speak of faith in the unseen and scientific reasoning also speak of historical determinism, as though all of the future were a certainty. Yet the science of this age asserts that there are probabilities and not determinism. Karl Marx, for instance, was among those who prophesied determinism. But where are Marx's prophecies today? He predicted the inevitable emergence of communism in England, as a result of its attainment of the highest level of industrial progress, and, consequently, the peak of capitalism on one side and the height of labour exploitation on the other. Yet communism arose instead in the most backward industrial societies, in Russia, China, and the like, never in the advanced industrial nations. Lenin and later Stalin predicted the inevitability of war between the capitalist world and the communist world. Yet here we find Khrushchev, their successor, raising the banner of peaceful coexistence. There is no need to dwell for long on these so-called determinisms and prophecies. They are unworthy of serious consideration. The only certain truth is the truth of the unseen. Everything else is but probabilities. The only genuine determinism is the unfolding of God's decree and the enactment of his will. And God's decree is of the unseen, known to none but him. Alongside this, however, there are the fixed laws of the universe, which man is capable of discovering and employing in his stewardship of the earth, while leaving the door open for God's overriding decree and his unknown unseen. This is the essence of the matter. Indeed, this Quran guides to that which is most upright, Quran 17:9. From God's encompassing knowledge of the keys to the unseen and all that transpires within the universe, the Quranic discourse shifts to yet another realm of this all-encompassing knowledge, this time concerning the inner realities of human beings, and another domain of divine oversight, following his all-encompassing knowledge. It is he who takes your souls by night and knows what you do by day. Then he raises you up therein so that a term appointed may be fulfilled. Then to him is your return, and he will inform you of what you used to do. Quran 6:60. A few words like those that painted the vast horizons of the unseen and its immeasurable depths now encompass the totality of human existence within the grasp of God's knowledge, decree and governance. Their wakefulness and their slumber, their death and their resurrection, their gathering and their reckoning. And all of this is expressed in the unique manner of the Quran, that miraculous style which brings life and vividness to every image, stirs every feeling, and touches every heart with its wondrous expression. And it is he who takes your souls by night. Thus, sleep is described as a form of death, a temporary departure from consciousness and sensation, a state in which the senses are suspended and the mind is stilled, a cessation of awareness, a profound mystery which humanity cannot comprehend, even if it understands its symptoms and effects. This, too, is a form of the unseen, one of its countless manifestations surrounding man on all sides. Here man stands stripped of all power and will even of consciousness itself. He is as though lifeless, cut off from the continuity of life. And here he is, utterly in the grasp of God, as indeed he always is in reality. Yet it is only by God's will that man is returned to wakefulness and full life. How feeble, then, is man in the grip of God, and he knows what you do by day. Thus, not a single movement of their limbs, whether in pursuit or renunciation, takes place without God's knowledge of what they have earned, whether it be good or evil. These are human beings, observed in all their motions and stillness. Nothing escapes God's knowledge of what their limbs gain after awakening during the day. And then he raises you up therein, so that a term appointed may be fulfilled. That is, he awakens you from your slumber during the day, your pause and detachment, so that you may complete the spans of time that God has decreed. These are human beings, confined within the bounds set by God. There is no escape for them from it, nor any end for them beyond him. And to him is your ultimate return. It is the return of the flock to its shepherd after the grazing is done, and then he will inform you of what you used to do. This is the unveiling of the record that holds all that has passed, and it is the perfect justice that wrongs no one in its reckoning. Thus, within a single verse, in its few concise words, there unfolds a vivid reel of scenes and images, statements and truths, suggestions and shades of meaning. Who else can compose such a thing? What could miraculous signs possibly be if not these? And yet the deniers are heedless of them, demanding material miracles, instead miracles that would bring forth the painful chastisement that inevitably follows. And yet there comes another touch, one of the essence of God's divine oneness and sovereignty. A touch of overwhelming might over his servants, of constant vigilance that never sleeps, of an unyielding decree that neither advances nor delays, of an unavoidable destiny from which there is no escape, and of the final accounting that neither falters nor postpones. All this belongs to the unseen, which envelops and surrounds humankind. For he is the overpowering one above his servants, and he sends guardians over you until, when death comes to one of you, our messengers take his soul, and they never neglect their duty. Then they are returned to God. Their true master know then that his alone is all judgment, and he is the swiftest of reckoners. He is the overpowering one above his servants. He is the sovereign whose irresistible might reigns supreme, while his servants remain under his control and dominion. They are weak, held in the grasp of this power, without strength or helper. They are his bondsmen, and his might is above them, subduing them. They are subject to him, humbled before his overwhelming authority. This is the absolute servitude to the overpowering divinity. This is the truth revealed by the reality of human existence, no matter how much freedom they are given to act, how much knowledge they acquire, and how much power they are granted to take up the trusteeship of the earth. For every breath they draw is decreed, and every movement in their being is subject to the will of God, following the laws he has instilled within them, a law they cannot defy. Yet even this law operates in every instance according to a precise measure, down to the very breath and motion, and he sends guardians over you. The text here does not specify their nature. In other places, they are described as angels who record everything that emanates from every human being. But here the apparent intent is to cast the shadow of direct vigilance over each soul, a shadow of awareness that no soul is ever alone, not even for a moment. Nor is it ever left to its own devices for even an instant. Over it stands a guardian, watching, recording every movement and every whisper, preserving all that it does not a single thing escapes. This awareness is enough to awaken the human conscience, to stir every fibre of the being and to rouse every limb and impulse, until when death comes to one of you, our messengers take his soul, and they never neglect their duty. The same shadow of vigilance appears here, but clothed in another image. Every soul has a fixed number of breaths, left to live out a span unknown to it, for it remains in the realm of the unseen, inaccessible to human knowledge, yet it is precisely determined in God's knowledge, never advanced nor delayed. Over every soul stands a guardian, close and ever-present, who neither slumbers nor becomes heedless, nor fails in his task. This guardian is one of the appointed keepers, one of the messengers of God. And when the appointed moment arrives, when the soul is caught unaware and preoccupied, the guardian fulfills his mission, and the messenger carries out his task. This awareness is enough to make the human frame tremble, as it senses the unseen decree surrounding it, and knows that in any instant its soul may be seized, and the appointed moment of death may descend. Then they are returned to God, their true master. Their true master, in contrast to the false deities they ascribed as partners to him, their master who created them, who granted them life as long as he willed, under his unceasing watchful care. Then, when he willed, he returned them to himself, to judge them according to his will, and none may question his judgment. Know then that his alone is all judgment, and he is the swiftest of reckoners. For he alone holds dominion over judgment, and he alone carries out the reckoning. He does not delay his judgment, nor does he postpone his recompense. The mention of his swift accounting here strikes a chord in the human heart, reminding it that it is never left unaccountable, not even for a moment, not even for the briefest delay. This conception of the matter, as inspired by the believer's understanding of life, death, resurrection, and judgment, is sufficient to strip away all hesitation in affirming God's sovereignty, his sole authority over the affairs of humankind on this earth. For judgment, recompense, and justice in the hereafter rest upon the deeds of people in this world, and they cannot be held accountable for what they have committed in this life unless there is a law from God defining what is lawful and unlawful, upon which they will be judged on the day of resurrection. This unity of divine legislation applies both in this world and the hereafter on this basis. But when people rule the earth by laws other than God's laws, upon what basis will they be judged in the hereafter? Will they be judged according to the man-made laws they govern by and referred to in this world? Or will they be judged according to God's divine law, which they neither ruled by nor referred to? Surely people must be certain that God will hold them accountable according to his law, not the laws of men. They must know that if they do not organize their lives and establish their dealings just as they establish their acts of worship according to God's law in this world, this will be the first thing they are held accountable for before God. They will be judged as those who did not take God as their sole deity on this earth, but instead took other sustainers alongside him. They will be held accountable, therefore, for their denial of God's divinity or for their association of partners with him by following his law in worship and rituals, while following other laws in their social, political and economic systems, and in their dealings and interactions. For God does not forgive that partners be associated with him, though he forgives whatever is less than that to whomever he wills. Then he will confront them with the truth inherent in their very nature, which recognizes the reality of God's oneness and instinctively turns to its true sustainer in moments of distress. He paints for them this innate nature in the face of calamity and anguish, and how they deviate from it in times of ease and comfort in a swift, vivid scene, clear, decisive, and brimming with profound suggestion. For the calamity and anguish that make hearts tremble are not always deferred until the day of gathering and judgment. They encounter such terror in the darkness of the land and the sea, and in their distress they call upon none but God. None but God delivers them from their anguish. Yet they return to their former state of associating partners with him when ease and comfort come back to them. Say, who delivers you from the darkness of the land and the sea, when you call upon him humbly and silently, saying, if he delivers us from this, we will surely be among the grateful. Say, God delivers you from it and from every distress, yet you associate partners with him. The thought of peril and the memory of terror may bring back rebellious souls and soften hardened hearts. They remind the soul of its moments of weakness and repentance, as well as the mercy of deliverance and the blessing of salvation. Say, who delivers you from the darkness of the land and the sea, when you call upon him humbly and silently, saying, if he delivers us from this, we will surely be among the grateful. It is an experience known to everyone who has faced hardship or witnessed the distressed in their moments of affliction. The darkness of the land and the sea is manifold. It does not have to be the literal night for darkness to envelop. A maze is a kind of darkness. Danger is a kind of darkness, and the unknown that awaits in the land and the sea is a kind of darkness. Whenever people find themselves in such darkness, they find within themselves nothing but God to call upon, whether in whispered prayers or silent supplications. In those moments, the human nature strips away its layers of denial, confronting the truth embedded deep within it, the truth of the one true God. It turns to God alone without partners, for in such moments the absurdity of associating others with him becomes apparent, and the futility of any supposed partner becomes undeniable. And the distressed pledge, saying, if he delivers us from this, we will surely be among the grateful. But God exalted is he commands his messenger, peace be upon him, to remind them of the truth of the matter. Say, God delivers you from it and from every distress. For there is none besides him who responds, none who can remove calamity. Then he confronts them with the astonishing contradiction of their behavior. Yet you associate partners with him. And here he confronts them with the might of God, which may seize them even after their deliverance. It is not a one-time event that ends with their escape, as they might imagine, leaving them free from his grasp thereafter. Say, he alone has the power to send upon you a chastisement from above you or from beneath your feet, or to confound you into factions and make you taste the might of one another. Behold how we expound the signs, so that they might understand. The imagery of overwhelming torment, descending from above or rising from beneath, strikes a deeper chord in the human soul than does the thought of punishment coming from the right or the left. For the human mind may deceive itself into believing that it could fend off punishment coming from either side. But a torment that pours down from above or rises from beneath is a crushing, irresistible, all-encompassing calamity that leaves no room for resistance or stability. The evocative expression here carries this profound impact, imprinting upon human perception the truth of God's ability to seize his servants with punishment from whichever direction he wills, and in whatever manner he chooses. To the forms of chastisement that lie within God's power, which he may inflict upon his creatures whenever he wills, he adds yet another, slower and more enduring form of torment that does not bring their matter to an end in a single moment, but instead accompanies them, dwells among them, and lives with them night and day. Or he may divide you into factions and make you taste the might of one another. This is a picture of prolonged, unrelenting torment, a punishment that they inflict upon themselves with their own hands. God makes them factions and sects, tangled and indistinguishable, endlessly embroiled in disputes and struggles, in enmity and contention, in constant affliction, as each group rains tribulation upon the other. Indeed, humanity has known this form of torment in many periods of its history, every time it deviated from God's path and abandoned itself to the whims, impulses, desires, jahiliyyah and weaknesses of human nature. Every time people attempted to organize life, establish systems and devise laws, values and standards of their own making, seeking to impose these systems upon one another while refusing to submit to them themselves, such discord arose. Some would demand that others abide by their laws and systems, while others would resist and rebel. The powerful would oppress those who refused, and thus their desires, ambitions, and conflicting visions would come into unending collision. They would taste the might of one another, harboring mutual hatred, resentment, and denial. Because they failed to return to a single unifying standard, a standard set by the one true God, to whom all his servants bow in submission, without arrogance in their hearts and without feeling belittled in their souls. The greatest trial on earth is when a human being rises among others, claiming for himself the right of sustainership over them, and proceeds to exercise this right in reality. This is the trial that divides people into indistinct, entangled factions. Outwardly, they may appear to be a single nation or society, but in truth some of them are enslaved by others. Some wield unchecked power unbound by any law revealed by God, while others harbour resentment and wait for an opportunity to retaliate. And so those who plot and those who oppress taste the might of one another. They live as factions, yet these factions are neither distinct nor separated nor clearly defined. Indeed, the entire world today lives in this slow, protracted torment. This brings us to the position of the believing group in such a world. It becomes imperative for this group to hasten toward distinguishing itself from the surrounding jahiliyyah or jahiliyyah that engulfs it. For jahiliyyah is every state, every rule, every society that is not governed by God's law alone, where God's sovereignty is not affirmed as the sole authority. This group must separate itself entirely from the jahiliyyah of its people, who choose to remain immersed in it, bound by its systems, laws, judgments, standards and values. Indeed, the believing group in every land can only escape the chastisement foretold, or he may divide you into factions and make you taste the might of one another, by separating itself, in belief, consciousness and way of life, from the jahili society around it. This must continue until God permits the establishment of a land of Islam where they can seek refuge. The group must fully realize that it alone constitutes the Muslim community, and that all else around it, including those who have not embraced what it has embraced, remains in a state of jahiliyyah. It must dissociate from its people on the basis of belief and way of life, and then seek God's aid to open a path between itself and its people, for he is the best of those who open the way. If this dissociation does not occur, if the group does not distinguish itself and separate itself, it will become subject to God's warning. It will remain as one sect among many in society, entangled in the factions around it, unable to identify itself or be identified by others. At that point, the group will be afflicted by the same prolonged torment, unable to attain the promised victory from God. Such a position of distinction and dissociation may come at a cost, sacrifices and hardships. But these sacrifices and hardships are far lighter than the suffering and torment that result from the confusion of its position, the lack of clarity in its stance, and its blending and dissolving into the jahili society around it. A review of the history of God's call, as carried forth by all his messengers, leaves no doubt that God's victory, his support, and the fulfillment of his promise to make his messengers and their followers prevail never occurred at any time without the believing group first distinguishing itself and dissociating itself from its people on the basis of belief and way of life. This has always served as the decisive point and the turning point in all calls to faith. The path of this call is one, and its way will not differ from what occurred in the times of all God's messengers. May his peace and blessings be upon them all. Behold how we expound the signs, so that they might understand. And we ask God to make us among those to whom he expounds his signs, so that they may understand. And your people have denied it even though it is the truth. Say, I am not a guardian over you. For every message there is a time of fulfillment, and you will come to know. When you see those who engage in frivolous discourse about our revelations, turn away from them until they engage in some other talk. And if Satan should cause you to forget, then do not sit after remembering with those who do wrong. For those who are conscious of God are not accountable for the reckoning of those who mock, but it is their duty to remind them so that they may be conscious of God. Leave those who have taken their religion as mere play and amusement, and whom the life of this world has deceived. But remind them with it, lest a soul be delivered to ruin for what it has earned, with no protector or intercessor besides God. And though it may offer every ransom, none will be accepted from it. Such are those who will be delivered to ruin for what they have earned. They will have scalding water to drink and a painful punishment for their persistent denial. This is a moment to establish the dissociation that the previous passage brought to its conclusion. The prophet's people denied what he brought to them, even though it was the truth. Thus, separation was established between him and his people. He was commanded to dissociate from them and to declare to them that he was not their guardian, leaving them to the fate that was inevitably approaching. For every message, there is a time of fulfillment, and you will come to know. This brief statement contains a warning that shakes the heart, filling it with the certainty of inevitable truth, the inevitability of the end of falsehood, and confidence in God's ultimate justice and decree. Truly, every message has its appointed time, and everything present will reach its destined end. And how greatly in need are those who call to God when faced with the denial of their people, the estrangement from their kin, the alienation within their own households, and the suffering, hardship and toil that they endure. How greatly in need they are of that serene confidence which the Qur'an instills into hearts. When this message has been conveyed to them, and when they are confronted with the rejection that necessitates such separation, the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, is then commanded not to sit with them even for the sake of conveying the message, or reminding them if he finds them engaging in idle talk concerning the signs of God without reverence, speaking of religion in a manner devoid of the seriousness and dignity it warrants, and treating the faith as a matter of jest and play, whether by word or deed. This avoidance is decreed lest his presence among them, while they remain in such a state, be perceived as tacit approval of their behavior, or as a lack of the jealousy and protective zeal that a Muslim must feel for the sanctity of the faith above all else. And if Satan causes him to forget and he sits with them, then upon remembrance he must immediately rise and leave their gathering. And when you see those who engage in idle talk about our signs, turn away from them until they engage in some other discourse. And if Satan causes you to forget, then do not after recollection remain with the wrongdoers. 668. This command was directed at the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and, within the bounds of the text, can also be understood as an instruction for the believers who follow him. This took place in Mecca, where the Prophet's mission was confined to calling people to the faith, and where he was not yet commanded to engage in combat, in accordance with the divine wisdom governing that phase. During this period there was a clear directive to avoid confrontation with the polytheists as much as possible. Thus the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, was instructed not to remain in the gatherings of the disbelievers when they mocked the signs of God or spoke irreverently of his religion. He was further directed to hasten to leave such assemblies if Satan caused him to forget immediately upon recalling God's command. Likewise, the believers were also enjoined to adhere to this directive, as some narrations suggest. The term wrongdoers here specifically refers to the polytheists, as is commonly understood in the Quranic usage of the term. However, after the establishment of the Islamic State in Medina, the Prophet's, peace and blessings be upon him, stance toward the polytheists shifted. There, jihad and combat were ordained so that there would be no more oppression, and so that the religion might be entirely devoted to God alone, ensuring that none would dare to mock his signs with impunity. The Quran reiterates this theme of separation between the believers and the disbelievers, just as it had earlier drawn the line of distinction between the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and the polytheists, emphasizing the difference in responsibility and destiny between the two groups. And those who are conscious of God bear no responsibility for the deeds of the wrongdoers, except to remind them so that they may become conscious of him. 6:69. Here, the Quran underscores that the God-conscious bear no shared accountability for the actions of the disbelievers. The two groups constitute entirely distinct communities, even if they share ethnicity or kinship. Such ties hold no weight in the scales of God, nor in the perspective of Islam. The God-conscious form one nation, while the wrongdoers, defined here as the polytheists, constitute another. The believers have no part in the reckoning of the disbelievers, yet they are tasked with reminding them in the hope that they too might become conscious of God and join the ranks of the believers. If, however, they choose not to do so, then no bond or association remains between the two groups, for there can be no unity without shared faith. This is God's religion and his decree. Whoever wishes to say otherwise may do so, but let them know that by doing so they depart entirely from God's faith. The Quranic discourse continues to emphasize this separation and to delineate the boundaries governing interactions between the two groups, and leave alone those who have taken their religion as a pastime and a distraction, and whom the life of this world has beguiled, but remind them with the Quran, lest a soul be delivered to destruction for what it has earned. It will have no protector or intercessor besides God, and even if it offers every ransom, none will be accepted from it. Such are they who are delivered up to destruction for what they have earned. For them is a drink of scalding water and a painful punishment for their persistent denial of the truth. 6:70. From this verse we are confronted with several profound insights. First, the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and by extension every Muslim is commanded to disregard those who take their religion as a pastime and a distraction. This disregard is to be expressed both in word and deed, for whoever does not treat their faith with the reverence it deserves, making it the foundation of their life in belief, worship, character, conduct and law, has in effect reduced it to mere play and amusement. This includes those who speak mockingly of the tenets and principles of the faith, such as the unseen, the very essence of belief, treating it with derision. It includes those who belittle acts of worship, like zakat, one of the pillars of Islam. It includes those who scorn values like modesty, virtue and chastity, dismissing them as relics of agricultural, feudal or bourgeois societies. It includes those who deride the marital laws of Islam or view the safeguards ordained by God to protect women's chastity as oppressive chains. Above all, it includes those who deny God's absolute sovereignty over human life, whether political, social, economic or legislative, and claim that human beings have the right to legislate independently of God's law. All of these fall under the category of those who take their religion as a pastime and a distraction. The Muslim is commanded to sever ties with such individuals, except for the purpose of reminding them, for they are the wrongdoers indeed, the disbelievers who have been delivered to destruction for what they have earned. They will have a drink of scalding water and a painful punishment for their persistent denial of the truth. Second, after disregarding such individuals, the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and every Muslim is commanded to remind them and warn them of the consequences of their actions. They are to be reminded of the dire fate that awaits them if their souls are delivered to ruin for what they have earned. On that day, they will find no protector or intercessor besides God, nor will any ransom be accepted from them to release their souls from the consequences of their deeds. The profound beauty and depth of the Quranic expression shine through in the verse, but remind them with the Quran, lest a soul be delivered to destruction for what it has earned. It will have no protector or intercessor besides God, and even if it offers every ransom, none will be accepted from it. 6:70. Each soul will be held accountable for its deeds, and none will bear the burden of another. There will be no protector to shield it, no intercessor to plead its case, and no ransom, no matter how great, that can release it from its fate. Third, the verse refers to those who have taken their religion as a pastime and a distraction, and have been beguiled by the life of this world. These individuals have been delivered to destruction for what they have earned, and their fate is sealed. Such are they who are delivered up to destruction for what they have earned. For them is a drink of scalding water and a painful punishment for their persistent denial of the truth. 6:70. They are held accountable for their deeds, and their recompense is a scalding drink that sears their throats and insides, and a painful punishment for the denial of the truth, as evidenced by their mockery of the faith. Fourth, the phrase, those who have taken their religion as a pastime and a distraction, raises a poignant question. Is this truly their religion? The text applies to those who entered Islam but then treated it as a matter of play and amusement. Such individuals were known as the hypocrites, particularly in Medina. But does this phrase also apply to the polytheists who never embraced Islam? Islam, after all, is the universal religion of humanity, whether they accept it or not. Thus, those who reject it are, in essence, rejecting their own religion, for it is the only religion that God accepts and acknowledges after the advent of the final prophet. This nuance is captured in the Quranic phrase, and leave alone those who have taken their religion as a pastime and a distraction. 6:70. This subtle wording, their religion, may well indicate that Islam is the divinely ordained religion for all humanity. Hence, those who treat it as a pastime and a distraction are, in reality, treating their own religion in such a manner, even if they are polytheists. We are thus compelled to ask, who are the polytheists? They are those who associate others with God in his divine attributes, whether by believing in the divinity of anyone alongside God, by offering acts of worship to anyone besides him, or by accepting laws and legislation from anyone other than him. And, needless to say, those who claim any of these attributes for themselves, regardless of the names they give themselves, are also among the polytheists. Let us therefore be certain in matters of our faith. Fourthly, we must consider the boundaries of mingling with the wrongdoers, that is, the polytheists, and those who treat their religion as play and amusement. It has already been mentioned that such mingling is permitted only for the purpose of reminding and warning them, and nothing beyond that. The moment one hears them indulging in idle talk about the signs of God, or notices their treatment of religion as jest and frivolity, whether through their words or actions, in any of the ways previously discussed or similar forms, it becomes incumbent to withdraw. In this regard, Al-Qutb, in his Al-Jami li-Ahkam al-Qur'an, comments on this verse. This verse from the Book of God, exalted is He, refutes those who claim that the Imams, who are considered proofs of guidance, and their followers are permitted to mix with the sinful and endorse their views out of fear or precaution. We, however, affirm that mingling with the sinful for the purpose of admonition, reminder, and correcting their corrupt and deviant opinions is permitted within the limits specified by this verse. However, mingling with them while remaining silent about their false words or actions under the guise of precaution, taqiyya, is strictly forbidden. For such silence, outwardly, constitutes an acknowledgement of falsehood and a testimony against the truth. It misleads others, dishonours the religion of God, and discredits those who uphold it. In such cases, the command is clear: withdrawal and separation. Al-Qurtubi also narrates the following traditions and rulings. Ibn Quways Mandad said, Whoever indulges in idle talk about the signs of God must be abandoned, and his company shunned, whether he is a believer or a disbeliever. Likewise, our scholars prohibited entry into the lands of the enemy, their churches and their synagogues, as well as mingling with disbelievers and people of innovation. One must not harbour affection for them, listen to their words, or engage in debates with them. It was reported that a man from the people of innovation once said to Abu Imran al-Nakhai, "Listen to a single word from me." He turned away and said, "Not even half a word." A similar account is narrated about Ayyub al-Sakhtiyani. Al-Fudail ibn Iyad said, "Whoever loves a person of innovation, God will nullify his deeds and remove Islam from his heart. Whoever gives his daughter in marriage to a person of innovation has severed her kinship ties. Whoever sits with a person of innovation will be deprived of wisdom. And if God knows that someone despises a person of innovation, I hope he will forgive him." Abu Abdullah al-Hakim narrated from Aisha, may God be pleased with her, that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Whoever honours a person of innovation has aided in the destruction of Islam." All of this applies to the person of innovation who remains within the fold of God's religion. Yet even this does not compare to the gravity of those who claim divine attributes for themselves by usurping the right of sovereignty, or those who endorse them in this claim. Such individuals are not merely innovators, they are disbelievers or polytheists. This matter was not explicitly addressed by the early generations because it did not arise during their time. From the advent of Islam, no one dared to make such a claim while professing to be a Muslim. This phenomenon only emerged after the French invasion, after which many people abandoned the framework of Islam except for those whom God protected. Thus, the statements of the early generations regarding people of innovation do not fully apply to this unprecedented situation, which has surpassed anything they encountered or addressed. Say, shall we invoke instead of God that which neither benefits us nor harms us? And shall we turn back on our heels after God has guided us like one whom the devils have lured away in the earth, bewildered while his companions call him to guidance, saying, "Come to us"? Say, indeed, God's guidance is the only guidance, and we have been commanded to submit to the Sustainer of the worlds, and to establish prayer and be conscious of him. And it is to him that you shall all be gathered, and he it is who created the heavens and the earth in truth. And on the day when he says, "Be," it will come to be. His word is the truth, and his is the dominion on the day when the trumpet is blown. He is the knower of the unseen and the seen, and he is the all-wise, the all-aware. 6:71-73. This majestic rhythm, resonating with the reality of God's divinity and its unique attributes, with the denunciation of associating partners with him and turning back to polytheism after having been guided, and with the vivid imagery of one who turns away from God's path, wandering aimlessly in confusion, this rhythm concludes on a powerful and resounding note. It proclaims God's absolute authority in both command and creation, and the ultimate unveiling of his sovereignty on the day when the trumpet is blown, when all will rise from their graves, and even the most obstinate deniers will come to realize that sovereignty belongs to God alone, and that unto him is the final return. Say, shall we invoke, instead of God, that which neither benefits us nor harms us? Say to them, O Muhammad, addressing their worship of beings other than God and their submission to such entities, whether idols, stones, trees, spirits, angels, devils, or even humans. All of these are equal in their inability to bring benefit or harm. They are powerless, incapable of effecting anything in this world. Every movement, every action occurs solely by God's permission and decree. Whatever he does not permit cannot come to pass, and all that occurs conforms to his will and judgment. Say to them, denouncing their invocation of other than God, their worship of other than him, their reliance on other than him, and their submission to other than him. Denounce the foolishness of such behavior and this misguided direction, whether this was in response to the polytheists' suggestion that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, share in their worship of their gods in exchange for their sharing in the worship of his sustainer, or whether it was an outright condemnation of their idolatry and an open declaration of separation from them. Either way, the message is the same. It is a denunciation of a foolishness that even human reason, when exposed to the light of truth, cannot but reject, provided it is free from inherited misconceptions and the prevailing customs of society. To magnify the absurdity of their beliefs and emphasize their foolishness, the Quran juxtaposes their idolatry with the clarity of God's guidance, which calls for the worship of God alone, the recognition of his oneness, and submission to his authority without any partners. Say, shall we invoke instead of God that which neither benefits us nor harms us, and turn back on our heels? It is a regression, a retreat into darkness after having taken steps forward into the light of truth. It is a reversion to Jahiliyyah after progress toward enlightenment. And then comes the vivid, stirring, and evocative imagery, like one whom the devils have lured away in the earth bewildered, while his companions call him to guidance, saying, "Come to us." This is a living, dynamic image of the bewilderment and confusion that overtakes one who associates partners with God after having embraced his oneness. It is the condition of a heart torn between the one true God and the false gods of human invention, between monotheism and polytheism, between clarity and delusion, wandering aimlessly in the wilderness of doubt and error. It is the image of a wretched soul, like one whom the devils have lured away in the earth. The word istahwathu, lured away, vividly conveys the idea of being drawn into a trap, led astray into barren lands of misguidance. And yet, from the other side, there are companions who are rightly guided, calling out to him, imploring, "Come to us." But he stands bewildered, torn between the devilish lure and the call to guidance, utterly lost, unable to decide which path to follow. It is a scene of psychological torment, painted so vividly that one can almost feel the anguish and confusion emanating from it. I used to imagine this scene and the anguish it conveys every time I read this verse, but it was merely an exercise in imagination until I witnessed real-life cases that perfectly embodied this state. I saw people who had known God's religion and tasted its sweetness, no matter how imperfect their understanding or experience of it, only to turn back to the worship of false gods under the pressure of fear or greed. I saw them consumed by the same misery and torment described in this verse. And in those moments I truly understood the depths of this condition and the profound truth of this divine expression. While the vivid, living, moving scene unfolds before the soul, flooding it with awe at this miserable fate, there comes the decisive pronouncement with its unwavering straight direction. Say, God's guidance is the only true guidance. And we have been commanded to surrender ourselves to the sustainer of all worlds and to establish prayer and remain conscious of him. This is the decisive pronouncement in the most fitting psychological moment. For a soul overwhelmed by a dominant image of bewilderment and the bitter torment of indecision, unable to find stability or resolution, is most receptive to the comfort and peace of a definitive command, a firm decree to which it can yield in submission. And this decisive pronouncement is the truth. Say, God's guidance is the only true guidance. It is guidance alone, this, and nothing else. Such is the meaning conveyed by the structure of the sentence, and indeed it is so, with absolute certainty. For mankind stumbles blindly in the dark whenever it abandons this guidance or deviates from even a part of it, substituting it with notions of its own imaginings, systems and conditions, its own laws and regulations, its own values and standards, all without true knowledge, without guidance, and without an illuminating book. Indeed, human beings have been gifted by God with the ability to discover some of the cosmic laws and forces of the universe, to utilize them for the purpose of fulfilling their role as vicegerents on earth and advancing the quality of life. Yet this same human being has not been endowed with the ability to grasp the ultimate truths of existence, nor to comprehend the mysteries of the unseen that surround him on every side, including the mystery of his own mind and soul, as well as the hidden workings of his body and the unknown causes behind these workings which drive them to operate in such a precise and unerring manner in this direction and no other. Thus, man stands in need of God's guidance in all matters pertaining to his very being and existence, his faith, his morals, his values, his standards, his systems and laws, and his way of organizing life. And whenever man returns to God's guidance, he finds his way aright, for God's guidance is the only true guidance. But whenever he distances himself entirely from it or deviates even slightly, substituting it with something of his own making, he goes astray. For whatever is not of God's guidance is, by definition, misguidance. There is no third way. What then is there after the truth but error? Humanity has tasted the bitter consequences of this misguidance and continues to taste them, still such suffering being inevitable in the history of humankind whenever it strays from God's guidance. This is the only historical inevitability that can be affirmed with certainty, for it is decreed by God and based on his testimony. Anyone who wishes to contemplate the misery of humanity's estrangement from God's guidance need not search far. The evidence is all around, visible in every land, tangible to the senses, and lamented by the wise in every corner of the earth. Thus, the Quranic discourse proceeds to affirm the necessity of surrendering to God alone, worshipping him alone, and standing in awe of him and remaining mindful of him. And we have been commanded to surrender ourselves to the sustainer of all worlds and to establish prayer and remain conscious of him. Say, O Muhammad, declare that God's guidance is the only true guidance, and that we have been commanded therefore to surrender ourselves to the sustainer of all worlds, for he alone is worthy of such surrender. The entire cosmos submits to him. So what is it that causes man, alone among all creation, to stray from this universal submission to the all-encompassing sustainership, to the sovereignty and nurturing care to which all other beings in the heavens and the earth bow? The mention of God as the sustainer of all worlds here is deliberate and profound. It establishes a truth that cannot be denied. The entire existence, with all its visible and hidden realms, surrenders to the divine laws that God has ordained for it, unable to deviate from them. Man, too, in his physical constitution, is compelled to submit to these laws, unable to escape them. Only in the realm of choice entrusted to him as a test is he free to choose between guidance and misguidance. If he were to surrender his will in this realm, just as his body surrenders to the physical laws imposed upon it, his being would achieve harmony, his constitution and his behavior, his body and his soul, his earthly life and his eternal destiny would align. And in the declaration of the Prophet, peace be upon him and the believers with him, that they have been commanded to surrender and have indeed surrendered, there lies a powerful inspiration for those whose hearts God opens to receive and respond across all times and places. Following this declaration of surrender to the sustainer of all worlds, the Quranic discourse introduces the acts of devotion and the inner states of mindfulness, and to establish prayer and remain conscious of him. The foundation is surrender to the sustainership of the sustainer of all worlds, his authority, his nurturing care, and his guidance. From this foundation arise the acts of worship and the disciplines of the soul, which in turn are built upon this surrender. Without this foundation, no structure of worship can stand, no spiritual discipline can take root. In the closing rhythm of the passage, the Quranic discourse gathers together the essential truths of faith: the reality of resurrection, the reality of creation, the reality of divine sovereignty, the reality of God's knowledge of both the seen and the unseen, and the reality of his wisdom and perfect knowledge, all attributes of divinity, which form the central theme of this surah. And unto him you shall be returned. It is he who has created the heavens and the earth in accordance with his truth. And on the day when he says, "Be," it is. His word is the truth. And his is the dominion on the day when the trumpet will be blown. Knower of the unseen and the seen, he alone is truly wise, all aware. And unto him you shall be returned. Surrendering to the sustainer of all worlds is both a necessity and a duty. He is the one to whom all creatures shall inevitably be gathered. Is it not then fitting for them to prepare for this inevitable return by submitting to him now, by surrendering as the rest of creation surrenders before they are brought before him, held accountable for their deeds? Thus the concept of resurrection becomes a compelling call to surrender in this life, for there is no escape from surrender in the end. It is he who has created the heavens and the earth in accordance with his truth. This is yet another truth marshalled as a profound influence. The God to whom they are commanded to surrender is none other than the creator of the heavens and the earth, the one who creates, owns, governs, and decrees, and he has created the heavens and the earth in accordance with truth. Truth is the very essence of this creation. This statement refutes the illusions propagated by certain philosophies, particularly Platonic and idealistic thought, which claim that the material world is an illusion and lacks real existence. Beyond correcting such misconceptions, this verse conveys that truth is intrinsic to the fabric of the cosmos and its ultimate ends. The truth to which humanity clings is rooted in the truth embedded in the essence of existence, forming an immense force that falsehood, rootless and fleeting, cannot withstand. Falsehood, like a withered tree plucked from the surface of the earth with no firm roots, is destined to vanish, like scum swept away by the current, leaving no trace. Truth, however, is as enduring and rooted as the cosmos itself. This is a profound reality and an equally profound source of influence. The believer who perceives the truth within himself as connected to the greater truth embedded in the very fabric of existence feels a deep assurance. As the Qur'an elsewhere proclaims, "For God is the ultimate truth." Thus, the truth within the universe is linked to the absolute truth of God himself. The believer who recognizes this reality, no matter how formidable falsehood may appear, swollen with arrogance, tyranny, or the ability to inflict harm, sees it only as a fleeting foam upon the surface of existence, destined to dissipate as though it had never been. And conversely, the disbeliever trembles at the thought of this truth. He may even find himself surrendering and returning to the path of God. And on the day when he says, "Be," it is. This is the sovereign power of the Creator, the unrestrained will that brings creation, transformation, and change into being. This truth, while building the faith of the believers, also serves as a powerful call to those invited to submit to the sustainer of all worlds, the Creator, who brings forth existence with the simple utterance, "Be and its." His word is the truth. Whether it is the word by which creation comes into being, "Be," and it is. The word commanding surrender to him alone. The word legislating for humanity when they submit to him. Or the word that informs of the past, present and future about creation, resurrection and recompense. His word is the truth in all of these. So, how could anyone choose to follow the falsehoods of others, those who cannot bring benefit or harm, over following his word? How could anyone prefer the interpretations of others regarding existence and life over his truth? To him belongs the dominion on the day when the trumpet is blown. On that day, the day of resurrection, the day when the trumpet is blown, it will be a moment of awakening and reanimation. The trumpet, described as a hollow horn akin to a bugle, is an instrument of the unseen, whose nature and essence are veiled from human understanding. It signals the moment of resurrection and restoration of life in a manner beyond the grasp of human perception, for it is part of the unseen knowledge that God has reserved for himself. The essence of the trumpet, its reality, and the mechanism by which the dead will respond to it remain mysteries. Traditions narrate that it is a horn made of light into which an angel blows, and its sound will reach those in their graves, summoning them to rise, this being the second blowing. The first blowing, as described in the verse from Surah Al-Zumar, will cause all who are in the heavens and the earth to swoon, except those whom God wills to spare. And the trumpet will be blown, and all who are in the heavens and on earth will fall unconscious, except those whom God wills to exempt. Then it will be blown a second time, and behold, they will be standing, looking on. These descriptions of the trumpet and its effects leave no doubt that it is unlike anything known or conceivable to mankind. It is therefore part of the unseen reality of God. We know of it only to the extent that God has revealed its description and effects, and we dare not go beyond this revelation. Beyond it lies conjecture and mere speculation, without certainty or assurance. On that day, when the trumpet is blown, it will become manifest even to the deniers and apparent even to the most deluded that all dominion belongs to God alone. No power will exist but His, and no will but His. Thus, it is only fitting for those who refuse to surrender to him willingly in this world to do so now, before they are compelled to submit to his absolute authority on the day when the trumpet is blown. Knower of the unseen and the seen. He is the one who knows the unseen, hidden from all, just as he knows the visible, perceivable universe. Nothing escapes him, whether concerning the affairs of his servants or any aspect of their existence. Therefore it is only fitting for them to surrender to him, to worship him, and to remain conscious of him. This truth is presented here for its inherent value and as a powerful, evocative reminder in the face of those who deny and oppose the truth, and he is wise, all aware. He governs the affairs of the universe that he created, and the lives of his creatures, both in this world and in the hereafter, with wisdom and perfect knowledge. Thus it is only fitting for them to yield to his guidance and his laws, to find happiness in the effects of his wisdom and knowledge, and to return to his guidance alone. In so doing, they will emerge from confusion and bewilderment into the shade of his wisdom and knowledge, and into the shelter of his guidance and insight. Thus, this truth is presented as a deeply moving influence upon both minds and hearts. And when Abraham said to his father Azar, "Do you take idols as gods? Truly, I see you and your people in manifest error." And so we showed Abraham the mighty dominion of the heavens and the earth, so that he might be among those who are certain in faith. When night descended upon him, he saw a star and said, "This is my sustainer." But when it set, he said, "I do not love those that set." Then, when he saw the moon rising, he said, "This is my sustainer." But when it too set, he said, "Unless my sustainer guides me, I will surely be among the people who have gone astray." Then, when he saw the sun rising, he said, "This is my sustainer, this is greater." But when it too set, he said, "O my people, truly I am free from all that you associate with God. I have turned my face toward the one who created the heavens and the earth, inclining in purity to him alone, and I am not of those who associate partners with him." And his people disputed with him. He said, "Do you dispute with me concerning God when he has guided me? And I do not fear what you associate with him, unless my sustainer wills something. My sustainer encompasses all things in knowledge. Will you not then reflect? And how should I fear what you associate with him, while you do not fear that you have ascribed to God that for which he has sent down no authority? So, which of the two groups has a greater right to security, if you truly know? Those who believe and do not mix their faith with wrongdoing, for them there is security, and they are rightly guided. Such was the argument we gave to Abraham against his people. We raise in rank whomever we will. Indeed, your sustainer is wise, all-knowing. We blessed him with Isaac and Jacob, each of whom we guided. And before them we had guided Noah. And from his descendants we guided David, Solomon, Job, Joseph, Moses, and Aaron. Thus do we reward those who do good. And we guided Zechariah, John, Jesus, and Elias. All were of the righteous. And we guided Ishmael, Elisha, Jonah, and Lot, and all we favoured above all others of their time. And we also guided some of their forefathers, their descendants, and their brothers. We chose them and guided them to a straight path. This is God's guidance, wherewith he guides whomever he wills of his servants. Had they associated others with God, all that they did would have been in vain. They are the ones to whom we gave the scripture, wisdom, and prophethood. But if these present-day people disbelieve in them, then we have entrusted their care to a people who do not disbelieve in them. They are the ones whom God has guided, so follow their guidance. Say, "I ask of you no reward for this. It is but a reminder for all humankind." Yet they have not measured God as he deserves to be measured. For they say, "God has revealed nothing to any human being." Say, who then revealed the book that Moses brought as a light and guidance for humanity? You make it into separate sheets, showing some but concealing much, and you have been taught what neither you nor your forefathers knew. Say, God revealed it, then leave them to play at their vain discourse. And this is a book that we have revealed, blessed and confirming what came before it, so that you may warn the mother of cities and those around it. Those who believe in the hereafter believe in it, and they are constant in their prayers. Who does greater wrong than one who fabricates a lie against God, or says, "It has been revealed to me," when nothing has been revealed to him, or one who says, "I will bring down the like of what God has sent down"? If you could but see the wrongdoers in the throes of death while the angels stretch forth their hands, saying, "Deliver up your souls." Today you will be repaid with the torment of disgrace for what you used to say against God untruthfully and for being arrogant toward his signs. And it will be said, "Indeed you have come to us alone, just as we created you the first time, and you have left behind all that we provided for you. And we do not see with you your intercessors whom you claimed were partners with God. The bond between you has been severed, and what you used to claim has deserted you." This lesson, in its entirety, is a single, cohesive thread addressing a unified theme: the establishment of faith upon a foundation of comprehensive understanding of the reality of God's divinity and humanity's servitude to Him, and the interconnections between them. It addresses this theme in a narrative style, accompanied by commentary, while preserving the evocative influences that pervade the surah, including the complete and vivid scene of death woven together in a steady flowing rhythm amidst the surah's successive waves of discourse. In its entirety, this passage presents the timeless procession of faith, beginning with Noah, peace be upon him, and culminating with Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. At the head of this procession appears the truth of God's divinity as it is reflected in the innate nature of one of his righteous servants, Abraham, peace be upon him. It paints a truly magnificent portrait of the pure human disposition as it searches for its true sustainer, whom it finds within itself, even as it encounters the distortions and misconceptions of Jahiliyyah in the external world. Ultimately, it arrives at a true conception of God that aligns with what is imprinted in its innermost being, a conviction based on an internal proof that is stronger and more enduring than anything observable or tangible. The lesson, in its entirety, presents the procession of unbroken faith, extending from Noah, peace be upon him, to Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. At the outset of this procession, it reveals the essence of divinity as it manifests in the innate nature of one of God's righteous servants, Abraham, peace be upon him. It paints a truly wondrous scene of the pure, untainted human nature as it searches for its true God, whom it finds within the depths of its being, even as it collides outwardly with the deviations and distortions of Jahiliyyah, until it finally arrives at a conception of truth that aligns with the image engraved in its innermost core, an image of its true sustainer, who is confirmed by an inner proof far stronger and firmer than that of the visible and tangible world. This unfolds as the Quranic narrative recounts the story of Abraham, peace be upon him, after he was guided to his true sustainer and found reassurance in what his heart had discovered. Then he argued with his people, saying, "Do you argue with me about God when he has already guided me? I do not fear those you associate with him, unless my sustainer wills otherwise. My sustainer encompasses all things in knowledge, will you not then take heed? And how should I fear what you associate with him, while you do not fear that you associate with God that for which he has sent down no authority? Which of the two sides is more deserving of safety, if you only knew?" The narrative then proceeds with the procession of unbroken faith led by the noble assembly of God's messengers across the ages. Along the way, the idolatry of the idolaters and the denial of the deniers appear as mere futile noise, scattered on either side of this majestic, continuous procession. The end of this procession merges with its beginning, forming one united community where the last of its members follow the same guidance as the first, without regard for time or place, race or tribe, lineage or colour. The connecting thread that binds them all is this one religion carried by that noble assembly. It is indeed a magnificent sight, this procession, as it is reflected in God's words to his noble messenger after recounting this great spectacle. This is God's guidance, with which he guides whomever he wills of his servants. If they had associated others with him, all that they had done would have been rendered null and void. Those are the ones to whom we gave the scripture, wisdom and prophethood. But if these people deny it, we have assigned it to others who will not deny it. Those are the ones whom God has guided, so follow their guidance. Say, I ask of you no reward for it, it is but a reminder to all the worlds. After this grand procession is recounted, the text then denounces those who claim that God has not sent messengers or revealed any scriptures to human beings. Such people have not measured God as he ought to be measured. For how can one who claims that God exalted be he would abandon humanity to their own devices, their intellects and the whims and weaknesses that assail them truly grasp the majesty of God? Such a notion is utterly incompatible with his divinity and sustainership, his knowledge and wisdom, his justice and mercy. Rather, God's infinite wisdom, justice and mercy necessitated that he send messengers to his servants and reveal scriptures to some of them. Through these messengers and scriptures, God sought to guide humanity back to their Creator, to rescue their innate nature from the layers of delusion that obscure it, block its pathways, and disable its faculties of perception and responsiveness. An example is given of the scripture revealed to Moses, peace be upon him, and of this Qur'an, which confirms the truth of all the scriptures that came before it. The extended lesson concludes with a denunciation of those who fabricate lies against God, those who claim falsely that he has revealed something to them, or those who assert that they can produce something akin to what God has revealed. These were the same false claims made by some of those who opposed the Islamic message. Among them were those who claimed prophethood and those who claimed to receive divine inspiration. Finally, the lesson closes with a vivid and terrifying scene of the agonizing death of the polytheists. If you could but see the wrongdoers in the throes of death, as the angels stretch out their hands to them, saying, "Surrender your souls. Today you will be repaid with the torment of humiliation for what you falsely attributed to God and for your arrogance regarding his signs. And now you have come to us alone, as we created you the first time, leaving behind all that we had granted you. And we do not see with you your intercessors, those whom you claimed were partners with God. Now all ties between you have been severed, and all that you used to claim has deserted you." This is a grim, agonizing, and dreadful scene, cloaked in humiliation and accompanied by reproach and rebuke, a fitting recompense for their arrogance, obstinacy, and lies. Then the Quran recounts the confrontation between Abraham, peace be upon him, and his father Azar. And remember when Abraham said to his father Azar, "Do you take idols as gods? Truly, I see you and your people in manifest error." Thus did we show Abraham the kingdom of the heavens and the earth, so that he might be of those who are certain. When night descended upon him, he saw a star and said, "This is my sustainer." But when it set, he said, "I do not love those that set." Then when he saw the moon rising, he said, "This is my sustainer." But when it set, he said, "If my sustainer does not guide me, I shall surely be among the misguided people." Then, when he saw the sun rising, he said, "This is my sustainer, this is greater." But when it set, he said, "O my people, I am free of what you associate with God. I have turned my face in devotion to him who created the heavens and the earth, inclining toward truth, and I am not of those who associate others with him." What a magnificent and awe-inspiring scene the Quranic narrative paints in these verses. It is the scene of pure, untainted human nature rejecting, from the very first glance, the distorted conceptions of Jahiliyyah and scorning them. Once it has cast off these delusions, it surges forward with a deep and ardent yearning, searching for its true sustainer. This sustainer it feels in its innermost being, yet it cannot discern him with full awareness and comprehension. In its hidden longing, it clings to anything that seems to offer the possibility of being that sustainer, only to find, upon testing it, that it is false and does not correspond to the truth embedded in its innermost core. Then, when the truth dawns upon it and becomes clear, it bursts forth in overwhelming joy and fills with an ecstatic certainty. It proclaims, in the fervour of this encounter, the conviction it has found, that reality now matches the truth that had been hidden within it all along. What a magnificent and awe-inspiring moment this is as it unfolds in the heart of Abraham, peace be upon him. The Quranic narrative captures this grand experience in these few concise verses. It is the story of human nature grappling with truth and falsehood. It is also the story of faith as the believer declares it boldly, fearing no reproach and makes no compromises, even at the expense of family, tribe, or people, as Abraham stood firm against his father and his people, with unwavering resolve, clarity, and courage. Do you take idols as gods? Truly I see you and your people in manifest error. This is the voice of the untainted human nature speaking through Abraham. He had not yet, with his conscious reasoning, arrived at the knowledge of his true sustainer, but his sound nature instinctively rejected the notion that the idols worshipped by his people could be gods. Abraham's people, the Chaldeans of Iraq, worshipped idols as well as celestial bodies. Yet the God who is worshipped, to whom people turn in times of ease and hardship, and who created all living beings, this God, as Abraham's pure nature perceived, could not possibly be a stone idol or a wooden effigy. If these idols cannot create, provide sustenance, hear or respond facts evident to anyone observing their state, then they cannot be deserving of worship, nor can they be taken as intermediaries between the true God and his servants. Thus Abraham's pure nature, peace be upon him, perceived the manifest error of his people's worship from the very first glance. His was the perfect embodiment of the innate nature with which God has fashioned humanity. It is also the perfect example of this nature as it confronts manifest falsehood, rejecting and scorning it, while boldly declaring the truth and standing firm for it when the matter pertains to faith and conviction. Do you take idols as gods? Truly I see you and your people in manifest error. These were the words of Abraham, peace be upon him, to his father. Abraham was described in the Qur'an as tender-hearted, forbearing, gentle in character, and kind in disposition. Yet when it came to matters of faith, faith took precedence over ties of kinship, over feelings of tenderness and kindness. Indeed, Abraham is the model whom God commanded the Muslims among his descendants to emulate. His story is presented as an example and a lesson. By virtue of his pure nature and its absolute devotion to the truth, Abraham, peace be upon him, was made deserving of a special vision, whereby God unveiled to his inner sight the hidden mysteries of the universe and the signs of guidance embedded in existence. Thus did we show Abraham the kingdom of the heavens and the earth, so that he might be of those who are certain. With such a pure and untainted nature, and such an open and receptive insight, and in this manner of absolute devotion to the truth and rejection of falsehood, Abraham was shown the reality of this kingdom, the kingdom of the heavens and the earth. God revealed to him the hidden mysteries woven into the fabric of the cosmos, unveiled the signs scattered across the pages of existence, and linked his heart and soul to the inspirations of faith and the proofs of guidance in this wondrous universe. Thus, he was elevated from the stage of rejecting false gods to the stage of conscious certainty in the one true God. And this is the path of the innate nature, profound and self-evident, a consciousness that cannot be obscured by the layers of delusion, a vision that perceives the wonders of God's handiwork in the universe, a contemplation that follows the signs of creation until they reveal their hidden truths, and a divine guidance granted as a reward for striving in his way. Thus walked Abraham, peace be upon him, and on this path he found God. He found him with his intellect and awareness after having already found him hidden within his innate nature and conscience. He discovered the truth of divinity in his conscious understanding, perfectly corresponding to what lay concealed within his innate disposition and inner being. Let us accompany Abraham on this remarkable journey, his journey with a truthful and untainted nature. It is an astounding journey, though it may appear simple and effortless. A journey from the point of intuitive faith to the point of conscious faith, a faith upon which the divine law, with its obligations and ordinances, is built. A faith that God exalted is He does not leave to human reason alone to comprehend. Instead, He clarifies it through the messages of His messengers, making the revealed message not mere intuition or human reason, the decisive proof upon mankind, the basis for accountability and reward. This is out of His justice, mercy, and His boundless knowledge of human nature. As for Abraham, peace be upon him, he is Abraham, the intimate friend of the Most Merciful, the father of the Muslims. When night fell upon him, he saw a star and said, "This is my sustainer." But when it set, he said, I do not love that which sets. This is an image of Abraham's soul, troubled by doubt indeed, by decisive rejection of the idols worshipped by his father and his people. The issue of faith had come to preoccupy his mind, filling his world. The expression of the Quranic narrative makes this scene all the more vivid with the words, "When night fell upon him," as though the night descended upon him alone, isolating him from the people around him, so that he might confront his own thoughts, reflections, and the new concern that had taken over his mind, filling his consciousness. When night fell upon him, he saw a star and said, "This is my sustainer." His people worshipped the stars and celestial bodies, as we have mentioned earlier. When Abraham despaired of finding his true sustainer, whom he sensed within his nature, though not yet with conscious clarity among the idols his people worshipped, he perhaps hoped to find him in something his people venerated in their worship. This was not the first time Abraham knew that his people worshipped the stars and celestial bodies, nor was it the first time he saw a star. But tonight, the star spoke to him in a way it never had before, inspiring thoughts that aligned with the concern preoccupying his mind and filling his world. He said, "This is my sustainer." By its light, its rising, and its ascent, the star seemed closer compared to idols to being a sustainer. But no, it betrayed his assumption. But when it set, he said, "I do not love that which sets." It vanished. It disappeared from creation. Who then takes care of creation? Who manages its affairs if the sustainer absents itself? No, it cannot be a sustainer, for the true sustainer does not vanish. This is the intuitive logic of innate nature, direct, self-evident and uncomplicated. It does not consult the complexities of logical propositions or hypothetical arguments. Instead, it flows with ease and certainty, for the entirety of human existence testifies to it with deep conviction. I do not love that which sets, for the bond between human nature and its creator is one of love, and the connection is one of the heart. And Abraham's nature does not love that which sets, nor does it take such things as gods. The true God, beloved by human nature, does not vanish. When he saw the moon rising, he said, "This is my sustainer." But when it set, he said, "If my sustainer does not guide me, I shall surely be among the misguided people." The experience repeated itself. It was as if Abraham had never before seen the moon nor known that his people worshipped it. Tonight, the moon appeared to him in a new light. He said, "This is my sustainer." With its light pouring forth into existence and its solitary brilliance in the skies, it seemed beloved. But it too disappeared, and the sustainer, as Abraham's innate nature and heart knew, does not vanish. At this moment, Abraham felt the need for help from his true sustainer, whom he sensed in his conscience and innate nature. His sustainer, whom he loved but had not yet perceived with full awareness. He felt lost and astray unless his sustainer guided him, unless his sustainer extended a hand to him and revealed the way. He said, "If my sustainer does not guide me, I shall surely be among the misguided people." When he saw the sun rising, he said, "This is my sustainer, this is greater." But when it set, he said, "O my people, I am free from all that you associate with God. I have turned my face with pure devotion to him who created the heavens and the earth, and I am not of those who associate others with him." This was the third trial involving the greatest and most radiant of visible celestial bodies, the sun. The sun, which rises and sets daily, today seemed to Abraham as though it was something entirely new. Today he saw things through the lens of a heart yearning for its sustainer, a heart longing to find peace and reassurance in its true God, to rest firmly after the restless search and long struggle. He said, "This is my sustainer, this is greater." But it too set. And at that moment the spark was struck, the connection was made. The light of truth flooded his heart, overflowing into the visible universe and his conscious awareness. Here Abraham found his sustainer. He found him in his awareness and consciousness, just as he had always been present in his innate nature and conscience. Here there was a perfect harmony between the innate sense of God that had always been present and the clear conscious understanding of him. Here Abraham found his sustainer not in a shining star, nor in the rising moon, nor in the blazing sun. He did not find him in what the eyes can see, nor in what sensory perception can grasp. He found him in his heart and inner nature, in his intellect and awareness, and in the entire existence around him. He found him as the creator of all that the eye beholds, all that the senses perceive, and all that the mind comprehends. At this point, Abraham experienced a complete separation from his people and all that they worshipped of false gods. With firm clarity and without hesitation, he renounced their ways, their beliefs, and their polytheism, even though they did not deny God outright, but associated false deities with him. Abraham, however, turned to God alone, without partner or rival. He said, "O my people, I am free from all that you associate with God. I have turned my face with pure devotion to him who created the heavens and the earth, and I am not of those who associate others with him." This was the turning toward the creator of the heavens and the earth, a turning of pure devotion, free from any inclination toward polytheism. It was a decisive word, a firm certainty and a final direction. No more hesitation, no more doubt, for the truth had become clear to his mind, corresponding perfectly to the innate sense of truth within his heart. Once again we witness this magnificent and awe-inspiring scene, a scene of faith, as it takes hold of the soul and fills the heart, having become fully clear and free of all obscurity. We see it as it envelops the human being completely, leaving nothing outside its embrace. It pours into him a serene confidence in his sustainer, whom he has found within his heart, his intellect, and the universe around him. This is the scene that unfolds in all its splendor and radiance in the verses that follow. Abraham had arrived at the vision of God. Exalted is he within his conscience, intellect, and the existence surrounding him. His heart was at peace, his mind at rest. He felt the hand of God guiding him, leading his steps along the path. And now his people came to dispute with him about the certainty he had reached, the monotheism that had filled his heart, and to frighten him with the idols he had rejected, threatening him with their wrath. Yet he faced them with unwavering certainty, steadfast faith, and the clear inner and outer vision of his true sustainer who had guided him. And his people argued with him. He said, "Do you argue with me concerning God when he has already guided me? I do not fear those you associate with him unless my sustainer wills otherwise. My sustainer encompasses all things in knowledge. Will you not then take heed? And how should I fear what you associate with him, while you do not fear that you associate with God, that for which he has sent down no authority? Which of the two sides is more deserving of safety if you only knew?" When human nature deviates, it goes astray, growing further and further from its original point until it becomes difficult for it to return. Such was the case with Abraham's people, who worshipped idols, stars, and celestial bodies. They did not reflect or contemplate the profound journey that had taken place within Abraham. Instead of being inspired to think and reconsider, they came to dispute with him, clinging to their manifest error and clear misguidance. But Abraham, the one whose heart and mind found God, and who discovered him in all of existence around him, confronted them with serene defiance. He said, "Do you dispute with me concerning God while he has already guided me? Do you argue with me about God while I have found him taking me by the hand, opening my inner vision and leading me to himself, acquainting me with him? He has taken me by the hand and guided me. This alone is within me proof of his existence. I have seen him in my conscience and my awareness, just as I have seen him in the universe around me. So what argument do you bring against me about something which I perceive within myself and for which I need no external evidence? His guidance to me is itself the proof, and I do not fear what you associate with him. For how could one who has found God ever fear? What should he fear, and from whom should he fear? Every power other than the power of God is weak, and every dominion other than the dominion of God is hollow and without substance. How could he fear? But Abraham, in the depths of his faith and the surrender of his heart, refuses to assert anything except in full reliance upon the unbounded will of God and his all-encompassing knowledge, unless my sustainer wills otherwise. My sustainer encompasses all things in his knowledge. Thus he entrusts his protection and well-being entirely to the will of God, proclaiming that he fears nothing of their so-called gods. for he relies on God's guardianship and care, knowing that nothing will touch him except what God wills, and that his knowledge embraces all things. And how should I fear what you associate with him, while you do not fear that you have ascribed to God partners for which he has sent down no authority? So which of the two groups has a greater right to security, if you but knew? This is the reasoning of a believer confident, assured, and aware of the truths of existence. If there is anyone who should rightly feel fear, it is not Abraham. It is not the believer who places his hand in God's hand and walks steadfastly along the path. How could Abraham fear powerless false gods, whatever guise these gods may take, even if they sometimes appear as tyrants on earth wielding great force? Before the majesty of God, they are but feeble and impotent. How could Abraham fear these false, helpless deities, while they themselves do not fear having associated with God that for which he has sent down no authority nor power? Which of the two groups, then, has a greater claim to security? The one who believes in God and rejects all partners with him, or the one who associates with God that which has no power or authority? Which of the two groups has a greater right to security if they only possess knowledge and understanding? At this point, the answer descends from the highest assembly, and God himself decrees the verdict on this matter. Those who believe and do not taint their faith with wrongdoing, for them there is security, and they are rightly guided. Those who have faith and devote themselves wholly to God, without mixing their faith with any form of idolatry, whether in worship, obedience, or direction, these are the ones who are secure, and these are the ones who are guided aright. And this was the argument with which we inspired Abraham against his people. We raise in degrees whom we will. This was the argument God inspired Abraham with, so that he might refute the arguments of his people. He unveiled to them the frailty of their position, their belief that these supposed gods had any power to harm him. It is clear that they did not reject the existence of God or his dominion over the universe, but they associated others with him. But when Abraham confronted them with the truth that whoever devotes himself wholly to God has nothing to fear from anything besides him, while those who associate partners with God are the ones who should rightly fear, their argument collapsed. Abraham's argument triumphed. He rose above his people in faith, reasoning, and stature. Thus does God raise in rank whom he wills, according to his wisdom and knowledge. Indeed, your sustainer is all-wise, all-knowing. Before we leave this passage, let us bask in the spirit of life during the era of the Prophet, Muhammad's companions. May peace and blessings be upon him, and witness how this Qur'an descended upon them fresh and alive, how their souls absorbed it, how they lived by it, and how they interacted with its meanings, implications, and demands with a seriousness and commitment that fills us with awe and wonder. It allows us to understand how this unique group of people came to be, and how God worked through them to achieve what he willed of extraordinary feats within just a quarter century. Ibn Jarir narrated on his chain of transmission from Abdullah ibn Idris, who said, "When this verse was revealed, those who believe and do not taint their faith with wrongdoing, it weighed heavily upon the companions of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him. They said, 'Who among us has not wronged himself?' The messenger of God, peace be upon him, said, 'It is not as you think. It is as Luqman said to his son, do not associate partners with God, for indeed associating partners with him is a great wrongdoing.'" Similarly, Ibn Jarir narrated on his chain of transmission from Ibn al-Musayyib that Umar ibn al-Khattab recited, "Those who believe and do not taint their faith with wrongdoing." Upon reading it, he became alarmed and went to Ubay ibn Ka'b, saying, "O Abu al-Mundir, I have recited a verse from the Book of God, and who among us can be safe?" Ubay replied, "What is it?" Umar recited the verse to him. Ubay responded, "May God forgive you. Have you not heard God's words? Indeed, associating partners with God is a great wrongdoing. It is referring to associating partners with him." Ibn Jarir also narrated from Abu al-Ashar al-Abdi on his father's authority that Zayd ibn Suhan asked Salman, saying, "O Abu Abdullah, there is a verse in the Book of God that has greatly troubled me, those who believe and do not taint their faith with wrongdoing." Salman replied, "It refers to associating partners with God the Exalted." Zayd said, "It would not please me to not have heard it from you." even if I were given all that I currently possess. These three reports reveal to us the sensitivity of this noble group of people toward the Quran, how deeply its impact resonated in their hearts. They received it as direct commands for action, decisive directives for obedience, and final rulings to be followed. They trembled when they thought there might be a gap between their limited abilities and the level of obligation required of them. And they would be overcome with anxiety at the thought of being held accountable for any degree of shortcoming until God and His Messenger brought clarification and ease to their concerns. What a magnificent and awe-inspiring scene it is, the sight of these souls that bore this religion, serving as vessels for God's will and instruments of His decree in the reality of life. After this, the narrative presents the majestic procession of faith, led by that noble assembly of messengers from Noah to Abraham to the seal of the prophets. Peace and blessings be upon them all. The narrative unfolds this procession as a continuous, unbroken chain, particularly emphasizing Abraham and his descendants among the prophets without adhering to strict historical sequence, as is often observed in other places. For here, the focus is on the procession as a whole, not its chronological order, and we bestowed upon him Isaac and Jacob, each of whom we guided. And Noah we had guided before. And among his descendants were David, Solomon, Job, Joseph, Moses, and Aaron. Thus do we reward those who do good. And Zechariah, John, Jesus, and Elias, each of them was of the righteous. And Ishmael, Elisha, Jonah, and Lot, and each of them we favoured above all others in the world. And likewise among their fathers, their descendants, and their brothers, we chose them and guided them to a straight path. This is the guidance of God. He guides thereby whom He wills of His servants. But if they had associated others with Him, all that they had done would have been rendered void. It is they to whom we gave the scripture, wisdom, and prophethood. But if these people now disbelieve in it, we have entrusted it to a people who will never disbelieve in it. It is they whom God has guided, so follow their guidance. Say, I ask of you no recompense for it. It is but a reminder for all the worlds. In these verses, 17 prophets are mentioned by name, excluding Noah and Abraham, but with reference to others among their fathers, descendants, and brothers. The recurring refrains, thus do we reward those who do good, each of them we favoured above all others in the world, and we chose them and guided them to a straight path, affirm their excellence, divine selection, and guidance to the path of truth. And the mention of this noble assembly in this manner, and the presentation of this grand procession in such a vivid image, all of it serves as a prelude to the affirmations that follow. This is God's guidance with which He guides whomever He wills of His servants, and if they were to associate others with Him, all that they had done would be in vain. This is a declaration of the wellspring of guidance on this earth. For God's guidance to humankind is embodied in what the messengers have brought forth. True and certain guidance worthy of being followed is confined to this sole source, which God Almighty has decreed to be His guidance and the means by which He leads whomever He chooses among His servants. And were these guided servants to deviate from the oneness of God, whether in belief, worship, or the source from which they draw their guidance and associate others with Him, then their deeds would be rendered void, lost in vain, like an animal that grazes on poisonous plants, swells up and perishes. This is the linguistic root of the term haptonullification that leads to ruin. They are the ones to whom we gave the scripture, wisdom, and prophethood. But if these people now disbelieve in it, we have entrusted it to others who will never disbelieve in it. This is the second affirmation. The first affirmed the source of guidance, restricting it to God's guidance as conveyed through the messengers. The second affirms that the messengers who were mentioned or alluded to are the ones whom God graced with scripture, wisdom, authority, and prophethood. The term hukum, wisdom, can denote wisdom in the sense of insight and understanding, or it can denote authority and dominion. Both meanings are plausible in this context. To some of these messengers, God bestowed scripture, as with the Torah given to Moses, the Psalms given to David, and the Gospel given to Jesus. To others, He granted wisdom and authority, as with David and Solomon. All of them, however, were endowed with divine authority, for the religion they bore was itself God's decree, and the message they conveyed carried God's dominion over hearts and affairs. God did not send the messengers except to be obeyed, nor did he reveal the scriptures except that they might arbitrate justly among people, as is stated in other verses of the Qur'an. All of them were granted wisdom, and all of them were granted prophethood. These are the ones whom God entrusted with his religion, charging them with conveying it to humanity, upholding it, believing in it, and preserving it. And if the polytheists of Arabia, the likes of these people, disbelieve in the scripture, wisdom, and prophethood, then God's religion is not in need of them. Those noble messengers and the believers who follow them suffice for the preservation of this faith. It is an ancient truth whose roots run deep, and a procession unbroken, its links firmly bound together. It is a singular call, borne by messenger after messenger, and believed in by those whom God has destined for guidance according to his knowledge of who is deserving of his guidance. This affirmation pours reassurance into the hearts of believers and into the hearts of the Muslim community regardless of its size. For this community is never isolated, never severed from its roots. It is a branch sprung from a tree whose roots are firm and whose branches reach into the heavens. It is a link in a noble, unbroken chain whose connection to God and his guidance is secure. The individual believer in any land or generation is strong mighty even for he belongs to that sturdy, towering tree whose roots are deeply embedded in human nature and human history. He is a member of that noble procession, connected to God and his guidance since the dawn of time. They are the ones whom God has guided, so follow their guidance. Say, I ask of you no recompense for this, it is but a reminder to all the worlds. This is the third affirmation. These noble ones, who lead the procession of faith, are those whom God has guided, and their guidance, which came to them from God, is the model for the messenger of God. Peace and blessings be upon him and for those who believe in him. It is this guidance alone that must be followed. It is this guidance alone that is to be used for judgment, and it is this guidance alone that is to be proclaimed and offered as glad tidings. Thus the prophet declares to those whom he calls, I ask of you no recompense for this, it is but a reminder for all the worlds. For all the worlds not confined to a particular people or nation, nor to near or far. It is God's guidance, sent to remind all of humankind. Hence no recompense is sought for it, its reward lies solely with God. The narrative moves on, denouncing those who deny the messengers and disparage their messages, condemning them for failing to appreciate God as he deserves to be appreciated, for failing to recognize his wisdom, mercy, and justice. It affirms that the final message follows the same pattern as the messages before it, and that the final scripture confirms the scriptures that came before it, harmonizing perfectly with the theme of the noble procession previously presented. They did not value God as he deserves to be valued when they said, God has not sent down anything to any human. Say, who then sent down the book that Moses brought as a light and guidance for people? You make it into parchment fragments, showing some and concealing much. And you were taught what neither you nor your forefathers knew. Say, God. Then leave them to play at their vain discourse. And this is a book we have sent down, blessed, confirming what came before it, so that you may warn the mother of cities and those around it. And those who believe in the hereafter believe in it, and they are steadfast in their prayers. The idolaters, in their stubbornness and obstinacy, would claim that God had not sent any messenger from among humans, nor had he revealed any book to them. Yet alongside them in Arabia were the people of the book, the Jews whom they did not dispute regarding their claim to possess a divine scripture, nor regarding their belief that God had sent down the Torah to Moses, peace be upon him. The idolaters' denial was born of their obstinacy in rejecting the message of Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Thus, the Qur'an rebukes them for their statement, God has not sent down anything to any human, and counters them with the book that Moses had brought before. They did not value God as he deserves to be valued when they said, God has not sent down anything to any human. This statement, once uttered by the idolaters of Makkah in their Jahiliyyah, is echoed by their counterparts in every age, those who claim that religion is a human invention, evolving alongside human development. They fail to distinguish between faiths that are the product of human imagination, such as all paganisms, ancient and modern, which rise and fall with their adherents, and the faiths brought by God's messengers. These divinely revealed religions remain steadfast in their original essence, conveyed by each messenger in turn. Some accepted them, others turned away. Over time, deviation and distortion crept in, and humanity once again fell into Jahiliyyah, awaiting the arrival of a new messenger to renew the one true continuous faith. Such statements arise whether in the past or present from those who fail to appreciate God as he deserves to be appreciated, those who do not recognize his grace, his mercy, and his justice. They say God does not send messengers from among humans, claiming that if he willed, he would have sent angels, as the Arabs once said. Or they say that the creator of this vast universe cannot possibly concern himself with humanity, dwelling on this tiny speck of dust called Earth. How could he send messengers and reveal scriptures to guide such a small creature on such a small planet? Such is the argument of some philosophers, ancient and modern. Others deny outright the existence of God, revelation, or messengers, claiming that religion is merely a figment of human imagination, or a tool of deception wielded by some over others, as the materialist atheists assert. And all of this stems from Jahiliyyah, of God's infinite majesty. Exalted is he, the most generous, the most magnificent, the just, the merciful, the all-knowing, the wise. God, in his boundless grace, does not abandon this human creature to wander aimlessly, for he is the one who created him, who knows his innermost secrets as well as his outward expressions, who is fully aware of his strengths, capacities, shortcomings, and weaknesses. He knows of humanity's intrinsic need for just and upright scales, by which to weigh their perceptions, thoughts, words, deeds, conditions, and systems, a scale that enables them to discern whether they are on the path of truth and righteousness, or whether they have been led astray into error and corruption. Verily, God exalted is he knows that the intellect he has endowed humanity with is subject to immense pressures from their base desires, whims, ambitions, and cravings. Furthermore, this intellect is entrusted with dominion over the earth's resources, which God has subjected to mankind's use by his decree. Yet, it is not entrusted with the task of comprehending the entirety of existence in its absolute reality, nor with formulating immutable foundations for life. This remains the domain of faith, which God has ordained for humanity through his revelation. Faith establishes for them a sound understanding of existence and life in their totality. Thus, God does not leave humanity to rely solely on the intellect, nor does he leave them to depend exclusively on the innate, God-given awareness embedded within their primordial nature, a nature that instinctively recognizes its creator, yearns for him, and seeks refuge in his presence during times of hardship. For even this innate nature is susceptible to corruption due to the internal and external pressures that weigh upon it, as well as the misguidance and seduction orchestrated by the devils among humankind and jinn, who wield every tool and avenue of influence at their disposal. Rather, God, in his infinite mercy and wisdom, has entrusted humanity to his revelation, his messengers, and his divine guidance. Through this, he restores their innate nature to its purity and uprightness, revives their intellect to its clarity and soundness, and lifts from them the veils of deceit, whether these originate from within themselves or from external forces. This is what befits the boundless generosity, grace, justice, wisdom, and knowledge of God. For it is inconceivable that he would create humankind and leave them to wander aimlessly, only to hold them accountable on the day of judgment, without having sent to them a messenger to guide them. And we would never punish a people until we sent to them a messenger. Qur'an 17:15. Thus, to truly appreciate the majesty of God is to believe that he has sent messengers to his servants who rescue their innate nature from its layers of corruption and assist their intellect in breaking free from its constraints so that it may engage in pure reflection and deep contemplation. He has revealed to these messengers the path of calling others to God, and in some cases, He has granted them scriptures to remain with their people for a time, like the scriptures of Moses, David, and Jesus, or to remain until the end of time, as is the case with the Qur'an. Since the message of Moses was known among the Arabs of the Arabian Peninsula, and since the people of the book were well recognized in that region, God commanded his prophet to confront the idolaters who denied the very concept of revelation and prophethood with this undeniable truth. Say, who sent down the book which Moses brought as a light and guidance for humankind? You make it into scrolls, revealing some and concealing much, and you were taught what neither you nor your forefathers knew. Quran 6:91. In the introduction to the Surah, we discussed the opinion that this verse is Madinan and is addressed to the Jews. However, we also mentioned the alternative reading chosen by Ibn Jarir al-Tabari, which interprets the phrase, "you make it into scrolls," as a reference not to the Jews specifically, but to the idolaters. This interpretation describes the actions of the Jews concerning the Torah, how they divided it into scrolls, selectively revealing portions that suited their agendas of deception and manipulation, while concealing other parts that did not align with their schemes. This was something the Arabs were partially aware of, in addition to what God informed them of in the Quran about the actions of the Jews. Thus, this verse is a statement about the Jews, inserted into the narrative rather than a direct address to them. Consequently, the verse is Makan, not Madinan, and we prefer the interpretation chosen by Ibn Jarir al-Tabari. Say to them, O Muhammad, who sent down the book which Moses brought as a light and guidance for humankind. A book which the Jews have turned into scattered scrolls, hiding some of its contents while revealing others in service of their despicable plots and schemes. Then confront them with the fact that God has taught them through this Quran truths and knowledge they could never have known on their own. This knowledge was a gift they ought to have been grateful for, rather than rejecting its divine origin by denying that God revealed this knowledge to his prophet. God did not leave them the option of answering this question for themselves. Instead, he commanded his messenger to decisively settle the matter with a single declaration, leaving no room for futile argumentation. Say, "It is God." Then leave them to play at their vain discourse. Quran 6:91. Proclaim, "It is God who sent it down." Then turn away from their quarrels, their obstinacy, and their disputes. Leave them to their idle play and heedless wanderings. In this turning away lies both a subtle warning and a measure of disdain alongside the seriousness of the truth that has been declared. For when people stoop to such frivolous arguments, it is fitting to uphold the dignity of truth by ending the debate and reserving speech for matters that truly deserve it. The narrative then shifts to a description of the new book, the Quran, that the deniers refuse to acknowledge as a divine revelation. Yet it is but one link in a chain of divine scriptures, preceded by many others. It is not an unprecedented phenomenon, but rather a continuation of God's eternal way of sending guidance. And this is a book that we have sent down, blessed, confirming what came before it, so that you may warn the mother of cities and those around her. Those who believe in the hereafter believe in it, and they are ever mindful of their prayers. Quran 6:92. It's one of God's timeless laws to send messengers and to reveal scriptures to them. This new book, which they deny, is a blessed scripture, blessed in every sense of the word. Indeed, by the truth of God it is blessed. It is blessed in its origin, for God himself has sanctified it as he revealed it from his presence. It is blessed in its vessel, for it was entrusted to the pure, noble, and magnanimous heart of Muhammad. It is blessed in its size and content. For though it is but a small volume compared to the voluminous books composed by humankind, it contains in every verse, every line, profound meanings, subtle intimations, and transformative guidance that surpass what hundreds of human tomes could ever convey. To those who have practiced the art of eloquence and expression, whether in their own speech or in the study of the words of others, it becomes abundantly clear that the Quranic mode of expression is unparalleled in its blessedness. It is impossible for any human, even with volumes upon volumes, to convey what the Quran conveys in its concise yet all-encompassing style. Each verse encapsulates a world of meanings, establishing truths and guiding humanity in a manner that is utterly unique. Truly, it is blessed in its effect, as it addresses the human soul, the very essence of human nature, in a direct yet wondrously nuanced manner. It penetrates every corner of the human psyche and touches every avenue of the human heart in a way no human speech can ever replicate. For the Quran carries the authority of God, and no human speech, no matter how eloquent, can carry such authority. We cannot hope to fully describe the blessedness of this book, for even if we were to try, we would fall far short of the reality. Suffice it to say that God Himself has declared it blessed, and in this lies the ultimate testimony, confirming what came before it. This book confirms the scriptures that preceded it, those that were revealed by God in their unaltered form, not the versions distorted by human hands and falsely attributed to God. It confirms the truth these scriptures conveyed with regard to the fundamental tenets of faith. As for laws and ordinances, God has prescribed for every community laws suited to their circumstances, within the greater framework of the ultimate truth about God. Those who write about Islam and claim that it was the first religion to introduce the idea of pure monotheism, or the first to expound the complete concept of prophethood, or the first to teach the full doctrine of the hereafter, often do so with the intention of praising Islam. Yet, they fail to read the Quran, for had they read it, they would have heard God affirm that all His messengers, peace and blessings be upon them, came with the pure, unadulterated monotheism that left no trace of association with any other in worship. They all proclaimed the truth about the messengerhood, affirming the humanity of the messengers, their inability to bring harm or benefit by their own will, their lack of knowledge of the unseen, and their incapacity to provide or withhold sustenance. They all warned their people of the hereafter, with its ultimate reckoning and just recompense. Indeed, every essential truth of Islam's creed was brought by every messenger. The final book merely confirmed what the earlier scriptures contained, yet such statements about the supposed evolution of religious thought are but echoes of European intellectual traditions, which claim that even divine truths, including the truths of revealed religions, evolved and developed alongside the progression of human societies. Such claims, however, cannot serve to defend Islam. Rather, they undermine its very foundations as established in the Quran. Let writers and readers alike beware of this dangerous pitfall. As for the wisdom behind the revelation of this book, it is so that the messenger, peace and blessings be upon him, might warn the people of Makkah, the mother of cities, and those surrounding her. That you may warn the mother of cities and those around her. Quran 692. Makkah was called the mother of cities because it houses the sacred house of God, the very first house ever established for mankind to worship God alone without ascribing to him any partner. It was designated as a sanctuary of peace not only for humankind but for all living creatures. From this sacred city emerged the universal call to all the inhabitants of the earth, a call that had never been made before. To this city, the believers in this universal message return in pilgrimage, reconnecting with the house from which the call first emanated. The intent, however, is not as the enemies of Islam among the Orientalists deceptively claim to restrict the message to Makkah and its immediate surroundings. These critics isolate this verse from the broader context of the Quran to argue that Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, initially intended his message to be confined to the people of Makkah and a few neighbouring towns. They allege that it was only later, after unforeseen circumstances such as his emigration to Medina and the establishment of his state there, that he expanded his vision beyond this limited scope. Such claims are falsehoods, for even in the Markan Quran at the very outset of his mission, God declared to his messenger, "We have not sent you except as a mercy to all the worlds." Quran 21, 107. And "We have not sent you except to all mankind, as a bearer of glad tidings and a warner." Quran 34, 28. At that time, the call may have been confined to the narrow valleys of Makkah, surrounded by trials and tribulations, but its scope was universal from the very beginning. And those who believe in the hereafter believe in it, and they are ever mindful of their prayers. Quran 6:92. Those who believe in the hereafter, in accountability and in recompense, naturally believe that God would not leave humanity without a messenger to guide them. They find no difficulty in believing in the truth of this revelation. Rather, their very belief in the hereafter creates within them an inner inclination to accept it. And because of their belief in the hereafter and in this book, they are diligent in maintaining their prayers, striving to maintain a constant and intimate connection with God, and fulfilling their obedience to Him as embodied in the act of prayer. This reflects the nature of a soul. Once it truly believes in the hereafter and finds certainty in it, it readily believes in this book and its revelation, and becomes keen to maintain its connection with God and its submission to Him. Observing the various human souls around us only confirms the truth of this self-evident statement. The Quran then concludes this rapid succession of verses with a vivid, awe-inspiring and deeply unsettling scene, a scene of the wrongdoers, the idolaters who fabricate lies against God or falsely claim that they have received divine revelation, or who arrogantly boast that they could produce the likes of this Quran. These wrongdoers, whose injustice is unparalleled, are depicted in the throes of death, when the angels extend their hands towards them in torment, demanding their souls while reproaching them for their audacity and falsehoods. At that moment, they will have abandoned everything they once possessed, and even their so-called partners will have forsaken them. Who could be more unjust than one who fabricates lies against God, or says, "It has been revealed to me," when nothing has been revealed to him, or one who says, "I will reveal something similar to what God has revealed"? If only you could see the wrongdoers in the throes of death, while the angels stretch out their hands to them, saying, "Give up your souls. Today you shall be recompensed with the punishment of disgrace for what you falsely attributed to God and for your arrogant rejection of His signs." Quran 6:93. And now you have come to us individually as we created you at first, leaving behind everything we had entrusted to you, and we do not see with you your intercessors, those whom you claim to be partners with God. All ties between you have been severed, and all that you used to claim has deserted you. Quran 6:94. It has been reported by Qatada and Ibn Abbas, may God be pleased with them, that this verse was revealed regarding Musaylimah the liar, Sajah bint al-Harith, his wife, and Al-Aswad al-Ansi, those who falsely claimed prophethood during the lifetime of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and who falsely asserted that God had revealed messages to them. As for the one who said, "I will reveal something similar to what God has revealed," some narrations attribute this to Abdullah ibn Sa'd ibn Abisar. He had embraced Islam and used to write down the revelation for the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him. It is said that when the verse from Surah Al-Mu'minun was revealed, "And indeed we created man from an extract of clay," Quran 23:12, the Prophet dictated it to him, and when he reached the phrase, "Then we made him into another creation, so blessed is God, the best of creators," Quran 23:14, Abdullah was struck by awe at this description of human creation and exclaimed, "So blessed is God, the best of creators." The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, responded, "Thus it was revealed to me." At that moment, Abdullah began to doubt, thinking to himself, "If Muhammad is truthful, then I have also received revelation just as he has. And if he is lying, then I have said what he has said." He then apostatized, returned to the idolaters, and became the subject of God's condemnation in the verse, or says, "I will reveal something similar to what God has revealed." Quran 6:93. The scene depicted in this verse is one of overwhelming terror, portraying the wrongdoers in the agonies of death. The term agonies paints a picture of distress and anguish as the angels extend their hands to them in torment, demanding their souls, "Give up your souls. Today you shall be recompensed with the punishment of disgrace for what you falsely attributed to God and for your arrogant rejection of His signs." Their arrogance is met with humiliating punishment, and their lies against God are confronted with divine reproach. The entire scene is shrouded in an atmosphere of dread and suffocation, evoking both horror and despair. Finally, the ultimate reprimand comes from God himself, the very one they had denied. Now they stand before him, utterly exposed and bereft. And now you have come to us individually as we created you at first. You have come to us stripped of everything, alone as you were when you first emerged from the womb, naked, bare and helpless. You have left behind all that we entrusted you with, leaving behind everything we had entrusted to you. All your wealth, possessions, children and worldly adornments, everything you once held dear has been abandoned, left behind. Nothing remains with you and you have no power over anything. And we do not see with you your intercessors, those whom you claim to be partners with God. Those whom you used to claim would intercede for you in times of distress, those whom you associated with God in your worship, wealth and lives. Where are they now? Those about whom you said, "We worship them only so they may bring us nearer to God." Qur'an 39:3. Where are they? Where are your so-called partners and intercessors? All ties between you have been severed, and all that you used to claim has deserted you. Everything has been cut off, every bond, every connection, every imagined partner. All your false claims have vanished, leaving you utterly forsaken. This is a scene that shakes the human heart to its core. It is vivid, dynamic, and deeply unsettling, casting its shadows over the soul and filling it with awe and dread. This is the Qur'an. This is the Qur'an. Indeed, it is God who splits the grain and the seed. He brings forth the living from the dead, and he brings forth the dead from the living. Such is God, how then are you deluded? He is the cleaver of the dawn, and he has made the night a time of stillness, and the sun and the moon as measures of time. This is the decree of the Almighty, the All-Knowing. It is He who has made for you the stars, so that you may be guided by them in the depths of darkness on land and sea. We have indeed made our signs clear for those who understand. And it is He who has brought you forth from a single soul, and then there is a dwelling place and a repository. We have indeed made our signs clear for those who reflect. It is He who sends down water from the sky, and by it we bring forth the growth of all things. From it we bring forth greenery, from which we produce grain heaped upon itself, and from the date palm, from its spathes, come clusters of low-hanging dates, and gardens of vines and olives and pomegranates, alike and unlike. Behold their fruit when it bears fruit, and their ripeness indeed. In this are signs for a people who believe. Yet they ascribe partners to God, the jinn, while He created them, and they falsely attribute to Him sons and daughters without knowledge. Glorified and exalted is He far above what they ascribe to Him, the originator of the heavens and the earth. How could He have a child when He has no consort? He created everything, and He is the knower of all things. That is God, your sustainer. There is no deity but Him, the creator of all things. So worship Him, for He is the guardian over all things. Vision perceives Him not, yet He perceives all vision, and He is the subtle, the all-aware. Insights have now come to you from your sustainer. Whoever sees clearly, it is for his own soul, and whoever remains blind, it is upon himself. I am not a guardian over you. Thus we explain the signs in diverse ways, so that they may say, "You have studied," and so that we may make it clear to a people who know. Follow what has been revealed to you from your sustainer. There is no deity but Him, and turn away from those who associate others with Him. Had God so willed, they would not have associated others with Him. But we have not made you a guardian over them, nor are you responsible for their deeds. And do not revile those whom they invoke besides God, lest they revile God out of enmity without knowledge. Thus we have made their deeds seem fair to every community. Then to their sustainer is their return, and he will inform them of what they used to do. They swear by God their most solemn oaths that if a sign were to come to them, they would surely believe in it. Say, signs are only with God. And what will make you perceive that even if it came, they would still not believe? And we shall turn their hearts and their eyes away, just as they refused to believe in it the first time, and we shall leave them to wander blindly in their rebellion. Even if we were to send down angels to them, and the dead were to speak to them, and we were to assemble before them all things face to face, They would still not believe unless God so willed. But most of them are Jahili. Here we must recall all that we said about the unique nature of this surah when we introduced it. We must remember how we described the interplay of its successive waves flowing in a continuous dynamic current, how the expression, imagery and rhythm reach a level of dazzling brilliance throughout its verses. This surah addresses its central theme in a truly unparalleled way. In every glimpse, every scene, every moment, it embodies a dazzling brilliance, a brilliance that stirs the soul, captivates the senses and overwhelms the heart as one follows its imagery, rhythm and meanings with awe. Its verses flow like the rushing current of a river, with waves cascading, intermingling and surging one after another. No sooner does one wave settle than the next overtakes it, blending with it in an unbroken surging flow. And in every wave of this continuous cascading current, the surah reaches a level of breathtaking beauty, as we described earlier. Its presentation is harmoniously consistent across its many scenes. It takes hold of the soul completely, with its dazzling brilliance, its vibrant energy, its vivid imagery, its rhythmic sounds and its layered meanings, confronting the soul from every direction and every opening. Each scene feels like a radiant burst of light, emerging from the unknown and unfolding before the senses, the heart and the mind, in captivating splendor. The expressions themselves seem like bursts of brilliance, their rhythm harmonizing beautifully with the scenes and the meanings they convey. They align in their forceful emergence, their dazzling radiance. The meanings, the scenes, and the expressions flow together in successive waves, leaving the senses enthralled. No sooner does one wave settle than the senses are swept away by another, just as we attempted to describe in our earlier reflections on this surah. The entire page of existence lies open before us, with scenes cascading, almost leaping here and there across this vast, expansive canvas. Beauty is the most striking feature here, beauty that reaches the level of dazzling brilliance. The scenes are selected and presented from a perspective of aesthetic perfection. The expressions, too, in their verbal rhythm and structure, as well as their meanings, reflect this beauty. Even the profound truths of this faith are approached from their most beautiful angles, so that the truths themselves seem to radiate with splendor. This aesthetic dimension is further emphasized by the divine directive to contemplate the beauty of life in its blossoming and flourishing. Behold their fruit when it bears fruit and their ripeness. It is a direct invitation to witness sublime beauty, to look, to contemplate, and to consciously enjoy. This beauty reaches its zenith in the conclusion of this living cosmic tableau, as it leads beyond the splendor of this magnificent universe to the creator of the heavens and the earth, who imbued existence with all these wonders, the originator of the heavens and the earth. Vision perceives him not, yet he perceives all vision, and he is the subtle, the all-aware. Thus, in this lesson we stand before the open book of existence, a book that the heedless pass by every moment without pausing to reflect on its wonders and signs. The blind-hearted wander through it without their eyes opening to its marvels and beauties. Yet here, the astonishing Quranic style takes us into this universe as though we are seeing it for the first time. It brings us face to face with its extraordinary phenomena, opens our eyes to its awe-inspiring scenes, and kindles within us a yearning to explore its wonders which the heedless overlook. Here, we are confronted with the miracle of life itself, the miracle that unfolds every moment of day and night. The miracle of life bursting forth from lifelessness, vibrant and pulsating, though we do not know how it emerges or from where it comes, except that it comes from God, brought forth by His decree. No human being can grasp its essence, let alone bring it into being. Here, too, we are brought before the celestial order, the magnificent, unceasing, precise cycle of the heavens. It is a miracle unmatched by anything mankind seeks as a miracle, occurring every day and night, every second and moment. We are shown the origin of human life from a single soul and its propagation in ways beyond comprehension. We are shown the emergence of life in plants, the falling of rains, the sprouting of crops, and the ripening of fruits, a multitude of lives and scenes, a vast field for contemplation and discovery, if only we observe with sensitive perception and an open heart. And so the entire universe appears anew. as though we are witnessing it for the first time alive, engaging with us as we engage with it, vibrant with motion, coursing through its veins, wondrous, captivating the senses and emotions, speaking with its very being of its creator, pointing with its signs to his oneness and power. At this point, the notion of associating others with God, the context here addressing polytheism and those who practice it, appears utterly alien to the natural order of existence. It seems abhorrent to the soul of anyone who contemplates this universe, brimming with signs of guidance, and reflects upon it. The argument for polytheism collapses entirely in the face of this overwhelming faith, revealed through the marvels of existence. The Quranic methodology in addressing the human essence with the truth of divinity. The Quranic methodology when addressing the human essence with the truth of divinity and clarifying humanity's stance of servitude towards it establishes the truth of creation and origination of the cosmos, the truth of the creation and initiation of life, the truth of life's sustenance through provision facilitated by God within his dominion, and the truth of sovereignty that creates, provides, and operates within the realm of causation without any partner. It makes these truths a source of inspiration and persuasion, and a potent proof for the necessity of what it calls humanity toward servitude to God alone, exclusive devotion in belief, worship, obedience, and submission to him alone. Thus, the Quranic discourse, after surveying the vast panorama of existence, unveils the reality of creation, origination, provision, sustenance, and sovereignty, and then proceeds to call for the worship of God alone. It invites humanity to single him out in divinity and its attributes in all aspects of human life, to refer all governance and judgment to him alone in every matter of life, and to denounce any claim to divinity or any of its characteristics. In this context, we also encounter the verse, "That is God, your sustainer. There is no deity but he, the creator of all things, so worship him, and he is the disposer of all affairs." Surah Al-An'am 6, 102. This verse presents an exemplary model of the Quranic methodology, linking pure worship with exclusive recognition of God's divinity, affirming that he exalted is he is the creator of all things and the disposer of all affairs. At the conclusion of this lesson, after presenting these verses within the grand panorama of existence, the Qur'an exposes the futility of demanding miracles and the obstinate nature of the deniers. Their disbelief does not stem from a deficiency in the signs and proofs, but from an intrinsic, veiled disposition. Otherwise, the universe itself is brimming with signs. Indeed, God is the cleaver of the grain and the seed. He brings forth the living from the dead and brings forth the dead from the living. Such is God. So how are you deluded away? Surah Al-An'am 6, 95. This is the miracle whose secret no one comprehends, let alone possesses the power to create, the miracle of life, its inception and its movement. In every moment, a dormant grain splits open into a growing plant, and a lifeless seed bursts forth into an ascending tree. The life hidden within the grain and the seed, alive in the plant and the tree, is a concealed mystery known only to God. Its source is known only to him. Humanity, despite all it has witnessed of life's manifestations and forms, and despite all it has studied of its characteristics and stages, stands before this hidden secret as the first human once stood aware of its function and appearance, yet jahili of its source and essence. Life continues on its path, and the miracle unfolds at every moment. From the very beginning, God brings forth the living from the dead. This earth, or at least this universe, was devoid of life, utterly lifeless. Then life emerged, brought forth by God from the lifeless. How did this happen? We do not know. Since then, life continues to emerge from the lifeless. In every moment, lifeless particles transform through living beings into organic living substances that become part of living bodies. Particles that were once dead transform into living cells. Conversely, living cells in every moment return to lifeless particles until the entire living entity itself transforms one day into lifeless particles. He brings forth the living from the dead and brings forth the dead from the living. Surah Al-An'am 695. None but God has the power to accomplish this. None but God can bring forth life from lifelessness at the beginning, equip living beings with the ability to transform lifeless particles into living cells, and then reverse the process transforming living cells back into lifeless particles. This cycle, whose beginning no one knows with certainty and whose workings no one fully comprehends, remains a mystery, shrouded in conjecture, theories, and probabilities. Every attempt to explain the phenomenon of life without acknowledging that it is a creation of God has ended in failure. Since humanity's estrangement from the Church in Europe, like frightened donkeys fleeing from a lion, Surah Al-Mudathir 74:50-51, people have tried to explain the origin of the universe and life without recourse to recognizing God's existence. Yet all these attempts have failed. By the 20th century, what remained of them were mere sophistries, reflecting obstinacy rather than sincerity. The statements of some of their own scientists, who have failed to explain the existence of life without affirming God's existence, reveal the true stance of science itself on this matter. We present these statements to those among us who still feed on the crumbs of the 18th and 19th centuries from the tables of Europeans, turning away from this religion because it affirms the unseen, while they claim to be scientific and not unseen believers. We select for them testimonies from these scientists from none other than America. Dr. Frank Allen, who holds a master's and doctorate from Cornell University and is a professor of biophysics at the University of Manitoba in Canada, writes in his essay, The Origin of the World, Chance or Intent, from the book God Manifest in an Age of Science, translated by Dr. Aldemadash Abdul Majid Sahan. If life did not arise through wisdom and prior design, it must have arisen by chance. So what is this chance and how does it create life? The theories of chance and probability now rest on sound mathematical foundations, widely applied where definitive judgment is absent. These theories present us with the most probable judgment while estimating the margin of error in this judgment. The study of probability theory has advanced so far mathematically that we can now predict certain phenomena deemed to occur by chance, which we cannot explain otherwise, such as throwing dice in a game. Thanks to these advancements, we can distinguish between what might occur by chance and what is impossible to occur in this manner. We can also calculate the likelihood of a phenomenon occurring within a specific time frame. Now let us consider the role chance might play in the origin of life. Proteins are fundamental compounds in all living cells. They consist of 5 elements: carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, and sulfur. A single molecule contains 40,000 atoms. Given that there are 92 chemical elements in nature, randomly distributed, the probability of these 5 elements combining to form a protein molecule can be calculated to determine how much matter must mix continuously to produce this molecule, and how long it would take for this combination to occur by chance. The Swiss mathematician Charles Eugene Guy calculated all these factors and found that the chance of forming one protein molecule randomly is 1 in 10 circumflex 160. A probability so small it cannot be verbalized or expressed in words. The amount of matter required for this chance occurrence would far exceed the capacity of this entire universe by millions of times. The time required for this process on Earth alone would be countless billions of years, estimated by Guy as 10 circumflex 243 years 10 raised to the power of 243. Proteins consist of long chains of amino acids. How do the atoms in these molecules align? If they align in any other manner than the precise order they do, they become unsuitable for life, sometimes even turning into poisons. The English scientist J.B.S. Haldane calculated the number of ways atoms could align in a single simple protein molecule and found it to be in the millions. Thus, it is impossible to conceive of all these coincidences aligning to form even one protein molecule. This is but one of countless witnesses to the inescapable truth. Life, its origin, and its sustenance are the handiwork of a creator whose wisdom and will surpass the comprehension of all creation. Proteins, however, are nothing more than lifeless chemical substances. Life does not stir within them until that wondrous secret, whose essence we cannot fathom, descends upon them. That infinite mind, that boundless wisdom, is none other than God. He alone in his supreme wisdom has perceived that such a protein molecule could serve as a vessel for life. Thus, he fashioned it, perfected it, and imbued it with the secret of life. Dr. Irving William, a PhD graduate from the University of Iowa, a specialist in plant genetics, and a professor of natural sciences at the University of Michigan, writes in his article, "Materialism alone is not enough," from the same book. Science cannot explain to us how those infinitesimal particles, so minute and countless in their numbers, that constitute all matter, came into existence. Nor can science explain, relying on mere chance alone, how these particles assembled themselves to create life. There is no doubt that the theory claiming that all advanced forms of life reach their current state of development through random mutations, combinations and hybrids can only be accepted on the basis of blind submission. It is not founded on logic or persuasion. Similarly, Albert McCombs Winchester, a biologist with a PhD from the University of Texas and a professor of biology at Baylor University, states in his article, "Science Supports My Faith in God," from the same book, "I've devoted myself to the study of biology, one of the vast scientific fields concerned with the study of life. And there's nothing among God's creations more wondrous than the living beings that inhabit this universe. Consider a tiny clover plant growing by the side of the road. Can you find among all the marvelous machines and instruments made by man anything that equals its wonder? It is a living mechanism, ceaselessly engaged day and night in thousands upon thousands of chemical and physical reactions, all of which take place under the control of protoplasm, the substance that constitutes the core of all living beings. Where then did this intricate living mechanism come from? God did not merely create it and leave it to itself. Rather, he created life and granted it the ability to sustain itself and to perpetuate itself from generation to generation, all while preserving the distinct characteristics that enable us to distinguish one plant from another. Indeed, the study of reproduction in living beings is among the most wondrous fields in biology and one of the most striking manifestations of God's power. The reproductive cell from which a new plant is born is so minuscule that it can hardly be observed without a microscope, yet it is astonishing that every trait of the plant, every vein, every hair, every branch on its stem, every root and every leaf is formed under the supervision of engineers of such microscopic precision that they can operate within the confines of this tiny cell. These engineers are none other than the chromosomes, the carriers of heredity. This much is sufficient for us to return to the radiant beauty of the Quranic discourse. Such is God. The creator of this recurring miracle, whose secret remains unseen, is none other than God. He is your sustainer, the only one deserving of your worship, submission and obedience. So how are you deluded? How can you turn away from this clear truth which is evident to reason, hearts and eyes alike? The miracle of life emerging from lifelessness is mentioned frequently in the Qur'an, just as the creation of the universe is often mentioned in the context of directing humanity's attention to the truth of God's divinity and to the signs that point to the oneness of the Creator. These signs ultimately lead to the necessity of worshipping the one true God, who alone deserves the devotion of his servants, through belief in his divinity, submission to his sustainership, the performance of acts of worship directed solely to him, and the acceptance of his guidance in all aspects of life. The Quran also calls for complete submission to his law alone. These signs, however, are not presented in the Quran as theological abstractions or philosophical theories. This religion is far too serious to waste human energy on theological debates or philosophical speculation. Rather, its aim is to refine human perception by imparting sound belief, which in turn leads to the refinement of both inner and outer human life. This can only be achieved by bringing humanity back to the worship of God alone and liberating them from the worship of any other being. It can only be accomplished by ensuring that submission in both worldly and daily affairs belongs to God alone, and by freeing people from the dominion of tyrants who claim the right of divinity, exercising authority over human life and thereby becoming false gods and numerous sustainers. Such tyranny corrupts life by subjecting people to servitude to anyone other than God. It is for this reason that the Quran concludes its discussion of the miracle of life with the reminder, such is God. So how are you deluded? Such is God, he who alone deserves to be acknowledged as your sustainer. And the sustainer is he who nurtures, guides, rules and governs. Thus no one deserves to be sustainer and sovereign except God. He causes the dawn to break and has made the night for rest, and the sun and the moon for reckoning. This is the design of the Almighty, the All-Knowing. Quran 6:96. The one who splits the grain and the seed is also the one who causes the dawn to break. He is the one who made the night for rest, and he is the one who set the sun and the moon in measured courses, their motions and cycles precisely determined. All of this is decreed by his power, which rules over all things, and by his knowledge, which encompasses everything. The breaking of dawn from the darkness of night is a movement akin in form to the splitting of the grain and the seed. The emergence of light in that movement resembles the sprouting of the shoot in this one. Between these two phenomena, the breaking of dawn and the splitting of the seed, there are shared characteristics: movement, vitality, splendor, and beauty, all of which are reflected in the Quran's description of the truths that unite them in their essence and reality. There is yet another connection between the splitting of the grain and the seed and the breaking of dawn, the alternation of day and night, and the interplay of motion and stillness in this universe, or more specifically on this earth, are directly linked to plant life and to life as a whole. The fact that the earth rotates on its axis before the sun, the fact that the moon is of this size and at this distance from the earth, the fact that the sun is of this size at this distance and at this temperature, all of these are precise decrees of the Almighty, the All-Knowing. Without these decrees, life could not have emerged on earth in its present form. Neither plants nor trees could have sprouted from seeds and grains. This is a universe meticulously measured and calculated. Life itself, with all its degrees and types, is precisely accounted for within this grand design. There is no room for random chance in this cosmos. Even what is called chance is subject to laws and is governed by precise calculations. Those who claim that life is merely an accidental anomaly in the universe, that the cosmos is indifferent to it or even antagonistic towards it, are deluded. Some go so far as to argue that the insignificance of the planet on which this form of life exists suggests that if the universe had a God, he would not concern himself with such a trivial phenomenon. And so they continue with this